Chapter 355. After flying along the tunnel for nearly 100 miles, Wuxia suddenly saw a broken, pale purple flying sword lying on the ground, sealed by Xianbing. Obviously, the quality of this flying sword was excellent. Although the 9-inch long flying sword had broken into 7 to 8 pieces, each of them was still emanating a faint immortal energy, and from time to time, wisps of cold air would burst out from them. Wuxia even felt that the flying sword was breathing on its own. It was inhaling and exhaling the surrounding ice, elemental, spiritual qi, gradually healing its wounds. If given enough time, it could even use the enormous energy to heal itself, fusing the broken sword back together. According to the Scroll of Stealing, a flying sword that could heal itself was no longer a realm that a lower-grade immortal item could achieve. It was an immortal item that belonged to at least an 18th-tier heaven immortal. Without batting an eyelid, Wuxia flew next to the immortal sword, opened up the Xianbing, and picked up all 8 broken pieces of the immortal sword. The artifact's spirit had already drifted away, and only the most basic divine sense brand was left behind. After a brief moment of pondering, Wuxia brought all the broken pieces to the earth element dragon scale shield in front of so many people. A clump of earthy yellow mist sprayed out from the shield, wrapping up all the broken pieces. Gradually, the broken pieces, which had lost the control of the item's spirit, melted into tiny bits of purple liquid, fusing with the earth element dragon scale shield. The pale yellow shield was now covered with a layer of glistening, pale purple light, while countless needle-tip-sized purple dots could be seen blinking rapidly on its surface. A faint cold air was seeping out from the shield, while the ripple of divine will in the shield grew clearer and clearer. Hastily, Wuxia sent a thread of his divine will into the shield. With a slight tremble, the shield gradually turned into a clump of yellowish liquid with a hint of pale purple, just like the immortal armor Wuxia stripped off from Lin Xiaoluo's body. Slowly, it fused with Wuqia's skin, leaving behind a tiny dragon scale-shaped mark. Wuxia smiled. The quality of this broken immortal sword was indeed extraordinary. Although the earth element dragon scale shield had only fused with a small part of its energy essence, it was able to push the shield to the grade of an immortal item. He wondered what it would look like after the shield completely digested the sword. The earth element dragon scale shield had gained too many benefits during the trip to Shui Yuan planet. The characteristic of the innate earth element energy essence that could contain anything had given it endless potential for evolution. All the others had seen what Wuxia had done, but none of them said a word. Even Xiong Wanling and a few other old demon kings did not think there was anything good about this broken flying sword. In their minds, once a flying sword was broken, it would be completely destroyed and would no longer have any value. By fusing it with his defensive magical treasure, Wuxia could at most add some raw materials to it. Apart from that, it served no other purpose. Sensing the faint ripple of divine will emanating from the earth element dragon scale shield, Wuxia laughed joyfully and said, "Come, let's keep moving forward. I like to see what's so mysterious about this place." Hee, it was the fragrant Ganoderma just now, and now it's a broken immortal item flying sword. What's next? Dead immortals? Wuqia's prediction came true. After traveling for less than 5 miles, a large, round hall with a diameter of over 10 miles appeared in front of them. Inside this hall, 3 corpses were seen lying on the ground, their bodies still emitting a faint gleam, their heads facing the tunnel where Wuxia and company came from. There were wounds on their backs. Obviously, they were killed from behind when they were about to rush into the tunnel. Carefully, the company walked to the side of the 3 corpses. Wuxia tore apart their torn robes, revealing the fatal wounds on their backs. The wounds were 3 inches wide, as thin as a piece of paper, and the flesh around the wounds had a blue hue, while the muscles had crystallized. Obviously, an immortal sword that contained an extremely cold and powerful force had ripped apart their body from behind, taking away all their life force in just a blink of an eye. Looking at the people surrounding him, Wuxia opened his mouth and spat out the sword of Greedy Wolf. Holding the hilt of the sword, he gently made a cut on the back of one of the corpses along the wound. The sword of Greedy Wolf produced a large amount of sparks, but only left a white mark on the corpse's body. It did not even leave a cut on his skin. Wuxia nodded and said, "Corpses of immortals. They are indeed the corpses of immortals. TSK, they are the corpses of heaven immortals, and most likely, they are the corpses of some high-level heaven immortals. Therefore, unless it is a sharp weapon of immortal item grade, it is impossible to cut open their bodies." Xianxia rolled his eyes and suddenly saw an exquisite blue ring worn on one of the corpse's fingers. However, before he could reach out his hand to grab it, Wuxia had already snatched the ring away. Suddenly, a black dragon soul flew out from the black dragon spirit ring, opened its mouth, and swallowed the ring. The black dragon's soul let out a satisfied burp, and the blue ring disappeared without a trace in his translucent body. Xianxia was struck dumb. He stared at Wuxia in astonishment and asked, "Why are all these things you have so strange and bizarre?" Wuxia laughed dryly and did not say anything. He gave it a brief thought and realized that all these treasures he had were indeed strange and bizarre. The earth element dragon scale shield could devour immortal items to improve its power. The sword of Greedy Wolf could even devour cultivators' nascent divinity and nascent soul. The cold electric mirror could devour the essence of immortal items of the same element. And as for the 18 celestial fiend puppets, they basically did not reject anything. As long as they were materials that contained natural energy, they would be delighted. Shaking his head, Wuxia removed the storage rings from the fingers of the other two corpses and fed them to the black dragon spirit ring. After that, he waved his hand and said coolly, "In these 3 rings, there are 13 broken immortal items, 2 in perfect condition, and 32 bottles of immortal pills. But all of them have turned into ashes. Apart from that, there are also some energy stones and immortal talismans. The immortal pills are useless now, and nobody cares about energy stones and immortal talismans. All the broken immortal items are mine. As for the immortal items in perfect condition, we can keep them and distribute them after we leave this place. What do you say?" Although the black dragon spirit ring had devoured the 3 storage rings, all the miscellaneous items in them had been transferred to the black dragon spirit ring. With just a quick scan with his divine will, Wuxia knew what was in the 3 rings. Upon hearing what he said, no one dared to say anything and just followed his suggestion. No one dared to go against Wuxia's suggestion, as they either owed Wuxia a huge favor or their lives were in Wuxia's hands. Therefore, whatever he said would be the law. After searching the 3 corpses and finding nothing valuable, Wuxia casually waved his hand and shoved the 3 heaven immortal corpses into the spirit breeding ring. Although they had been dead for many years, and their immortal souls had long dissipated, their fleshly bodies were very strong. Using the divine flame of order, Wuxia could still extract some blood crystals that contained powerful essence of blood and energy, immortal energy, and dharma energy. It was the same as recycling waste, and Wuxia would never waste them. After cleaning up the 3 corpses, only then did Wuxia and his company pay attention to the hall around them. It was a hall that was obviously made by man, fitting the saying that the sky was round and the earth was square. All 4 walls were made of ice element energy stones, and some strange patterns of flowers, birds, insects, and fishes were engraved on them. Originally, the hall was protected by a great number of immortal restrictive spells. But, judging from the dilapidated state of the hall, it was obvious that these restrictive spells had been destroyed by someone with brute force many years ago. Right in the center of the hall was a hole with a diameter of 1,000 feet leading straight down. Water vapor was rising from the hole, and a very strong natural energy towered high up into the sky. Initially, 1,280 blue pearls, each the size of fist, were embedded on the ground near the hole. But now all the pearls were broken, and the one closest to the outer ring had even crumbled into fine powder. There should be some powerful defensive spells in this place as well, but apparently all of them had been destroyed by someone with brute force. Wuxia nodded and said, "Come, let's go down and have a look." Perhaps we'll find some other surprises. Apparently, someone had cleared a path for us a long time ago. If we keep going like this, we'll be safe. Although he said that, Wuxia still called out to Xianxia, asking him to sprinkle out a handful of silver beans and summon a group of over 100 armored soldiers who stood about 10 feet tall to lead the way. The company followed behind these armored soldiers, carefully treading on clouds and flying down. The tunnel was about 1,000 miles deep, and the deeper they went, the colder the air became. Tianju and his sons were shivering, unable to withstand the cold air around them. It looked like they were about to be frozen into ice cubes. When Wuxia saw that they could not defend against the cold breeze that was attacking them from all directions, he simply waved his hand, unleashing a beam of white light that pulled them into the spirit breeding ring and threw them together with the 3 immortal corpses. After descending rapidly for over 1,000 miles, the bottom suddenly became clear, and a pool of clean water suddenly appeared before their eyes. Obviously, this was an underground world created by some immortal with a mighty divine ability. It measured 1,000 miles in circumference and was about 100 miles high. Above their heads, the light of the sun, the moon, and the stars could be seen flashing on the rock walls. It was also the work of an immortal's magical power. The vast underground world was actually a pool of green water that was as calm as a mirror. When their divine will swept across the clear water, they found that it was about 10 miles deep. Countless huge, pale golden leaves that looked like lotus leaves were spread out on the surface of the water, connected by golden roots. Underneath those thick roots were countless tiny aerial roots that were as thin as human hair. These white and slender aerial roots were swaying in the water like countless strands of hair. Some of them were several miles long, and at their ends were countless fist-sized fruits that looked like pomegranates, sparkling and translucent like gems. In the center of this pool, right below Wuxia and his companions, a thin leaf carved from green jade was spread out on the surface of the water, and an exquisite pale purple palace stood firmly between the leaf. The palace only had 3 entrances, with side palaces and gardens on the left and right sides. On the roof of the tallest palace in the center stood an exquisitely made bottle, about 30 feet tall, from which a strong water elemental energy was constantly bursting out. Just as Wuxia and his companions descended from the passage, a great force suddenly came assaulting them out of nowhere. The force was so strong that it was shocking. Wuxia and his company did not have the time to react, and neither did they have any power to resist. Their vision blurred, and their bodies were suddenly weighed down. When they regained their senses, they found themselves in a tall and spacious palatial hall made of light purple. On the jade platform in the center of the palace, a stunningly beautiful woman, clad in a pale purple robe, was lightly hovering above a pale purple lotus. Wuxia and his companions only glanced at the woman. She gave a slight snort, and an enormous pressure came crashing down from above, forcing Wuxia and his companions to kneel heavily on the ground. Amidst a muffled thud, the skin and flesh of Wuxia and his companions' knees were broken, and large amounts of blood splashed out. Chapter 356. Wuxia dropped to his knees. Although he'd been cultivating the dragon transformation script, infused with a large amount of flood dragon blood essence, which made his fleshly body much stronger than ordinary cultivators, both of his knees were still broken. Blood sprayed out like a fountain. Wuxia gave a muffled snort due to the pain. While he was trying to stand up with both hands, a tremendous pressure came smashing down from above. Looking at the cold electric mirror, losing its usual invincible power, Wuxia was struck dumb. He stared blankly at the lady, then turned to look at Xianxia and the others, who were lying on the ground and could not move at all. He could only smile bitterly and say, "Senior, you do have an immeasurable divine ability and magical power. But why do you have to make things difficult for us juniors?" Even though Scroll of Stealing was a miraculous technique, it was useless in the face of an absolute overall strength. Wuxia, Yin Qijuan, and the others were struck dumb. Zhao, Kuo interrupted with a stutter, but compared to having one soul destroyed, even, Wuxia snorted coldly. He knew that what happened today was no longer under his control. Abruptly, the purple erect eye on his forehead opened. A purple cloud was seen wheeling inside the erect eye, transformed from the cold electric mirror. Soundlessly, it shot out a purple electric beam that was as tiny as a strand of hair. A loud boom rang out as the electric beam exploded on the crystal wall, pushing it back a distance of about one strand of hair. With a wave of his hand, an extremely thin and hazy crystal wall appeared before the lady, accompanied by a pleasing sound of ice cracking. The golden beam hit the crystal wall, but it could only produce some golden light and water vapor before it was bounced back by a tremendous counterforce. The golden beam whined and returned to Wuqi's hand. When he looked at the crystal wall again, he found that there was not even a scratch on it, as if it had never suffered any attack. Wuqi smiled bitterly and said, "Well, since you don't want to seek help from your sect, how are you going to avenge yourself?" Smiling bitterly, Wuqi, who had both his arms and legs severely injured, obediently lay on the ground. He smiled bitterly at the lady and said, "Senior, if you have any orders, just tell me." With a twist of his body, Wuqi's dislocated elbow and shoulder automatically reconnected. His body shook, and just as he was about to jump up, a cold light flashed in the woman's eyes, and an unstoppable force came crashing down on his head. Like a fly swatter swatting a fly, Wuqi let out a muffled groan as he was beaten flat on the ground by that invisible force. Blood spurted out from all over his body, creating a huge spray of blood on the ground. Crack! Both of Wuqi's elbows and shoulders were dislocated at the same time. His forehead thudded heavily against the ground and caused a thunderous bang. Wuqi was in so much pain that his vision turned black. His head was so dizzy that he didn't know whether he was dead or alive. Lady Dark Goldwater breathed out a faint sigh. A cold gleam flickered in her eyes as she sneered and said, "Too bad. As long as my enemy is still alive, how can I bear to die without avenging myself?" She looked at Wuqi with great interest, nodded her head, smiled, and said, "Good lad, you're just a nascent soul cultivator, but how can you have so many good things? Could it be that the outside world has changed, and the world is now filled with all kinds of natural treasures?" Not allowing Wuqi to refute, she pulled Wuqi up from the ground with a great force and brought him straight onto the jade platform. Suddenly, Wuqi recalled the last part of the scroll of stealing. It was the strictest warning given by the shadowy figure to Wuqi, who had inherited the scroll of stealing. In the entire universe, there are countless almighty experts, and no one knows how many extraordinary people there are in this universe. The scroll of stealing was a great magic, a great divine ability. But was it the number one divine ability under the heaven? The figure of the peerless beauty in the purple robe was hazy, like the reflection of the water, flickering from time to time, creating ripples. While Wuqi was sizing her up, 7 clumps of dark smoke suddenly sprayed out from her chest. Together with ear-splitting whistling noises, the smoke transformed into countless tiny fiends, scratching and scratching at her body. The lady's body was trembling, as a large amount of purple mist sprayed out from the purple lotus underneath her and fused into her body. With great effort, her body, which had become thinner and thinner after being attacked by those tiny fiends, finally managed to maintain its integrity. 6th tier, Gold Immortal. The jade platform measured several tens of feet in circumference and stood about 100 feet tall. It was covered with a thin layer of shell, and the inside seemed to be filled with emerald green jade paste and chalcedony. A lotus root was soaked in the jade platform, while a stem stretched out from it, holding up a purple lotus the size of a basin. A thin layer of purple mist sprayed out from the lotus, wrapping around the lady's body. Coughing out a mouthful of blood, Wuqi raised his head in a daze, staring blankly at the lady standing on the jade platform several hundred feet away from him. The frightening cold air was something that Wuqi had never encountered before. Even the divine flame of order seemed to be slightly inferior in front of the cold energy. 36 tiers of Heaven Immortal. 18 tiers of Gold Immortal. Even among Gold Immortals, a 6th-tier Gold Immortal was considered as a superior existence. According to the introduction of the tiers of Immortals found in White Cloud Immortal Sect Scripture Pavilion, a 6th-tier Gold Immortal was a formidable figure who could found his own sect, occupy several dozens of heavenly realms, and dominate an entire region. Motherfucker, Wuxia cursed angrily. This lady was extremely rude and unreasonable. Even if Wuxia and his companions had intruded into this place without permission, how could she humiliate them without saying a word? Flustered and exasperated, Wuxia could not care less about that. With a shake of his left hand, the spirit-restricting rope shot out a long purple beam that stretched over 1,000 feet long, illuminating the entire hall and making everyone's hair turn purple. Clang, 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 clang. Wuxia knocked his head on the ground 9 times, nearly breaking his head. Wuxia was taken aback. He pointed his finger out, and the sword of Greedy Wolf transformed into a dark beam and shot out. 14 wolf heads wheeled and danced in the air, letting out sharp and unpleasant howls. However, just like the spirit-restricting rope, before the sword of Greedy Wolf could touch the lady, she lightly pointed her finger at it, and the sword fell into her hand with a reluctant howl. With a wave of her hand, the clone Wuxia left in the sword of Greedy Wolf was erased once again, and he coughed out another mouthful of blood. Gingerly, Wuxia looked at Lady Dark Goldwater, laughed dryly, and said, "May I ask, how did you end up in such a situation? Not only are you left with a broken soul, you are also possessed by a vicious restrictive spell and suffer the pain of fiends refining your soul day and night. Even though you managed to survive with the purple field spirit nourishing mist produced by the purple lotus, I'm afraid you won't be able to last much longer. Why don't you escape quickly and be reincarnated?" According to the records in White Cloud Immortal Sect, the immortal monarch who governed the entire minor heavenly circle realm, where Wuxia and his companions lived, was just an ordinary 34th tier Heaven Immortal. Before a 6th tier Gold Immortal, a 34th tier Heaven Immortal was not even an ant, not even qualified to be called a speck of dust. The difference between a Gold Immortal and a Heaven Immortal was like the difference between a Heaven Immortal and a criminal. They were two completely different living beings. The lady's expression flickered, and she murmured under her breath, "Innate earth element energy? This fellow has such a strong cultivation base. He is really lucky." Laughing coldly, the lady shook her head and said disdainfully, "Do you think you could defeat me with just a lower-grade immortal item?" The lady narrowed her eyes and gave Wuxia an appraising look. After a full 15 minutes, she said coolly, "I'm Lady Dark Goldwater, and my master is." She pondered for a brief moment, then shook her head, sighed, and said, "Well, since I've fallen into this situation, it's not good for me to mention my master, lest I bring disgrace to your master's reputation. When I was at my peak before my immortal body was destroyed, I was a 6th-tier Gold Immortal. This heavenly water dark palace is a temporary palace I built when I was traveling around the world." Bastard! Wuxia was so angry that he rolled his eyes. Ignoring everything, he waved his hand and unleashed countless dragon-scaled golden beams from his left hand, piercing straight towards the lady's body amidst ear-splitting whistling noises. The lady smiled faintly and pointed her finger out, trying to subdue all the dragon-scaled golden beams. However, the tiny bit of innate earth element energy essence attached to the earth element dragon scale shield could not be controlled by her. The golden beams continued to fly forward with shrill, whistling noises, and were about to hit her. 6th tier Gold Immortal. Wuxia's eyes suddenly shone brightly. No wonder this lady possessed such a frightening overall strength. No wonder she had such an unimaginable ability. And no wonder she could easily toy with Wuxia and the others in the palm of her hand. No wonder even Wuxia thought she was just a broken soul, and even the core of her immortal soul had been shattered. She was just a broken soul, yet she still possessed such a frightening power. After the time it took to finish a pot of tea, the fiends, which seemed to have grown a little stronger, transformed back into dark smoke, and rushed back into the lady's body. The lady breathed out a heavy sigh. Her body tilted slightly, but very quickly, she stuck out her chest and hovered above the purple lotus flower. However, before the usually successful spirit-restricting rope could get close to her, she pointed her finger at it. Immediately, it transformed into a purple rope and fell into her hand, as if a young daughter-in-law had bumped into an evil mother-in-law. The lady gazed coldly at Wuxia, then casually shook the spirit-restricting rope. Wuxia felt a severe pain coming from his nascent divinity, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. The thread of his divinity he left in the spirit-restricting rope was turned into nothingness by an extremely frightening cold air. Lady Dark Goldwater remained silent for a moment, then said slowly, "Therefore, I want to take in a disciple and let him avenge me. It is only right and proper for a disciple to avenge his master, and they won't laugh at me. Don't blame me for using a heavy method to capture all of you. If I don't subdue all of you, how would you know about my unfathomable immortal techniques and divine abilities?" Lady Dark Goldwater put away the crystal wall with a puzzled look, then looked coldly at Wuxia, nodded and said, "I didn't expect a little boy like you to have such knowledge. I am indeed just a broken soul now, and even the core of my immortal soul has been shattered. If I hadn't luckily found a purple soul heaven lotus seed when I was young, perhaps my soul would have long perished and vanished." From afar, Lady Dark Goldwater thrust her palm out, causing Xianxia to howl miserably and fly several hundred feet up into the air. Grinning coldly, Lady Dark Goldwater said, "Ignorant little boy, what do you know? Even if I have to perish and vanish my soul, I still have to protect my face." Right when Wuxia and the others were smiling bitterly, a faint white gleam shone from Lady Dark Goldwater's eyes as she gave Wuxia and the others a glance. Suddenly, she waved her hand at Wuxia and said with a smile, "Young lad, you possess a magical item formed from innate earth element energies. You have a pretty good fortune, and you have a promising future. Are you willing to acknowledge me as your master?" Wuxia and the others were struck dumb. So this shameless Lady Dark Goldwater attacked them because of this? "Why didn't you contact your master and ask for help?" asked Wuxia in a deep voice. There was no reason for him to suffer like this. Lady Dark Goldwater rolled her eyes and cried out sternly, "How could I let my master know about such an embarrassing thing? If they knew about this, how could I face anyone again? How could I survive?" Wuxia took a deep breath and briefly sensed the surrounding space. The space was very stable and had been sealed by a great force. Even though Wuxia had burned his own nascent divinity and risked his life to launch a desperate attack, his blood escape art could not break through the force that had sealed the space. The force was too strong, so strong that it surpassed the limit that Wuxia could understand with his current cultivation base. Therefore, there was no way he could escape. Chapter 357. 9 loud kowtows nearly knocked Wuxia unconscious. With great difficulty, he raised his head and stared at Lady Dark Goldwater, his eyes filled with anger and shame. Lady Dark Goldwater lowered her head and looked at Wuxia, who was lying motionless on the ground. Then, she lightly waved her right hand at Xianxia and the others, who were lying in the hall. Immediately, all of them rolled their eyes and fainted. A white water wave rolled out from where they stood, wrapping around the group and spinning them. Gradually, the water wave disappeared, and Xianxia and the others were transported to somewhere unknown. Lady Dark Goldwater said coldly, "These people are a hindrance. I'll let them have a good soak in the heavenly true water down there." Heavenly true water? Wuxia shook his buzzing head and smiled wryly. This was a good thing, absolutely a good thing. For those body cultivators of heaven immortal realm, the heavenly true water was the best material to strengthen their fleshly bodies and temper their immortal bodies. But this material was too good, so good that apart from heaven immortals, no one could enjoy it. Although Xianxia and the others would definitely benefit from their fleshly bodies after being soaked in it, the pain they would suffer would be no different from being cut into pieces by 1,000 blades and having their hearts burned by a fiend flame. This lady was too cruel. Wisely, Wuxia kept his mouth shut, not daring to say anything. Lady Dark Goldwater stared blankly at Wuxia for a while, then said coldly, "It has been so many years, and you are the first group of cultivators who intruded into my palace. Among all these people, you are the only one who dared to attack me. You are a brave one, and since you have an innate earth element treasure with you, you must be very lucky. With your mortal body, you actually managed to cultivate the dragon transformation scripture. You seem to have a wide network of people." Wuxia touched the black dragon spirit ring. A faint dragon roar rang out as the black dragon soul carefully poked its head out and nodded at Lady Dark Goldwater in a low voice. Lady Dark Goldwater gave the black dragon spirit ring a surprised look, then sneered and said, "A heavenly dragon is actually refined into a storage ring? If word of this reaches the ears of the few grand elders of the dragons, no wonder you can learn the orthodox dragon transformation script." After pondering for a brief moment, Lady Dark Goldwater looked at Wuxia and said, "You've acknowledged me as your master. Therefore, you have to avenge my enemy." Wuxia looked at Lady Dark Goldwater pitifully. He really didn't want to have a master like her. But now he was like a fish on the chopping block. No matter how much he disliked this master, he could only reluctantly lower his head and respectfully say, "Of course, it is only right and proper for a disciple to avenge his master." Lady Dark Goldwater nodded slowly and warned, "In the future, if you kill my enemy, don't let anyone know about this. Master's illustrious reputation cannot be destroyed in a day. I'd rather let all the powerful beings in the universe mistakenly believe that I died in an accident than let others know that I was schemed against and ended up in this state. Can you do it?" Wuxia nodded his head and said, "Of course I can. Protecting Master's reputation is also a disciple's responsibility." Wuxia would never tell the world that he was Lady Dark Goldwater's disciple, unless he was out of his mind. Lady Dark Goldwater was a mighty 6th-tier gold immortal, yet she had ended up in this state. It was not hard to imagine what level of existence her enemy was. Even if Wuxia could avenge Lady Dark Goldwater in the future, he couldn't let anyone know that he was her disciple. Who didn't have a few friends? Who didn't have an old friend? Naturally, those who befriended a gold immortal were also gold immortals. Perhaps someone would know about Lady Dark Goldwater. If Wuxia announced that he was Lady Dark Goldwater's disciple after killing her enemy, wouldn't he be intentionally provoking those who knew about him to come and seek revenge? Lady Dark Goldwater nodded satisfactorily at Wuxia's straightforward answer. With a frown on her face, she began to slowly tell him how she ended up in this state. According to Lady Dark Goldwater, her master was an amazing man, a man who truly possessed an almighty divine ability. And Lady Dark Goldwater was the disciple whom her master was most proud of. In just 10 periods, she had cultivated herself into a gold immortal from a mortal. Patriarch Xianxia had been cultivating painstakingly for 100,000 years, and was still trying to break through the bottleneck of 35th tier heaven immortal. On the other hand, Lady Dark Goldwater had only spent 10 periods and 1,200,000 years to break through the realm of gold immortal. She could be considered as one of the top geniuses in the entire universe. Lady Dark Goldwater met her master when she was 12 years old. After that, she cultivated painstakingly for 10 periods and became a gold immortal. After cultivating painstakingly for another half an eon, she became a 6th-tier gold immortal. The speed she achieved made many people jealous, but it also scared them to death. Lady Dark Goldwater kept talking about all the things related to her, while Wuxia was analyzing her facial expressions and the tone of her voice, as well as the description she gave. She was a genius who cultivated wholeheartedly, to the point that she nearly became stupid. She was a top genius in the path of cultivation, but when it came to the ways of the world, she was a complete idiot. According to her own words, in the long life that lasted for over half an eon, apart from her master, she had never spent more than half a year with other living beings. She was 12 years old when she joined the sect, and when she became a 6th-tier gold immortal, her mental age was only 14 or 15 years old, and definitely not older than 16 years old. She was a 6th-tier gold immortal with a mental age of 16 years old, and came from a very powerful sect. She was pampered and spoiled since she was young, and no one had ever disobeyed her will. Because of this, Lady Dark Goldwater had developed an eccentric, crafty, and unreasonable personality. Therefore, when Wuxia approached Lady Dark Goldwater's temporary imperial residence and entered the sensing range of her broken soul, Lady Dark Goldwater, who had been holding herself back in the palace for a long time and was about to go crazy, immediately teleported them into the palace and began to torture them with violence. Laughing bitterly, Wuxia murmured under his breath, "Master, how did you get trapped in here?" Lady Dark Goldwater went blank for a moment, then frowned. After stepping into the realm of 6th-tier gold immortal, no matter how hard Lady Dark Goldwater worked, she could not make any progress in her cultivation. The worldly affairs and the ways of the world were also one of the heavenly Taoists. It was true that by cultivating behind closed doors, Lady Dark Goldwater could become a 6th-tier gold immortal, but it would not allow her to make any progress in her cultivation. Therefore, under the instruction of her master, Lady Dark Goldwater left her home, traveled the world, and made a name for herself. Wuxia gave her a few suggestions, and following Wuxia's suggestion, Lady Dark Goldwater told him about the few things she was proud of in the past, which made her famous in the entire universe. They were none other than the deeds of upholding justice for the weak and upholding justice for others. And the only way Lady Dark Goldwater dealt with these things was to kill the entire clan of those who she thought were wrong and deserved to die, leaving no survivors. During the 3,000 years that Lady Dark Goldwater traveled the world, she had done more than 1,000 evil deeds. Because of the entanglement of grudges and the desire for revenge, a few gold immortals came to Lady Dark Goldwater for the sake of their disciples and clansmen. In the end, they were all killed by Lady Dark Goldwater. After that, she even went to their master's sect and killed every single one of them, regardless of whether they were good or bad. Wuxia swallowed a mouthful of saliva as he stared blankly at Lady Dark Goldwater, who had her eyebrows dancing up and down as she talked. He had no words to say anymore. Perhaps it was because of several tens of thousands of years of loneliness that Lady Dark Goldwater had developed the habit of being a chatterbox. Her rambling went on for a full 24 hours. After that, Wuxia saw 7 wisps of dark smoke rush out from Lady Dark Goldwater's chest, transforming into countless tiny fiends, pulling and biting at her broken soul. Lady Dark Goldwater trembled from head to toe in pain, and her broken soul was flickering. Just like yesterday, by relying on the purple field spirit nourishing mist to replenish the consumption of her broken soul, Lady Dark Goldwater barely managed to fend off the invasion of those fiends. However, it seemed like her broken soul had grown weaker again, and was showing signs that it could not hold on any longer. Lady Dark Goldwater laughed dryly, stared at Wuxia, and said, "Look, this broken soul of mine is getting weaker and weaker over the years. I can't hold on any longer." After a brief moment of pondering, Lady Dark Goldwater shook her head and said, "Now, listen carefully. The one who schemed against me is the grandson of the sect leader of Green City Sect, Reverend Liang. The one who schemed against me together with him is Fairy Xianxia, whom I considered a good friend. Throughout all these years, I only have one good friend, and that is Fairy Xianxia. I never expected that she would put Xiang Lu's saliva in my tea and then attack me together." Wuxia stared blankly at Lady Dark Goldwater. Fairy Xianxia? He was not interested. Reverend Liang? He was not interested either. But Green City Sect? If I may ask, what is the background of this Green City Sect, Master? Wuxia asked in a deep voice. Lady Dark Goldwater frowned. Tilting her head to one side, she pondered for a while, then shook her head and said, "Over the years, I've been harassed by those fiends, and some of my memories have become blurry. The Qingchang sect should be a sect formed by the immortals who ascended from the Qingchang mountain on that planet, which was left behind by an ancient immortal in the human world." After a brief moment of silence, a bright gleam flashed across Lady Dark Goldwater's eyes. Currently, Green City Mountain is one of the strongest sects in Xianxia Heaven Realm. Their sect leader is a third-tier gold immortal. Reverend Liang is his grandson, and his cultivation base is the same as Fairy Xiandai's, his seventh-tier gold immortal. A sect formed by immortals who ascended from Green City Mountain? A sect formed by immortals who ascended from Green City Mountain? Suddenly, the bloody faces of Wu Wang, Lu Xiaobai, and many brothers of Greedy Wolf Group appeared before Wu Qi's eyes. He nodded lightly and said, "Is that Green City sect from Green City Mountain? Reverend Liang? Fine, I'll kill him, and then I'll completely destroy Green City sect." Clenching his fists tightly and producing cracking noises from his joints, Wu Qi said softly, "I'll completely destroy Green City. I can't find my way back now, so before I go and wipe out their descendants, I'll kill all their ancestral masters in Xianyang Heaven Realm." Lady Dark Goldwater clapped her hands lightly and said with a smile, "Good. You must have this confidence. If you can wipe out Green City Mountain, I'll allow you to find your ancestral master and tell her what happened to me. If I don't wipe out Green City Mountain, I can't bring myself to let anyone know that I've fallen to such a state." Lady Dark Goldwater sighed lightly, shook her head, and said, "I had such a mighty reputation in the past, but now I've fallen to such a state. I can't afford to lose this face." She breathed out a long sigh, then turned to look at Wu Qi and said, "Are you ready? I'm going to officially take you as my disciple. I'll leave the great responsibility of avenging me to you." Wu Qi stared blankly at Lady Dark Goldwater and asked, "Ready for what?" Lady Dark Goldwater gave the surroundings a lingering glance. Suddenly, her body trembled, and all the jade essence pasted on the jade dais transformed into a clump of purple mist, wrapping around the purple soul heaven lotus and Lady Dark Goldwater's broken soul. Then, it transformed into a beam of watery light and shot into Wu Qi's forehead. Wu Qi's nascent divinity trembled, and his vision turned dark as he fell heavily to the ground. Chapter 358. In Wu Qi's spiritual ocean, a vast ocean, a clump of earthy energy, a green forest, a sea of fire, and a mountain of blades were hovering in the boundless spiritual ocean. These are the manifestations of the innate five elements energy in his spiritual ocean, directly resonating with the 10 innate Jindan cores in the meridians of his arms. The Phoenix Fire Pouch hovered above the vast ocean, earthy energy, green forest, sea of fire, and mountain of blades. From time to time, innate energies of 5 colors would fly up and fuse into the Phoenix Fire Pouch, allowing the divine flame of order to refine them, making the flame grow stronger and stronger. 2 divine lights of purple and green illuminated the entire spiritual ocean, causing purple mist to rise and green light to flicker in Wu Qi's spiritual ocean, making it look like a cave abode of an immortal, filled with endless mysteries. His nascent divinity, which he had formed in advance with the help of the heavenly thunder, was sitting neatly underneath the Phoenix Fire Pouch. From time to time, he would spit out wisps of golden light and fuse them into the purple clear divine flame, improving the communication between him and the flame. The innate energies of 5 elements in the surroundings kept fusing into his nascent divinity, making it more condensed, pure, and filled with more miraculous transformations. A wisp of Lady Dark Goldwater's broken soul rushed into Wu Qi's spiritual ocean along with a large amount of jade essence paced from the jade dais, then abruptly transformed into a clump of dazzling purple golden light that spread in all directions. The purple golden light transformed into countless restrictive runes and imprinted themselves into Wuxi's spiritual ocean, fusing with the purple mist and golden light that rose from his spiritual ocean. Some of them even fused with his soul and transformed nascent divinity. As the last wisp of Lady Dark Goldwater's true spirit was about to attach itself onto Wuxi's soul, the divine flame of order swayed and suddenly transformed into a towering flame, burning towards the last wisp of Lady Dark Goldwater's true spirit. Lady Dark Goldwater, who was left with only a wisp of her broken soul, had struggled for countless years and had just dispersed all the power in her broken soul, was struck dumb. Suddenly, she screamed, "Divine flame of order? How could such a damned thing exist?" Her shrill cries echoed slowly in Wuxi's spiritual ocean. The unconscious Wuxi failed to control the divine flame of order, and the flame that had gone out of control burned the last thread of Lady Dark Goldwater's true spirit into nothingness. A great amount of memories and experiences rushed into Wuxi's nascent divinity from her disintegrated true spirit, like rivers returning to the sea. Lady Dark Goldwater's life experiences, all her understanding of the Tao, all the divine abilities and mystic techniques she had cultivated, of all of her memories were inherited by Wuxi. Meanwhile, the last wisp of her true spirit, the last hope of reincarnation, was completely wiped out by the divine flame of order, of Qi, the divine divinity. Finally, of Wuxi, of the divine divinity, and of Qi, and of consciousness, and of the knowledge of Qi. The amount of knowledge contained in Lady Dark Goldwater's broken soul was too vast and profound. The process lasted for a full 7 days and 7 nights, and finally, all the knowledge gradually belonged to Wuxi. Finally, Wuxi, who was knocked unconscious by the enormous amount of knowledge, slowly opened his eyes. Sitting cross-legged on the shattered jade platform, Wuxi frowned as he tried to recall what had happened. From the memory of Lady Dark Goldwater's broken soul, he found out what she had done to him, and could not help but curse under his breath. As a 6th-tier gold immortal, even if her mental age was a little childish, she was definitely not someone who could be easily provoked. What Lady Dark Goldwater had done had proved this point. She was beaten to the point where she was left with only a wisp of her broken soul, and suffered from the wanton harassment of those fiends day and night. Lady Dark Goldwater was too embarrassed to ask for help from her master. Another reason was that she had to use all her energy to resist the attacks from the fiends, and thus, she did not have the energy to ask for help from her master. Just now, with the enormous energy transformed from the jade essence paste that had been stored in the jade platform for several tens of thousands of years, she used it to protect her broken soul and shattered the purple soul heaven lotus that had protected her broken soul for several tens of thousands of years. Then, with the magical power of the lotus, she extracted a wisp of her true spirit, combined all the energy of her immortal soul, the curse of the fiends, and the energy transformed from the jade essence paste into one, forming an immortal restrictive spell called Dark Soul Captivation, which imprisoned Wuxi's nascent divinity and soul. Although the combined power of the three was far weaker than the peak strength Lady Dark Goldwater possessed, it was still powerful enough to fight against a full-force strike of an 18th-tier gold immortal. The Dark Soul Captivation spell formed from such a powerful force had imprisoned Wuxi's soul and nascent divinity, leaving Wuxi with no ability to resist. This restrictive spell would decide Wuxi's life and death. With a single thought from Lady Dark Goldwater, who controlled the restrictive spell, Wuxi's soul would vanish and vanish into thin air. According to Lady Dark Goldwater's plan, she used the restrictive spell to imprison Wuxi's soul, then fused the last wisp of her true spirit into Wuxi's soul, using Wuxi's soul to nourish her own true spirit. At the same time, she could give Wuxi advice and teach him the great Tao of Gold Immortal. This was equivalent to having a 6th-tier gold immortal following Wuxia at all times, teaching Wuxia everything Lady Dark Goldwater had learned in her entire life. At the same time, Lady Dark Goldwater had also controlled Wuxia with the restrictive spell. With that, Wuxia could only listen to her orders, becoming a tool for her to exact revenge. When Wuqi's cultivation base was strong enough, and he ascended to the immortal realm, his soul would transform into an immortal soul, and Lady Dark Goldwater's true spirit would be able to be gradually reborn and grow stronger with the help of his immortal soul. Perhaps she would not need to reincarnate in the end. As long as she extracted enough soul source energy from Wuqi's immortal soul, she would be able to regather her immortal soul and reconstruct her immortal body. It would save her a lot of hard work. Once Lady Dark Goldwater achieved her goal and successfully reconstructed her immortal soul without reincarnating, it would be hard to tell what would happen to Wuxia at that point of time. However, right after Lady Dark Goldwater entered Wuqi's spiritual ocean, she excitedly dispersed all the energy in her broken soul, transforming it into the dark soul Cultivation to control Wuxia. As a result, her true spirit had lost all the energy protecting it. Before it could merge with Wuqi's soul, it was turned into nothingness by the divine flame of order, which had its own spirituality. All her knowledge and experience had become Wuqi's hands. However, the dark soul Cultivation had been successfully activated, smoothly controlling Wuqi's soul and nascent divinity. On top of that, after losing the suppression from Lady Dark Goldwater's true spirit, the restrictive spell was like a ticking time bomb, and it began to count down automatically. According to Wuqi's estimation, it would take about 1,000 years for the dark soul Cultivation to explode and completely destroy his soul. What a treacherous old woman. Do you really have to do this? Wuqi's body was trembling with anger. This was a restrictive spell cast by an 18th-tier gold immortal. Even if Wuxia exerted all his strength, would he be able to break free from the dark soul Cultivation in just 1,000 years? He could understand Lady Dark Goldwater's eagerness to seek revenge, and he could understand why she was so cautious and worried about him. But did she really have to use such a vicious restrictive spell? She was worried about the disciple she had just taken in, so she used such a vicious restrictive spell to control her disciple. This Lady Dark Goldwater was indeed a person who would wipe out an entire clan at the slightest provocation. She was really merciless in her attacks. Smiling bitterly, Wuxia rose to his feet and said in a low voice, "I'll take it one step at a time. The dark soul Cultivation is not necessarily impossible to get rid of." His nascent divinity trembled slightly. Wuxia could clearly sense that a thread of pure energy, as soft and gentle as water, had quietly coiled around his nascent divinity and 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls. Every single particle of Wuqi's soul and nascent divinity was infected by this pure energy and had fused with it. It could not be separated or expelled. On top of that, this pure energy was absorbing the innate energy in Wuqi's body and growing stronger. Without the suppression from Lady Dark Goldwater's true spirit, this thread of pure energy was following the original function of the dark soul Cultivation to destroy the soul and nascent divinity, growing on its own like a cancer cell. In about 1,000 years, the dark energy would grow to its limit, and the dark soul Cultivation would explode. At that time, Wuxia, who had fused with it, would have his soul destroyed by the explosion. Lady Dark Goldwater's reckless action had not only delayed her own life, it had also pushed Wuxia to the edge of a cliff. I'll take it one step at a time. Dark soul Cultivation. The most powerful soul-restricting technique found in the dark grand magic of Lady Divine Water of Dark True Water Palace. Dark True Water Palace? The supreme overlord of transformative heavenly realm? Lady Divine Water? What a freak. She's actually an experienced first-tier gold immortal, a rare first-tier gold immortal who had survived dozens of eons in the heavenly cycle world. which was only one step away from stepping into the realm of primordial. Tisk, apart from Lady Dark Goldwater, Darking True Water Palace has 18 gold immortals. The transformative heavenly realm and the tens of thousands of heavenly realms around it are all under the jurisdiction of Darking True Water Palace. And Lady Divine Water is an immortal official who has been appointed as an official. She's in charge of the 100,000 heavenly realms around it. She has a high position and great power, and she is indeed an incredible figure. Dark Water Scripture. Is this the technique cultivated by Lady Divine Water? Not bad at all. Is this the true face of this world? With Pangu World as the core, the heavenly realms revolve around it in the boundless void. Sitting cross-legged on the broken jade platform, Wuxia lowered his head and began to ponder with a frown. In the scroll of stealing, the shadowy figure had also described the true face of this world to Wuxia. Pangu World was a complete world, extremely vast, with only one lonely continent. At all times, it was absorbing the source energy of the universe, expanding its size. Pangu World was boundless, with endless resources and natural energies, and countless strange and peculiar creatures. It was created by the ancient great Saint Pangu at the sacrifice of his own body, a blessed land for all living beings to multiply and grow. When Wuxia came to this world, he instinctively discovered that this world was completely different from the Pangu world in the shadowy figure's memory. Therefore, he was not sure where exactly he had come to. But now, after obtaining Lady Dark Goldwater's memory and comparing it with the knowledge passed down to Wuxia by the shadowy figure in the Scroll of Stealing, Wuxia finally confirmed the world he was in, Pangu World, also known as the Immortal Realm, Heaven Realm, or any other random names. In short, this was the place he was in. Obviously, the shadowy figure was extremely ancient, many times more ancient than Lady Dark Goldwater's master. According to the shadowy figure, there were countless almighty experts living in Pangu World, and at that time, in order to manage the universe, they were preparing for the Celestial Court. But, according to Lady Dark Goldwater's memory, the Celestial Court was an extremely ancient authority. Although it had gone through countless wars, and many celestial emperors had fallen in the wars, the Celestial Court still stood strong, and was still an enormous power that ruled over Pangu World nominally. The so-called universe, these heavenly realms of various sizes, were actually the land masses that fell off from Pangu continent during the wars that occurred during the Eons. They were transformed into stars by almighty experts, and they orbited around Pangu continent. There were also some heavenly realms that were sealed in subspace, forming an independent world. However, the stars in these heavenly realms were also the land masses that fell off from Pangu continent. This is the true face of this world today. Wuxia swallowed a lump in his throat and grinned coldly. Chapter 359. After piecing together Lady Dark Goldwater's memories and comparing them with what the shadowy figure had told him in the Scroll of Stealing, Wuxia's understanding of this world had deepened and deepened, and he had also vaguely grasped some of the secrets hidden in this world. When the tremor in his soul had completely calmed down, Wuxia took out a healing spirit pill and healed his body, which was severely injured by Lady Dark Goldwater. After that, he rose to his feet, walked to the bottom of the green jade dais, and stepped heavily on a pale green jade brick on the ground. The jade platform moved away soundlessly, revealing a hole with a circumference of about 10 feet. Without hesitation, he leaped into the hole, descended several hundred feet deep, and arrived at a quiet chamber that measured less than 100 feet in both width and length. The walls of the chamber were paved with fine jade, and countless patterns of rolling waves were engraved on its surface. Right in the middle of the chamber was a lone, grayish-white hassock, and on top of it was a pile of broken bodies. Carefully, Wuxia walked over, stood in front of the hassock, and bowed 3 times to the pile of dead bodies. Even if you have an evil intention, after all, we were master and disciple for 1 day and 1 night. I'll definitely avenge you, and I won't leave a single person in Green City alive. But there is still an enormous amount of energy essence left in your body. Isn't it a waste to waste it like this? Piled on the hassock was Lady Dark Goldwater's fleshly body. However, the once beautiful lady's head was chopped off, her limbs were broken, and there were 7 transparent holes on her chest, from which a faint dark smoke was rising. Although her face looked as if it was alive, and the color of her skin and flesh looked exactly the same as a real human, this immortal body had lost all its vitality and was emanating an aura of death that chilled one's heart. After bowing 3 more times to Lady Dark Goldwater, Wuxia took out the Phoenix fire pouch and refined Lady Dark Goldwater's body into blood crystals. 18,000 fist-sized, blood-red blood crystals with a faint purple tint on their surface were gathered in these blood crystals. They were all the remaining energy essence left in Lady Dark Goldwater's fleshly body. The power contained in each blood crystal was almost equal to the full cultivation base of a high-level heaven immortal. If Wuxia were to consume one of them, his fleshly body would definitely explode on the spot. Carefully, Wuxia placed the blood crystals into the Black Dragon spirit ring. After that, he gave the hassock another 3 kowtows. Don't blame me, don't blame me. Your soul has already dissipated. There's no point in keeping a broken body. It's just a waste of the remaining essence energy. I have no malice towards you. You were the one who acted recklessly and destroyed the last hope of rebirth. Don't blame me, don't blame me. Standing up, Wuxia grabbed the jade futon. The pale gray cattail hassock felt cold in his hand. Wuxia sent a wisp of his soul consciousness into it, and immediately he received a counterattack from the immense soul consciousness inside the cattail hassock. The divine will that Wuxia sent into the cattail hassock collapsed instantly. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and nearly threw the hassock away. The jade hassock was one of the 9 precious treasures that Lady Dark Goldwater carried with her, the Dark Een hassock. It contained a wisp of Dark Een true water aura, which could restrain inner devils. It was the nemesis of all Een flames, poisonous flames, ghost flames, demon flames, and fiend flames under the heaven. Unless it was the pure, young, heavenly flame, all other flames would be restrained by it. When one was cultivating with the Dark Een hassock as a cushion, he would be able to resist all the attacks from fiends and evil flames. Apart from that, the jade hassock could also be used to attack. Once it struck, it would turn into a pale gray tornado of ice and snow. It was bitingly cold and contained 99 types of extreme Een water to attack the enemy. If an ordinary immortal was caught in the tornado, without a magical treasure that could restrain it, his immortal body would be frozen, and his immortal soul would be sealed in ice. Wuxia did not know the immensity of the heaven and earth, and he was lucky that he was only rebounded by the divine will when he tried to retrieve the Dark Een hassock. It was a magical treasure of a 6th-tier gold immortal, and the item spirit's cultivation base had reached a level that ordinary immortals could not even imagine. Wuxia coughed out a mouthful of blood onto the Dark Een hassock. Large sheets of white snowflakes shot out from the hassock, and a very strong Dark Een water vapor burst out from it. Amidst the water vapor, a translucent item spirit, about 1 foot tall, shaped like a seahorse, but with 6 pairs of transparent wings on its back, slowly rushed out. This beautiful creature had a pair of eyes that shone like 6 sapphires. He gave Wuxia a deep look, then said coolly, "Has Lady Jellyfish's soul completely vanished? I can sense that her aura has completely vanished." A tremendous cold pressure enveloped Wuxia. Wuxia's body turned stiff, not daring to make even the slightest movement. The feeling this item spirit gave Wuxia was at least 10 times stronger than the pressure from the broken soul of Lady Dark Goldwater. Shockingly, this item spirit had the cultivation base of a gold immortal as well. Although a spirit immortal cultivated by an item spirit did not have a fleshly body and was greatly restricted, unable to unleash the overall strength that corresponded to his cultivation base, the spiritual pressure of a spirit immortal was not restricted. The immortal pressure of a gold immortal immediately suppressed Wuxia rendering him unable to move. Clenching his teeth and staring at the item spirit of the dark Xianxia, Wuxia said in a deep voice, "Yes, she wanted to attach her true spirit to my soul, absorbing the energy of my soul to repair herself. However, I once had a fortuitous encounter and subdued a thread of divine flame of order, hiding it in my spiritual ocean. She accidentally bumped into it, and her soul was destroyed." The little seahorse item spirit cried out in shock. "How could I encounter such an unlucky thing? But it is not strange at all. After all, she was poisoned by her best friend, who she regarded as her life and death friend, and even had 99% of the spirit herbs and treasures in her palace taken away. It is only natural that she was unlucky enough to bump into the divine flame of order, an innate divine flame that specializes in hurting souls and divine will." The item spirit breathed out a long sigh, then shook its head and said, "Does that mean I'm free now?" Wuxia laughed dryly, nodded and said, "You are free now. You can go wherever you want. No one will restrain you, no one." Before he could finish, the item spirit of the dark Xianxia had already unleashed a nearly corporeal divine will, circling around Wuxia's body. Frowning, he said, "The aura emanating from you is a little strange." Did I sense it wrong? There's no mistaking it. It is that aura." The item spirit sprung up into the air and circled around Wuxia twice, then cried out loudly, "Hey kid, do you have anything strange with you?" Countless thoughts flashed across Wuxia's mind in an instant. "What strange thing?" he asked with a deep voice. The item spirit shook its head and circled around Wuxia a few times, then suddenly plunged into Wuxia's body. Wuxia felt a bone-piercing cold airflow quickly circulating a few times in his body, flowing through his main meridians, then plunged into his spiritual ocean. All of a sudden, he heard a joyful laughter coming out from his spiritual ocean. "It is indeed the innate water. Kid, you have a precious treasure with you, yet you are asking me." In his spiritual ocean, the item spirit plunged into the vast ocean that stretched for several tens of thousands of miles, swimming quickly and comfortably in it. The item spirit heaved a long sigh and said, "Innate water! With its nourishment, I may have a chance to transform into an innate spirit treasure. At that time, I'll be able to get rid of this damned identity of an item spirit and become a true immortal. I won't have to work like a slave for someone else for the rest of my life." The item spirit flapped the 6 pairs of wings on its back excitedly, while beams of bright gleam shone from its eyes. At the same time, the dark Xianxia in Wuxia's hand spun and flew up, transforming into a clump of strong grayish-white light and fusing into Wuxia's forehead. Soon, the dark Xianxia appeared in Wuxia's spiritual ocean, unleashing a large sheet of grayish-white cold air that enveloped Wuxia's spiritual ocean. The item spirit laughed aloud and said, "Kid, how about we make a deal? Give me 70% of the innate water energy produced in your body in the future, and when your overall strength reaches the level of a gold immortal, I'll let you control me. What do you say? 70% of the innate water energy in exchange for a promise from the dark Xianxia?" Wuxia's mind raced, and he immediately said, "Okay." The dark Xianxia laughed out loud, humming a little tune, swimming a few laps in the vast ocean manifested in Wuxia's spiritual ocean, and then fell asleep happily. Sure enough, 70% of the innate water energy produced in Wuxia's spiritual ocean flowed into his body. Every time the innate water energy fused into the item spirit's body, the light of the dark Xianxia became softer, its color gradually became lighter. "Now that we have reached an agreement, how should I address you in the future?" Wuxia asked in a deep voice. The item spirit opened his eyes and was stunned for a long time. Then he frowned and said, "I had a name when I was still a living thing. After my soul was forcibly taken by Goddess Divine Water and refined into an item spirit, I forgot what I was called. Goddess Jellyfish usually calls me Hasek. You just call me Hasek." Hasek said coolly, "Since I've lost my life, and my soul has been refined into an item spirit. Things like names are not important anymore." The voice of Hasek was very cold, filled with a faint sorrow and longing. Wuxia remained silent for a while, and only then did he send a comforting message back to Hasek with his soul. Ignoring Wuxia, Hasek closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. After a long, long time, as if he was talking in his sleep, he murmured in a low voice, "If I can turn it into a primordial spirit treasure, I will be able to rebuild my nascent embryo and become a complete life again." Wuxia did not say a word for a long while. This Darkine Hasek was easy to get along with, at least much easier than its former owner, Lady Dark Oldwater. Moreover, it was not a greedy and evil item spirit. It was just living in Wuxia's spiritual ocean, absorbing the innate water energy for its evolution. If it were some other evil being, perhaps its first thought would be how to kill Wuxia and take the innate water energy for itself. But after encountering Hasek, Wuxia once again reminded himself that he had to be extra careful in the future. This time, he had met Hasek, so he behaved himself. But what if he met an evil item spirit next time? However, not all item spirits could sense the innate energy in Wuxia's body, right? Wuxia stared at the Hasek, at the seahorse with 6 wings and 6 eyes. According to the Scroll of Stealing, it was a great ocean biwu, ranked as the 4th tier among all the strange creatures in the universe. When cultivated to the limit, it could become a primordial immortal. This strange creature had a very strong ability to sense all water element energies found in the heaven and earth. So, it was not surprising that he could sense the innate water element aura in Wuxia's body. Perhaps there were less than 5 such creatures in the entire universe, and Wuxia was not worried that too many people would know about the secret in his body. But I still have to work harder in my cultivation. When I have the overall strength of a heaven immortal, as long as I exercise the aura concealing technique found in the Scroll of Stealing, even the great ocean-splitting centipede will not be able to sense my aura. While Wuxia was immersed in his thoughts, a shrill and long howl was suddenly heard coming from the outside. Chapter 360. The miserable shriek that came from the outside came from Xianxia. Hastily, Wuxia ran out from the heavenly water-dark palace. When he stood on the edge of the huge jade lotus leaf and looked out, he saw Xianxia, Yin Shijuan, and the others soaked in the vast heavenly true water, their bodies covered in frost. Yin Shijuan and the others had long fainted due to the extreme cold, and only Xianxia still had some strength left. He was floating on the surface of the water, shivering and screaming, "Help! I'm going to die! Help me!" Xianxia's screams were extremely tragic. Every time he screamed, it sounded like hundreds of wild boars were stabbed in the buttocks at the same time. His screams shook the surrounding water, causing large ripples to form on the surface of the water. However, every time he let out a cry, his body would tremble for a while. He had to endure this period of trembling, and only when he had a little bit of strength left could he let out the next cry. Wuxia leaped down and landed on a huge lotus leaf right next to Xianxia. He looked at Xianxia, who was covered in a layer of frost and had his eyes rolled up, and said, "Don't worry, the heavenly true water won't freeze anyone to death. Be it immortal or a gold immortal, they won't die from the cold, but they will feel very uncomfortable. Be it immortal or a gold immortal, they will feel the same. But it is very beneficial to the body." Xianxia stared at Wuxia, his body trembling. His brain was so frozen that it was nearly frozen together. His mind was completely blank, but instinctively he opened his mouth and let out another loud cry. "Help! Help! I'm going to die!" With a wry smile on his face, Wuxia pulled out a handful of aerial roots that were as thin as hair from the thick stalk between the lotus leaves, then plucked the pomegranate-shaped fruits hanging from them. These fruits were called heavenly fruits and could only grow and reproduce in the heavenly true water. They had only one effect, and that was when tempering one's fleshly body or immortal body with the heavenly true water, it would increase the pain suffered by the body by 100 times, thus strengthening the fleshly body and immortal body by 100 times. With a cruel smile on his face, Wuxia pried open Zhao Kuo's mouth, shoved a heavening incense into his mouth, then shattered it into pieces with a flick of his finger. The sticky, light blue liquid slid down Zhao Kuo's throat and into his stomach. Zhao Kuo opened his mouth, intending to let out a miserable howl. But before he could do so, he fainted because of the pain brought by the cold. Without saying a word, Wuxia stuffed a heavenly Yin fruit into the mouths of Yin Qijuan and the other old demon kings. In an instant, Xiong Wanling and the other old demon kings, who were still moving a little, fell unconscious. Wuxia pondered for a brief moment. Then the spirit-breeding ring burst out with a large sheet of white light. In the next moment, 10,000 long-bow men, Goldhorn and Silverhorn, and Chi-Chi were thrown into the heavenly Yin True Water. Dragon Essence. Wuxia turned to Long Yuan, the leader of these long-bow men, and said, "Exercise your ancestral cultivation technique and absorb the water here into your body to temper your fleshly body. It will bring you great benefits. Before you exercise your cultivation technique, each of you pick 10 fruits and eat them." Long Yuan answered with a low, muffled voice. Bringing all the long-bow men, they plunged into the bottom of the pool, sat down cross-legged, and began exercising their cultivation technique. Before they exercised their cultivation technique, they followed Wuqia's instruction, picking 10 heavenly Yin fruits and swallowing them into their stomachs. Very soon, these long-bow men's bodies were covered with a thick layer of ice, and they were knocked out by the cold. However, the fleshly body of these long-bow men was simply too strong. Although they were knocked out by the cold, and their souls were frozen, the enormous energies in their meridians were still circulating. The two great pythons, Goldhorn and Silverhorn, fell into the water as well. Silverhorn happily swam crazily in the heavenly Yin True Water. He was born with the nature of Yin, so even though the heavenly Yin True Water made his whole body feel unbearably painful, he could clearly feel the great benefits that the heavenly Yin True Water brought to his body. Therefore, he happily swam in the water. On the other hand, Goldhorn was very straightforward. Right after he plunged into the water, he immediately turned into a long frozen snake and sank straight into the bottom of the pool. Vaguely, there was a red light bursting out of Goldhorn's body. His innate ability was actively protecting him. Wuxia scolded him and asked Silverhorn to take care of his elder brother, while also making them swallow a few heavenly Yin fruits. Therefore, Goldhorn howled in pain, struggled for a moment, and fainted. On the other hand, Silverhorn, who did not take it seriously at first, also fainted after swallowing a few fruits. The heavenly Yin True Water was a miraculous true water that treated both mortals and gold immortals equally, and could make them faint from the extreme pain. When the pain was magnified 100 times, even a primordial immortal would faint from it, let alone these people around Wuxia. Looking at these poor men who had fainted from the cold, Wuxia burst out laughing. The heavenly Yin True Water was a rare and precious substance under the heaven. It had a cold nature and was extremely condensed. Its unique effect was that, like a blacksmith quenching fire, it could remove the impurities from one's fleshly body and immortal body, strengthening the fleshly body. The fleshly body tempered by the heavenly Yin True Water was at least 3 times stronger than that of a cultivator of the same realm and cultivation base. Naturally, the amount of energy it could contain was also a few times greater. If a cultivator could stay awake and carefully temper his entire body with the heavenly Yin True Water, he could strengthen his fleshly body by at least 100 times. This was an extremely frightening effect, as it basically meant that he would be invincible within the same realm, as well as the possibility of challenging those who were stronger than him. The reason why there was so much heavenly Yin True Water outside Lady Dark Goldwater's temporary imperial abode was because of the huge vase on the roof of the heavenly Water Dark Palace. The vase was also a rare and good treasure. Over the years, it had been absorbing water element energy, producing such a large area of heavenly Yin True Water. He raised his head and gave the huge vase a look, then swallowed 10 heavenly fruits in one go, as well as a total of 30 blood crystals refined with the fleshly body of a heaven immortal. After that, he exercised the dragon transformation script and plunged into the heavenly true water, sinking deep into the bottom of the pool. A clump of dark mist rushed out from his side, transforming into a ferocious flood dragon. It threw its head back and gave a long roar into the sky. Immediately, the bone-piercingly cold, heavenly true water in the surroundings rushed into Wuxi's body like birds flying into the woods. Amidst a series of cracking noises, countless cracks appeared on Wuxi's skin, and the biggest piece of his skin was the size of a sesame seed. Wisps of dark blood rushed out from Wuxi's body, bringing with them a pungent stench as they were quickly purified by the rolling heavenly true water. A huge amount of sticky and cold heavenly true water rushed into Wuxi's body, filling every single cell in his body and soaking him in the extremely cold heavenly true water. Wuxi let out a painful howl and nearly fainted like Zhao Kuo and the others. However, the heaven immortal blood crystals he swallowed exploded inside his body like a bomb, sending an endless stream of heat surging through his entire body. A dazzling golden light burst out from Wuxi's body. Amidst the blinding light, his skin suddenly turned into nothingness, exposing a clump of bloody flesh. The golden light converged on the surface of Wuxi's body, and his skin began to grow back quickly. Amidst a series of cracking noises, all the tendons, bones, blood vessels, muscles, and internal organs in Wuxi's body were being run through by the scorching stream of dragon transformation script, which came with a trace of wild and untamed aura. Abruptly, Wuxi's body expanded to 1 foot tall, and a faint dragon scale-shaped halo emerged from under his skin. The heavenly true water swirled and was injected into Wuxi's body. Dark and foul-smelling blood kept spraying out from his body, while an aura that felt ancient, and like that of a great beast from the primeval times kept spreading out from his body. The strength of his body was increasing rapidly, while his meridians and acupoints were strengthened by several dozens of times. The energies that filled his meridians immediately became as insignificant as a small stream in a dried-up river. Wuxi opened his mouth and swallowed another 30 heaven immortal blood crystals. An even stronger stream of heat flowed quickly through his body, while all 10 innate Jindan were absorbing energy essence at full speed, transforming into enormous innate energies that circulated around his body. While silently exercising the 7 foundation establishment technique to improve the grade of Jindan, replenishing the energies in his body, and improving the strength of his fleshly body, Wuxi divided his mind and multitasked his mind. By carrying out a few steps at the same time, his overall strength was improving at a steady pace. In his Dantian, apart from a nascent soul cultivating with white cloud immortal sex energy unity technique, a new Jindan was gradually taking shape. The new Jindan had a grayish-white hue and was emanating a threatening cold air. Using the mystic technique found in Scroll of Stealing and the divine ability of stealing the sun, Wuxi had once again formed a false core specially used for cultivating the dark water scripture. Theoretically, with the mystic technique found in Scroll of Stealing, as long as Wuxi's nascent divinity was strong enough, he could cultivate with an unlimited number of cultivation techniques. The dark water scripture was a top-grade cultivation technique, and when cultivated to its limit, it could even give birth to an innate ice flame. No matter how hard white cloud immortal sex energy unity technique was, it could not be compared to the dark water scripture. Therefore, naturally, Wuxi would not let go of this cultivation technique. As he had inherited all the experiences from Lady Dark Goldwater, Wuxi kept breaking through his cultivation with an irresistible force. In just a few hours, supported by the enormous energy from the Heaven Immortal's blood crystal, the grayish-white Jindan in Wuxi's Dantian suddenly cracked open, from within which A nascent soul with a pair of blank eyes and shrouded in a strong cold air sprung out. Wuxi's nascent divinity moved, injecting a thread of his divine sense into the false core. An enormous amount of energy kept being injected into the false core, pushing it to the peak stage of nascent soul realm in just a blink of an eye. At the same time, driven by the enormous heaven immortal energy essence, 10 innate Jin Dan S in Wuxi's stealing heaven meridians in both of his arms burst out with a dazzling golden light at the same time. The 7 foundation establishment technique had finally reached the bottleneck of Jin Dan realm, and all 10 Jin Dan S had been pushed to the peak stage of Jin Dan realm. Just when Wuxi was about to strike the iron while it was hot, and complete this stage of the 7 foundation establishment technique, pushing his cultivation base to another realm, the cold air outside his body was no longer there, and not a single drop of heavenly Yin true water was sucked into his body. Surprised, Wuxi retracted his cultivation and opened his eyes. He saw that the heavenly Yin true water within 1,000-mile circumference was completely gone, and all the heavenly Yin fruits had withered and fallen to the ground. The 10,000 men of Longbow Kingdom, each standing several thousand feet tall, were staring blankly at Wuxi, as all the heavenly Yin true water had been absorbed by these big, silly fellows. Wuxi's face turned stiff. He ran his divine will through the bodies of these Longbow men, and his expression became much better immediately. Although he had used up all the heavenly Yin true water he had accumulated over the years, on average, the strength of these Longbow men's fleshly bodies had been improved by 15 times. What else could Wuxi not be satisfied with? Shaking his head, Wuxi threw a part of the heaven immortal blood crystals to Long Yuan, asking him to distribute them among his own people. After that, he put all the Longbow men back into the spirit breeding ring. At the same time, Zhao Kuo and the others had woken up because all the heavenly Yin true water had been consumed. Right when Zhao Kuo opened his eyes, he threw his head back and cursed. Just as he was cursing happily, they suddenly felt their legs go soft, and the entire Shui Yuan planet began to tremble. A graceful and calm voice resounded through the heaven and earth, reaching into the ears of Wuxi and the others. I am a Modi. Seniors, please make way for us. We come with no ill intentions. I am Sun Quan. Seniors, please make an exception for us. We've come to Shui Yuan planet to look for our disciple. All of a sudden, a thunderclap rang out, and the entire Shui Yuan planet trembled slightly. Chapter 361. When he was done, Wuxi breathed out a mouthful of energy, which transformed into countless sword beams and swept across the place. The thick layer of Xianbing on the surrounding rock walls shattered as countless water element energy stones of various sizes shot towards Wuxi like a waterfall of light. With a sway of his body, all 18 celestial fiend puppets dashed out while laughing. They transformed into numerous afterimages and leaped in all directions, smashing and hacking at the surrounding rock walls. 2 heaven immortals and 2 peak stage nascent divinity cultivators had joined forces and actually managed to put the 4 heaven immortals from Shui Yuan planet into a very difficult situation, panting heavily. Wuxi was watching the commotion from a distance and could not help but twitch his lips. The name of this vase was Dark Yin Energy Vase, an innate spirit treasure of excellent grade. However, because it did not have an item spirit, its grade had dropped. This treasure was an expert in absorbing water element energy and could transform it into 99 types of acquired true water, and the heavenly Yin true water was one of them. Other types of acquired true water, such as those used in alchemy, fire extinguishing, flower watering, grass planting, fish rearing, and feeding livestock and demon beasts, could all be transformed by the Dark Yin Energy Vase. The only difference was that the hand incantation was different. The remaining 4 heaven immortals who were fighting with them were trapped by the silver mist, and the natural energy in the surroundings suddenly froze. The incantation of immortal magic they were preparing was interrupted, and the backlash of their immortal energy made them feel so uncomfortable that they nearly coughed blood. Bringing the 18 celestial fiend puppets with him, Wuxia flew all the way back, collecting energy stones along the way. There were too many energy stones, and the efficiency was too low. Wuxia had no choice but to release Long Yuan and the other longbowmen. With the help of these longbowmen, their brute force was endless. Their hard fists were like heavy axes and sharp blades, strong enough to break mountains and crack rocks. 10,000 longbowmen were running in all directions, fighting and causing the ground to shake. Large chunks of energy stones kept falling off and were sucked into Wuxia's Black Dragon Spirit Ring. With this, the efficiency was increased by more than 1,000 times. Bringing 18 celestial fiend puppets and 10,000 longbowmen, Wuxia plundered everything along the way. In less than 15 minutes, they returned to the valley beneath the main peak of Mount Tianlin from the underground space where the heavenly water dark palace was located. It had been more than 3 years since he last met these people. MOD and Sun Quan gave Wuxia a great surprise this time. MOD and Sun Quan were shrouded in a faint immortal aura, and the tricolored flowers had gathered above their heads. As they moved, the golden clouds of immortal energy could be vaguely seen. In the past 3 years, they had all transcended the lightning tribulations and broken through to the heavenly immortal realm. MOD, Sun Quan, Su Qin, and Han Fei were fighting with 4 heaven immortals. On the northern side of Ji City, a towering murderous aura could be heard. The noises of fighting and miserable howls shook the entire Ji City. He did not have the time to calculate how many ice element energy stones he had plundered this time. Wuxia put away the formation discs and all the longbowmen into the spirit breeding ring. Then 2 great pythons coiled around his body. Shrouded in dark smoke and evil aura, he transformed into a beam of dark light and sped towards the direction where the thunderclaps and furious roars were coming from. However, controlling this heavenly water dark palace required an incredible amount of divine sense. Without the cultivation base of Gold Immortal, it was impossible to control it freely. So, Wuxia just put it away and did not have the sweet dream of being able to control it easily. 3 miserable howls rang out. The bodies of 3 heaven immortals were nearly pierced through by MOD's sword. Coughing out a mouthful of golden blood, they spun and fled without saying a word. The poor cultivators of Shui Yuan planet did not have a strong cultivation base to begin with. When they were hit by the weapons specially made by MO's sect, before they could produce their defensive magical treasures, they were turned into nothingness amidst the crimson flame and golden light. Only 7 to 8 nascent soul cultivators managed to fly up into the sky, trying to flee. But before they could fly far, Wuxia had already flown out from the sword of Greedy Wolf. Right after he stepped out from the teleportation formation in Ji City, he heard a deafening battle cry. Right at that moment, MOD dashed out, holding a pitch-black, heavy, thick, and square sword in his hand, which looked more like an iron stick. He slowly pointed it forward and said softly, "Love with impartiality, don't attack. If you don't attack, then attack." Then, he pointed the sword forward and caused the void before the chests of the 3 heaven immortals to suddenly collapse. While Wuxia was flying towards them, a heaven immortal who was fighting fiercely with Sun Quan suddenly flew into a rage out of humiliation. He casually slapped a large, pitch-black gourd carried on his back. A flame flickered in the mouth of the gourd, as a plume of green smoke and yellow flame shot out with a foul stench, transforming into several hundred flaming pythons and thrusting towards Sun Quan and the other 3 heaven immortals. Judging from the energy ripples emanating from them, they had both reached the peak stage of nascent divinity realm and were only 1 step away from heaven immortals. Obviously, after cultivating the mystic technique of energy unity and receiving the guidance of orthodox immortals, these existences, whose intelligence could only be described as monstrous geniuses, had their cultivation base improved at a tremendous pace. The heaven immortal who unleashed the green smoke and yellow flame howled angrily. But, before he could retract the flame, Sun Quan had already fixed his gaze on him with a pair of bright eyes. Sun Quan extended both hands and grabbed at the surrounding void, clasping them together as he sighed softly and said, "There is a righteous energy under the heaven, and it is the righteous energy that slays all evils. Here, heart-calming and fiend-slaying immortal thunder of 4 directions." 14 wolf heads threw their heads back and let out a long howl. A beam of black light shot out and pierced through 8 nascent souls, causing them to howl miserably as they were sucked into the sword of Greedy Wolf. After tidying up the dark, energy vase, Wuxia coughed out a mouthful of blood and sprayed it onto the exquisite Heavenly Water Dark Palace. The enormous Heavenly Water Dark Palace gradually shrunk, eventually turning into a tiny speck of light the size of a sesame seed, fusing into Wuqi's forehead and hovering above the vast ocean that measured several tens of thousands of miles in circumference in his spiritual ocean. This Heavenly Water Dark Palace was constructed by Lady Dark Goldwater's master using an enormous amount of natural treasures. It was filled with endless mysteries and restrictive formations. It was a palace that could be carried around with one's body, ensuring that one could have a comfortable and safe residence no matter where one was. Casually, Su Qin waved his hand at the surrounding void. Immediately, all the stars in the surroundings lit up. Su Qin said softly, "Heavenly Star, gathering spirit, star spirit scattering soul. Don't you know that a good dog does not block the way?" Abruptly, Su Qin raised his right hand up. A tiny prism shaped like a star was spinning rapidly in his palm. Countless silvery starlight shot out from it, transforming into large sheets of silvery light that sprinkled down. He changed into a black Taoist robe, revealed his true face, and exercised the Yin Ghost technique taught to him by Princess Zhonglu, causing a dense ghost aura to linger around his body. With that, Wuqia played the role of an evil fiend cultivator perfectly. He flew up and hovered above the Heavenly Water Dark Palace. Following Lady Dark Goldwater's memory, he subdued the huge vase with a restrictive technique, then shoved it into the Black Dragon's spirit ring. Suddenly, a few pitch-black cannons on the planetary ship that looked like a city of ink suddenly shot out large sheets of crimson and golden light, smashing viciously onto the bodies of those Shui Yuan planet cultivators. Like thunderbolts, the golden light poured down with deafening booms. Relying on the support of a heaven immortal, several hundred Shui Yuan planet cultivators had been watching the battle from a close distance without any scruples. But they did not expect that the heaven immortal would be defeated so quickly and were immediately struck by the golden light. While Han Fei and Sun Quan worked together to severely injure a celestial immortal, Su Qin and Mo Di didn't stop. Dark Radiance Planet had shut down the Grand Universal Teleportation Formation as well. Wuqi's face blushed slightly. Hastily, he changed the topic and released Yin Qijuan and the others from the Spirit Breeding Ring. A pitch-black planetary ship that looked like a city of ink was seen hovering in space. Sun Quan, Mo Di, Han Fei, Su Qin, and all the renowned experts of Great Yin Dynasty were on board. A faint dark gleam was emanating from the ship, as a few pitch-black cannons of war machines were pointed at Shui Yuan Planet. Several dozens of nascent soul cultivators of Great Yin Dynasty were controlling those war machines with incredible destructive power, deterring the surrounding Shui Yuan Planet cultivators who came with ill intentions. Using the Grand Universal Teleportation Formation, Feng Clan and Yu Clan, who had lost their patriarchs, were forced to open the Grand Universal Teleportation Formation. Very soon, they returned to White Cloud Planet. Using the Grand Universal Teleportation Formation constructed by Wuqia on White Cloud Planet, they soon returned to G City. But the energy stones stored here were simply too large. The greatest function of Heavenly Water Dark Palace was its ability to alter the surrounding energy veins in a small area, absorbing all natural energies and transforming them into energy stones of cold element. After several hundreds of thousands of years of accumulation, this underground space, measuring over 1,000 miles in circumference, was actually transformed by heavenly water dark palace. It was not hard to tell how many energy stones were stored here. Very soon, Wuxia arrived several thousand miles away in the sky, 300 miles above the ground. Upon hearing the thunderclap, Wuxia hastily exorcised the spirit-breeding ring and shoved all 10,000 long bone men back into it, who had obtained a great benefit. After that, Xiaoqua and the others were sent back into the ring as well. Only Goldhorn and Silverhorn, the two brothers, were transformed into two large snakes, each about 10 feet long and as thick as a fist, and coiled lazily around his body. Before Sun Quan could do anything, Han Fei, who had an expressionless face, murmured in a low voice like a child learning how to speak. As the saying goes, punishment does not apply to scholar officials. With a gentle shake of the jade scroll in his hand, he waved a golden writing brush in his right hand. The green smoke and yellow flames that were sweeping toward them suddenly paused and then rolled back, burning the 4 heaven immortals and the people behind them into a sorry state. "Let's go. Stop talking nonsense." MOD's face darkened, while Sun Quan said coolly, "Don't blame us." A few days ago, Dark Radiance Planet, which is the closest planet to Shui Yuan Planet, suddenly shut down its only grand universal teleportation formation. Therefore, we had no choice but to come here through the Four Corners Planet, which is the closest planet to this planet. Despite our haste, it took us so many days to get here in the vast starry sky. The group did not dwell on what happened in Shui Yuan Planet any longer. They quickly boarded the planetary ship and left for Dark Radiance Planet. Amidst miserable howls and cries, a few cultivators clad in the robe of Bai Clan from White Frost City were caught by the yellow flame. When a malicious yellow flame touched their bodies, it spread quickly, burning their flesh and skin. In just the time of a single breath, their fleshly bodies were burned into a pile of ashes. Countless energy stones shot out in all directions, then were wrapped up by Wu Qi's powerful divine will and sucked into the Black Dragon spirit ring. MOD burst into laughter and said, "Wu Qi, little fellow, have you rescued them?" Wu Qi retracted the sword of Greedy Wolf and flew before MOD and the others. He gave them a displeased glare and shouted, "Since you possess such a strong cultivation base, and even a few heaven immortals were beaten to a pulp by you, why did you wait until today to come and help us?" Streams of clear air rolled and rolled over from all directions, as a clump of immortal thunder, about the size of a human head and glinting with a green light, took shape in Sun Quan's palm. With a wave of his hand, the immortal thunder transformed into a beam of golden light and shot out, smashing viciously onto the heaven immortal who carried a large gourd on his back. A loud boom rang out, followed by a deafening thunderclap. The black gourd on the heaven immortal's back shattered into pieces, while the heaven immortal himself was badly mutilated. Howling miserably, he transformed into a wisp of green smoke and fled at top speed. Chapter 362. When Princess Zhonglu, Zhang Exin, and Zhang Rui launched their attack, the current sect leader of Yu Academy, Yu Wendy, was having a rest in an abode at the back of the mountain. The heavy rain suddenly hit G City, and in just the time to finish a pot of tea, the water on the ground was 3 feet deep. The rainwater was mixed with a pungent stench of seafood. It was the stench of fish, shrimps, and some other strange and indescribable pungent odors. G City, which was once the capital city of Great Yin Dynasty, had suddenly transformed into an abalone restaurant. So, it was needless to mention the stench. Before both of them could react, 2 white thunderbolts, each about 1 mile in diameter, fell soundlessly from the sky, gently landing on Mount Jade Gate. Yu Wendy was lying on a soft bed made of incense wood, with a pretty little servant girl in his arms. He was gently playing with the long and straight legs of the little servant girl, whose face was blushing. Yu Wendy looked at a handsome and elegant young man, clad in a long robe, sitting opposite him, smiled and said, "Thanks to you, my dear nephew. Otherwise, I don't know how long this injury would drag me down." Princess Zhonglu was standing on the back of a giant sea turtle, whose back was over 100 feet in circumference. Fuming with anger, she brought her men and rushed towards the direction of Mount Jade, which was located at the north of Ji City. Xianxia and Jiang Rui, who had just gotten rid of the obscene poison in their bodies after Catfish Flood Dragon spat a few mouthfuls of cold and pungent saliva, were following right beside her, their faces filled with killing intent. Sitting on the chariot, Yin Dan was frowning as he pondered over the message that Princess Zhonglu had sent him. Ahead of them, Princess Zhonglu, Xianxia, and Jiang Rui had joined hands and launched an attack. Yu Wendy narrowed his eyes, sighed, and said, "Since those immortals came here 3 years ago, undercurrents have been surging. Yiling, what do you think?" This action immediately shocked everyone in Great Yin Dynasty. Right after Princess Zhonglu brought a large army and charged out of Ji City, arriving at Mount Jade Gate, 100 miles to the north of Ji City. Drums and horns were sounding in the Imperial Palace of Great Yin. Escorted by a large group of cultivators, a complete chariot of the Emperor was seen chasing after Princess Zhonglu's army of seafood. Lord Xianxia was following closely behind Princess Zhonglu. Holding a large halberd in his hand, he kept sending out message talismans one after another, urging Waning Dragon King to bring all the mighty experts and great demons from Longyuan River as reinforcements. Lord Xianxia had only gone to the East Sea for a short period of time, so his foundation was not yet stable. He, Lao Tzu, Waning Dragon King, had 3 great demons of nascent divinity realm, Hanzhu, Tan Shui, and Lil Hai, as his subordinates. On the other hand, he, Lord Xianxia, only had a few great demons of nascent divinity realm. All of them were alive and kicking, and all of them were the same as the seafood in the market. Yu Helling chuckled and said disapprovingly, "This is something that should be done. We have kept them in captivity for over 2,000 years, and it is time to release them. With their potential and disposition, as long as 3 to 5 of them can rise to a high position in the future, it will be a great benefit to us." 2 crystal-clear thunderclaps rang out. Without much commotion, the entire Mount Jade Gate was instantly turned into powder and drifted away in the wind. This group of demons and devils were used to fooling around in the East Sea, and no one restrained them with any military law. When several tens of thousands of seafood demons and devils swaggered across the sky above Ji City, some stubborn and mischievous demons and devils could not restrain themselves from exercising their innate abilities to summon wind and rain, rolling up dark clouds that blotted the sky, and bringing up some sparse thunderbolts and lightning bolts that were not powerful enough to rain down the whole day. With a gloomy face, Xianxia and Jiang Rui exercised their energies and exercised the strongest thunder technique of White Cloud Immortal Sect, the White True Water Thunder Spell. Clouds were a form of mist, and as White Cloud Immortal Sect used White Cloud as their name, they were an expert in all kinds of water element cultivation techniques. The White True Water Thunder Spell was a technique that compressed water element energies, causing them to rub against each other at a high speed, turning them into violent thunderbolts to attack the enemy. Along the way, Princess Zhonglu had put all the blame on Yu Academy. Therefore, at this moment, Xianxia and Jiang Rui flew into a rage out of humiliation. Filled with a belly full of killing intent, they clenched their jaws and swore that they would slaughter every single member of Yu Academy, especially the culprit, Yu Qianqian. They would make her taste the cruelest torture in the cultivation world, and only then could they kill her slowly. Yu Helling laughed mockingly, shook his head, and said, "Those elders have lived too long in peace and have turned them into lambs. They no longer have the heroic and awe-inspiring attitude of their ancestors in the ancient times." On the other hand, although the cultivation base of these people from 6 dynasties is slightly lacking, every single one of them is a dragon and phoenix among men, a tiger, a leopard, a jackal, and a wolf. After being trained and tempered by them, those who return to their own clans from here are now being put in an important position. The young man chuckled and said, "That's right, they have gone out. Xianxia asked them for help, and they also want to see what kind of abilities these so-called heroes, ambitious and ruthless overlords have. They also want to see the results of their arduous cultivation over the years. That's why they rushed over. As for the two ladies, they hated Yu Qianqian to the core, who nearly made them lose their virginity. That was the reason why they desperately mustered all their energies, staking all their everything into a single pure water, white thunder spell. It just so happened that Princess Zhonglu was ready as well. Casually, she swung her sword and hacked forcefully towards Mount Yu. Jiang Xian and Jiang Rue snorted coldly as well. Two white thunderbolts, which were only the size of a wicker basket, shot out from their mouths, and in just a blink of an eye, they had transformed into two white thunderbolts, each measuring about 1 mile in diameter, and shot out soundlessly. While both of them were chatting for a while, a strong light suddenly sprinkled down from the sky. Amidst a deafening thunderclap, a long sword, several tens of miles long and as thick as a thumb, hacked down from above, splitting Mount Yu into two halves. Thick smoke towered into the sky, as the defensive formation of Mount Yu was completely broken by the sword. All the students of Yu Academy who were diligently studying on the mountain were either killed or wounded. Yu Helling gave the surroundings a quick glance, then snorted coldly. With a blink of his body, he pulled out a strange-shaped machete and thrust it towards Princess Zhonglu. The young man nodded, smiled, and said, "You're too polite, uncle. The injury is not a big deal, and with all the contributions you've made over the years, all you need to do is to choose a bee soul of excellent quality to fuse with when you return. With that, any injury will be healed." Mount Yu was the base of Yu clan of Great Yin Dynasty. Yu Academy was built on the mountain, and that was why it was named Mount Yu. It stood no more than 1 mile tall and measured several tens of miles in circumference. The front of the main peak was filled with layers of dark green palaces and pavilions. It was the place where the students of Yu Academy studied. Meanwhile, a few exquisite and elegant pavilions could be seen at the back of the mountain, where the teachers of Yu Academy usually stayed. Touching her buttocks, Catfish Flood Dragon clenched her jaws and said, "Bald-tailed dragon. If this name is spread out, it will be a disgrace." Yuhida smiled faintly. He squeezed the girl's breast and said in a low voice, "Hada, Hachien, and the others have gone out?" Catfish Flood Dragon was standing excitedly on the back of a huge seahorse, glancing left and right. She rolled up her sleeves complacently and said with a loud laugh, I brought an army of several tens of thousands of soldiers to beat someone up. Now that's what I call awe-inspiring. As for that little girl named Yu Qianqian, let me eat her up. Even my tail has been broken by those people she brought here. I'll definitely avenge her." An auspicious 5-colored ray spread out from Princess Zhongli's body, gradually enveloping an area of 100 miles in circumference. Dark clouds rolled and rolled, covering the ground with a thickness of 10 miles, stirring up the foul wind and dark clouds that were stirred up by the sea demons. Thunderbolts as thick as a water tank were seen rolling and rocking amidst the dark clouds. The deep, muffled rumbles of thunder shook the ground violently, and tiny cracks began to appear on the surface of Mount Yu. Yu Helling was flying at an incredible speed. Before Princess Zhonglu could see the approaching blade beam, it had already arrived before her face. Although it was possible for these little demons to ride on the cloud, they still maintained their original form of fishes and shrimps, just that their bodies had become much bigger. For a moment, the sky above G-City was shrouded with dense demonic clouds. Water vapor towered into the sky, and the smell of fresh seafood drifted to a distance of several hundred miles. Standing on the ground and looking up into the sky, one's eyes were filled with lobsters, hairtails, and turtles of various sizes. Mixed among them were some great demons who had the heads of seafood and barely had the body of a human. There were also some sea demons who had attained the cultivation base of nascent soul realm and had taken the form of a human. An enormous natural force surged into Princess Zhongli's body. Her eyes shone with a faint 5-colored gleam. Once again, She had entered the state of enlightenment that all cultivators could only dream of. She slowly clasped her palms together, and a thunderbolt burst out from her palms, condensing into a blue sword that measured several tens of miles in length and was only as thick as a thumb. The sword was formed entirely from powerful electric currents, and from time to time, it would produce loud, crackling noises. Mount Yu City was rich in natural energy, and the scenery was beautiful. On top of that, the back of the mountain was quiet and pleasant, and it felt like spring all year round. Because of that, Yu Wendy was severely wounded by Wuxia with a crossbow in the middle of a snowy night. Because of that, he was unable to walk freely, so he left Yu Clan's mansion in Ji City and stayed in an abode located at the back of the mountain. Princess Zhang Lu rushed back to Ji City in a threatening manner, followed by several hundred cultivators from White Cloud Immortal Sect. Together with Lord Xianxia and Catfish Flood Dragon, the hundreds of thousands of prawn and crab soldiers under the lead of them, Lord Xianxia and Catfish Flood Dragon. Among these prawn and crab soldiers, only a few of them had the cultivation base of Jindan realm. Most of them had just stepped onto the Tao of cultivation and had learned how to speak human language. The nature of the water thunder was soft and gentle, and the force of the thunder could penetrate the insides of any object. Therefore, the true water-white thunder spell was best at attacking a mountain gate protected by a defensive formation. When the thunder exploded on the defensive formation, the force of the thunder could penetrate the formation and hurt the person inside. If it was used to hit someone, the person would look perfectly fine on the outside, but the inside would be smashed into a clump of blood. The five-color divine ray behind Princess Zhang Li's back soared to the height of half a sky, blanketing an area of 10 miles in circumference. Immediately, the natural energies within the area of 1,000 miles began to roll and roll rapidly. Large patches of dark clouds began to roll and roll over, with bolts of lightning twisting and darting amidst the dark clouds. Deep, muffled thunderclaps shook Mount Yu and Chi-Chi. With all her concentration, Princess Zhang Lu exercised the cultivation technique inherited from her bloodline. The bun on her head was loosened, and her long hair flew up into the sky one after another. They danced and wheeled in the air, bringing together countless magnificent five-colored halos. Yu Huda left the little maidservant in his hand and fled into the sky in a panic. Among the several tens of thousands of disciples of Yu Academy on Mount Yu, only he and Yu Helling managed to make it out alive. Yu Helling sprung up into the sky, while the soul of a golden rock flew up into the sky and let out a clear cry. Spreading her palms, Princess Zhang Lu floated up into the sky and flew into the dark clouds that were getting denser and denser. Then, she opened her mouth and began to sing an ancient, monotonous melody that repeated back and forth with the same rhythm. However, as Princess Zhang Lu continued to sing, the monotonous melody began to have countless changes. It was as if an inconspicuous, pitch-black seed was buried underground and had begun to sprout, shoot out branches, grow leaves, and blossom flowers, emanating an endless life force. Yu Wendy nodded and said with a smile, "That's true. Speaking of which, they're indeed extraordinary. The disciples of our clan have been fighting and scheming with them for many years in Ji City, and each of them has made a great progress. No matter it is in dealing with people or scheming, they're much stronger than the elders of our clan." Chapter 363. When the machete was still 3 inches away from Princess Zhang Li's neck, a white beam of light, as thick as a fist, came shooting over from an angle, slamming right into Yu Helling's body. The white beam pierced through Yu Helling's body, leaving behind a hole the size of a human head. Yu Helling let out a miserable howl as his body was sent flying up into the sky by the white beam of light. Only after flying several tens of miles up in a sorry state did he manage to stop himself. Not allowing Yu Helling to see who was the one who wounded him, Princess Zhang Lu clenched her teeth and flipped her wrist. With a casual flip of her wrist, the long sword condensed from countless heavenly thunders gracefully swept across Yu Helling's body. As Yu Helling did not have a spirit item for self-defense, the longsword landed squarely on his body and produced a large amount of sparks and blinding light. The sword, which was so powerful that it could split Mount Jade Gate in half, was slicing inch by inch at Yu Helling's body with great difficulty. It took 3 whole breaths of time before it managed to chop off one of Yu Helling's calves. Blood splashed and splattered in all directions, while Yu Helling howled hoarsely and painfully. His right chest was pierced through by the white beam, and his left calves were chopped off by Princess Xianxia. The sudden severe injury nearly knocked him out. He roared hoarsely, "How dare you hurt me? You are simply lawless. Under the heavenly Tao, who dares to hurt me?" The white beam of light rose once again. Expressionlessly, Jingke transformed into a blinding beam and pierced through Yu Helling's head. Pop! Yu Helling's head was crushed, and his blood sprayed and blotted the sky. Yu Helling had not cultivated the Jin Dan, and he did not have a nascent soul or nascent divinity. It was just his initial 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls that were shattered by Jingke. When his mortal soul was shattered, the soul of the rock that had fused with his mortal soul did not have the time to unleash its divine power. Instead, it let out a miserable cry and exploded into countless golden specks of light. Then, another jade-colored beam rushed out from Yu Helling's body. Once again, the voice howled and roared, saying that no matter who killed his son, he would make the person who killed his son die a horrible death. However, this jade light didn't even have a chance to launch an attack this time before it was shattered by a gray spiritual light that Yin Dan shot out. Princess Xianxia clenched her teeth as she stared at Yu Helling's falling body. She snorted coldly and said, "Who are these people? That shameless person is the same as you, talking about the heavenly Tao. Is killing you going against the heavenly Tao? How ridiculous! I don't see the heavenly Tao sending down a lightning tribulation to strike me." Hovering in midair, Yu Wendy stared blankly at the flattened Mount Yu. He yelled at the top of his lungs, clenched his fists tightly, and ran towards Yin Dan's chariot, which was rushing towards him at top speed. "Your Majesty, what crime has Yu Li committed? Why did you exterminate the entire Yu Academy?" The chariot pulled by Yin Dan and the 3 strange blackbirds flew up quickly. Sitting on the chariot, Yin Dan coldly looked at Yu Wendy, who was hovering in midair, and said with an indifferent tone, "I didn't think that Master you would have a pretty good cultivation base. All these years, I've made a wrong judgment." Yu Wendy was taken aback. He lowered his head and looked down at his feet, and saw that he was hovering about 1 mile above the ground. For a long time, Yu Clan of Great, Yin was famous for being an ordinary person who only knew how to read and write. The people of Yu Clan had never revealed their cultivation base in front of others. Even when he was ambushed by Wuxia with a crossbow, Yu Wendy had used an immortal talisman that Xianxia found by chance, which could automatically protect himself. Now, when faced with Yin Dan's question, Yu Wendy was stunned for a moment. Then he said angrily, "Is this the reason why Yu League was exterminated?" Princess Xianxia, whose eyes were flickering with a faint 5-colored gleam, was still immersed in the state of enlightenment. Her voice was cold and emotionless as she slowly descended from the dark cloud. She hovered next to Yin Dan's chariot and said coldly, "Yu Wendy, don't tell me that you don't know what that bitch Yu Xianxian has done." Yu Wendy's voice trailed off. What did Yu Xianxian do? He knew it very well. Furthermore, he did not object to Yu Xianxian's previous methods, which seemed to be too aggressive and violent. In Yu Wendy's opinion, intense conflicts and conflicts were also a method to train his disciples. However, he never expected that Princess Zhongli's reaction was so intense that it was beyond an ordinary person. She actually resorted to the most direct and violent method and destroyed Yu Academy. Yu Wendy stared blankly at Princess Zhongli, sighed and said, "What did Xianxian do? I've been recuperating in seclusion these days, and I didn't pay much attention to what Xianxian did. If she has offended you in any way, please forgive her, Your Highness. But no matter what Xianxian has done, the sins of Yu Academy are not worthy of death." Princess Zhongli said indifferently, She brought a man named Yu Qian with her, and tried to offend me by force, seizing my true yin energy so that he could cultivate his cultivation technique. Yu Wendy, Yu Xianxia is bold enough to offend your superiors, and her actions are akin to treason. She deserves to have her entire clan executed. Take your own life, and I'll kill all your clan members in G-City for you. You don't have to thank me. Yu Wendy was so angry that he nearly coughed out blood. Pointing his trembling finger at Princess Zhonglu, he suddenly cried out hoarsely, You've destroyed the foundation of Yu Academy. I'll fight you to the death. Before his voice could fade away, Qin Weiyang had already shot right next to Yu Wendy. Casually, he thrust his palm onto Yu Wendy's chest and shattered all his ribs. Qin Weiyang was a ruthless man. Grinning coldly, he pulled out a pitch-black iron chain that was covered with countless barbs. Using his fingers, he pierced the chain through Yu Wendy's shoulder blades, thrusting the chain into his shoulders and locking his ability to move. Yu Wendy shrieked in pain. However, before Qin Weiyang, who had an absolute advantage in overall strength, there was no room for him to struggle. Without hesitation, Qin Weiyang grabbed Yu Wendy's neck and dragged him to the front of Yandan's chariot, as if he was grabbing a chicken. Then, he gave a heavy kick to Yu Wendy's knees and shattered them, forcing him to kneel on a clump of thin cloud. Yandan looked down at Yu Wendy from above, then said coolly, Over the years, there have been several upheavals in Great Yin Dynasty, and I suppose they are all related to Master Yu. For several hundred years, Yu clan has been making things difficult for Great Yin Dynasty all the time. I guess it's been hard on you. Yu Wendy's body trembled. He raised his head and cried out in shock. What did you say? I. Yandan waved his hand, sighed softly, and said, Don't explain and don't quibble. What I know is much more than what you think I should know. If not because I have the intention to use Yu Academy to test the disciples of Imperial Clan and use you to temper the ministers of the Imperial Court, how could I allow you to act so presumptuously for so many years? Master Yu, don't you find it strange? Why is Su Qin hiding in your editorial institute? Why is it that after so many years, although the number of disciples of Yu Academy and the Imperial Court is increasing day by day, none of them is able to hold a real position of power? With great difficulty, Yu Wendy raised his head and glared at Yandan. Yandan stared at Yu Wendy coldly and said, There are some things that I can do, and I can tolerate. There are some things that I can't do, and once I do, I will have to pay the price. No matter who you are, no matter where you come from, there are some lines that you can never cross. You tempted the disciples of Great Yin Imperial Clan to plot against and attack each other. That is because they are useless, and I can tolerate that. But you are pushing your luck and even attacked Zixian. So, is your next step going to assassinate me? This is something that I can't tolerate. Raising his right hand, Yandan grinned coldly and said, Execute all the officials from Yu Academy, and execute all their clans with the crime of treason. Summon the disciples of Mo sect and Sun sect to replace the empty spots left by those depressed officials. Looking at the dumbfounded Yu Wendy, Yandan shook his head and said mockingly, Do you really think that after leaving Yu Academy, Great Yin Dynasty can't even carry out the state affairs smoothly? You've underestimated Great Yin, and I, Yandan, am way too much. Jingku, Qin Weiyang, Tianguang, Fan Yuqi, Yu Yi, and a few other captains of Great Yin bowed and received the order and were about to leave with their men. Looking at Yu Wendy's pale face, Yandan suddenly laughed delightfully. Then, he transmitted his voice to Yu Wendy. Do you know why I've tolerated you for so many years? Firstly, I want to use Yu Academy to temper the disciples of Imperial Clan. Secondly, after receiving the guidance from an immortal, my cultivation base has improved by leaps and bounds over the past 3 years. Vaguely, I can feel that the heavenly tribulation is just around the corner. Once I transcend the heavenly tribulation, I will become a heaven immortal. Suddenly, Yu Wendy laughed coldly like a madman. He stared at Yandan and said, So what if you are a heaven immortal? Yandan stared at Yu Wendy, nodded slowly, and said, A heaven immortal is indestructible. Yu Wendy stared at Yin Dan mockingly, keeping his mouth shut and not saying a word. The mocking gaze made Yin Dan fly into a rage. Grinning coldly, he said, Xian, send Master Yu on his way. Yu clan has been tossing and turning for so many years, and they must be tired. It's time for all you clan members to rest. A bright gleam flickered in her eyes. Princess Zhonglu, who was still immersed in the state of enlightenment, nodded her head slowly. Then, she waved her right hand and chopped off Yu Wendy's head. Yu Wendy's head flew up into the sky. But, when his head flew up into the air, he let out a long laugh and said, Kill all the members of Yu clan. Wipe out the 9 generations of my clan. Yin Dan, you will never be able to exterminate my descendants. Ha ha, death is nothing to me. When a man is born, he must die. This is the great Tao of the heaven and earth. Princess Zhang Li's face darkened. A 5-color divine ray burst out from both of her palms, grabbing tightly onto Yu Wendy's head and squeezing it lightly, crushing it into powder. After vanishing Yu Huda's soul with the 5-color divine ray, Princess Zhang Lu frowned and said, Why don't I see you, Xianxia? While Princess Zhang Lu was still talking about Yu Xianxia, a strong beam of light was seen approaching from the south. Amidst the bright beam, Yu Xianxia, whose dress was stained with blood and had a pale face, was seen flying towards them. From afar, she happened to see the scene of Princess Zhang Lu crushing Yu Huda's head into pieces. A heart-wrenching and lung-splitting howl rang out as Yu Xianxia cried out fiercely, Zhang Lu, you bitch! I'll fight you to the death for the rest of my life. Father. Tears of blood rolled down her cheeks as a dark purple talisman flew out from Yu Xianxian's left hand, emanating a mighty, evil aura. When the talisman left her hand, it immediately transformed into a huge dark cloud that measured several miles in circumference. Gradually, a dazzling dark gleam shone out from within the dark cloud, and after that, it shrunk inwardly and expanded rapidly, turning into a black hole that measured about 1 mile in diameter, hovering above Mount Yu. Shrill ghost howls rushed out from the black hole as 4 dark green skinny claws suddenly stretched out from it, grabbing the edge of the black hole. A strong ghost aura that made one feel uneasy burst out from the black hole, as a ferocious and hideous ghost head, measuring over 1,000 feet in diameter, slowly squeezed out from the black hole. Yu Qianqian cried out fiercely, This is the 9th heavenly ghost summoned from the ghost realm. All of you must die today. Amidst Yu Qianqian's shrill cry, a heavenly ghost that stood over 10,000 feet tall, shaped like a monkey, had a long tail, and was entirely dark green in color with black spots on its body. It was a ferocious and hideous heavenly ghost. Its hind legs were muscular, while its upper body had a pair of sharp claws that stretched over 100 feet long. Right after it dashed out from the black hole, it threw its head back and let out a long howl. Amidst the dark cloud, the army of seafood brought by Lord Xianxia exploded into countless clumps of blood and gore amidst the long howl. Chapter 364. What a tough skin, cried Wuxia in astonishment. This heavenly ghost truly deserves its reputation. Princess Zhang Li's pretty face turned cold. Hastily, she told Wuxia everything that had happened in the past few days. Amidst a shrill howl, the sword of Greedy Wolf stabbed right into the heavenly ghost's chest. Crack! A crisp noise rang out as General Greedy Wolf was knocked several hundred feet back. A 1-foot-long, 1-inch-deep wound was torn open on the heavenly ghost's chest, from which a few drops of dark and stinking blood dripped out. The heavenly ghost did not suffer too much damage. According to Lady Dargoldwater's memory, unless one used the divine ability of Buddhist League to subdue ghosts, or the extremely rare Tranquil Cloud from Tao League, it was extremely difficult to kill these troublesome heavenly ghosts. Generally speaking, heavenly ghosts possess the overall strength to challenge those who were 3 levels higher than them. In other words, an ordinary heavenly ghost with a cultivation base of 36 tier heaven immortal could challenge a 33rd tier heaven immortal by relying on its tough skin. What happened? Asked Wuxia in shock as he stared at the strange phenomenon in the sky. Wuxia smiled as he wrapped his arms around Princess Zhongli's slender waist and said, "I'm fine. Not even a single hair of mine is hurt." Wuxia could only laugh dryly. It was not just a single hair of his that was hurt, as he had nearly been killed a few times in Shui Yuan planet, especially when he was tortured by Lady Dark Goldwater, the few kowtows that made Wuxia throw up blood. But how could he tell Princess Zhonglu about this? Yin Qijuan, who had rushed over from behind Wuxia, was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. This was the precious daughter he loved dearly. The heavenly ghost, who had a huge body but was extremely agile, let out a long howl. Suddenly, it turned its head and fixed its gaze at Wuxia. When Wuxia and his company walked out from the teleportation formation, a towering murderous aura filled the air near Mount Yumen. The howls of ghosts shook the city and knocked many common people to the ground. The sinecures of Great Yan's Cloud Swallow Pavilion had been dispatched, activating all the defensive mechanisms around G-City. One after another, the defensive formations that were reinforced by the experts of White Cloud Immortal Sect rose up one after another. The invisible ghost howls smashed onto the defensive formations, sending out a large sheet of pale green light, as if a ball of ghost fire had enveloped the entire G-City. Like living beings, these heavenly ghosts had the ability to mate and reproduce with each other. As a result, the number of heavenly ghosts on the fragment grew larger and larger, and one day, a great war broke out between them and other immortals and demons. As a result of the war, the Ghost Realm officially became an existence recognized by all factions. However, it was also sealed by the joint forces of the almighty experts. Heavenly ghosts below the strength of golden immortals could not freely enter and exit the Ghost Realm. All of a sudden, the sword exploded and countless bolts of lightning exploded on Sky Ghost's body like flood dragons. The bolts of lightning shot in all directions, scaring many great Yin cultivators who were besieging the heavenly ghosts and forcing them to flee in panic. However, a few unlucky cultivators of Jindan realm were struck by the bolts of lightning. Howling miserably, they fell to the ground with black smoke billowing out of their bodies, twitching violently with tiny sparks flying all over their bodies. Heavenly ghosts with the strength of gold immortals and above could barely control their instinct to devour life force, flesh, and blood. Therefore, they did not pose too much of a threat to other living beings. As for those heavenly ghosts with the strength of gold immortals and below, they mostly acted according to their instinct. If they were in the ghost realm, their instinct was to reproduce to their heart's content, and if they were in other galaxies or heavenly realms, their instinct was to hunt down immortals and mortals, devouring their energy essence, flesh, and blood. Ghost realm? Nether ghost realm? Heavenly ghosts? Those heavenly ghosts born in the ghost realm? Princess Zhonglu breathed out a sigh of relief when she heard Wuxia say that he was not injured. Then, she thought of Yin Qijuan and asked, "What about my father? He is not dead, is he?" Wuxia hugged Princess Zhonglu tightly. In front of Yin Dan, Yin Qijuan, and all the cultivators of Great Yin, he gave Princess Zhonglu a deep kiss on her red lips. Princess Zhonglu struggled weakly for a while, then gently smashed her little hand on Wuqia's chest, and simply reached out her arms and wrapped them around Wuqia's neck. Sun Quan frowned and pointed his finger up into the sky. A beam of golden light shot straight up into the sky, then exploded into a dazzling halo that looked like a scroll. Very soon, two green beams came shooting over. Two scholars clad in tall black crowns, white robes, and black boots landed in front of the crowd. They bowed to the sky and said, "Master, Princess Zhonglu has brought her men and razed Mount Yumen to the ground, slaughtering tens of thousands of people from Yu Academy, including the current sect leader of Yu Academy, Yu Wendy. Yu Xianxia has attracted the heavenly ghost from the ghost realm with a secret talisman, and is now engaged in a great war on Mount Yumen. Wuqi's eyebrows shot up when he heard that, and a wave of anger rushed to his head. How could Xianxia send someone to impersonate Lao AI and plot against Princess Zhonglu? After a long and deep kiss, Wuqi grabbed Princess Zhonglu and threw her to back. He laughed and said, Zixian, stay at the back obediently. Let us men handle all the fighting and killing. Ha! Xianxia, you old virgin, Wuqi is here. All of a sudden, the heavenly ghost let out a long howl. A green beam, several hundred feet in diameter, came smashing toward Wuqi along with countless ghostly howls. The surrounding void suddenly turned dark, as if all the light had been sucked into the heavenly ghost's body. All the light within 1,000 miles had disappeared, leaving only a tall heavenly ghost hovering in midair, its body emitting a faint green glow. An enormous and bizarre pressure pressed down on everyone's heart. Apart from Sun Kuang and MOD, who were rushing to the scene from behind, none of them could move. Clenching his teeth, Yin Qijuan squeezed out a smile and said, Zixian, father is safe and sound. It's all thanks to Wuqi's help this time. Otherwise, father would have been killed. Staring coldly at Mount Yu, which had been completely razed to the ground, Yin Qijuan clenched his jaws and said, My good daughter is indeed an obedient girl. She knows how to settle the score with Yu Academy. It is the people from Yu Academy who ordered those people to assassinate father. When fighting with the heavenly ghost, one could not fight it head-on. Instead, they could only attack it and entangle it, using the advantage of numbers to slowly wear it down. Then, Wuqi let out a long cry. With 2 immortal talismans personally crafted by Patriarch Jiang Yun in both hands, he sped towards the heavenly ghost, who was displaying his might amidst the crowd of great Yin cultivators. The heavenly ghost had a mighty strength, and its body was extremely tough. Although it did not use any Dharma spells or divine abilities, just a casual punch from its fleshly body could easily destroy the defensive magical treasures of great Yin cultivators. Although the cultivators of Great Yin Dynasty had resorted to guerrilla tactics, they were still forced to retreat. Princess Zhang Li's attitude towards Wuqi and Yin Qijuan was like the difference between heaven and earth. Whenever she asked Wuqi, she would ask him if he was injured or if he had suffered any internal injuries. As for Yin Qijuan, she would just tell him that he was not dead. It gave people the impression that if Wuqi only had one finger injured, it would be a terrible thing. As for Yin Qijuan, even if he was crippled, she would feel relieved as long as he was not dead. Upon hearing the news, Wuqi was so anxious that he kept stamping his feet and cursing Yu Qianxian's 18 generations of ancestors at the top of his voice. With his eyes bloodshot, he soared into the sky and transformed into a dark beam, flying straight towards Mount Yumen. Wuqi had a very good eyesight. Exercising the mystic eyes of universe, he could clearly see everything that was happening around Mount Yumen from a distance of 100 miles. He saw Princess Zhang Lu holding a sword that measured several tens of miles long, slashing it forcefully onto the head of a heavenly ghost, who stood 10,000 feet tall and had a ferocious and hideous appearance. After obtaining Lady Dark Goldwater's memory, Wuqi was no longer completely ignorant about this universe. The Ghost Realm was originally a part of Panga Continent, but during a battle between countless immortals and fiends during a certain cataclysm, a very large piece of Panga Continent was shattered into pieces. The broken pieces drifted into the vast starry sky and eventually fell into a clump of innate ghost energy left behind by the great Saint Pangu when he created the world. The eyes of Yin Dan and Yin Qijuan nearly popped out from their sockets, especially Yin Qijuan, who was trembling with anger. Do you two still have any respect for me, your father and father-in-law? Don't you think you are too bold to do that in front of so many people? Yu Qianxian was standing right on top of the heavenly ghost's head, glancing coldly at the surroundings. Suddenly, Jingku transformed into a white beam and shot over, slamming onto the heavenly ghost's body with a loud clang. The dark green skin of the heavenly ghost was extremely tough. Although the white beam, transformed from Jing, sent out a large sheet of white light, it only tore a small piece of skin about 10 feet in circumference on the heavenly ghost's lower abdomen, causing a few drops of dark and foul-smelling blood to ooze out. However, it did not really hurt the heavenly ghost body. This innate ghost energy was the first thread of innate ghost energy. Just like all the other innate energies, it possessed an unimaginably magical power. On that fragment of Pangda continent, countless immortals and Buddhas who died tragically had awakened a few eons after their deaths. When they woke up, they had been transformed into ghosts, and their characters were influenced by the innate ghost energy, becoming sinister, treacherous, cruel, and violent. Upon hearing Wuxi's loud laughter, Xianxia's face turned even more unsightly. Subconsciously, she gave her dress that was stained with blood, then suddenly pointed her finger at Wuxi and cried out hysterically, "Heavenly Ghost, kill him, kill him, kill him." The sword exploded, and Princess Zhonglu spun and left without hesitation. A 5-colored cloud was hovering under her feet, and the speed of the cloud was comparable to Wuxi's acquired magnetic sword escape beam. Wuxi gave Princess Zhonglu a look of astonishment, then casually threw out the sword of Greedy Wolf. Together with 14 wolf heads, each the size of a water tank, shrouded in a dark glow, they transformed into a pitch-black stream of light and thrust towards the heavenly ghost. Wuxi cried out and told them the method he came up with on how to deal with the heavenly ghost. Sitting in the chariot off in the distance, Yandan gave out an order. Immediately, countless great yin cultivators changed their formation, following Wuxi's method, and began to attack the heavenly ghost. No longer did they have a head-on clash with the heavenly ghost. All of a sudden, the surrounding heaven and earth shook violently. The void cracked open, and countless ghost flames emerged out of thin air. The heavenly ghost threw its head back and let out a furious howl. Flustered and exasperated, it leaped tens of miles high into the sky with just one leap. Looking down from the sky, it swung its 4 long claws, trying to grab onto Princess Zhonglu. When Princess Zhonglu saw Wuxi, she burst into a joyful laughter. Nimbly dodging the claws of the heavenly ghost, she spun her body and came next to Wuxi, hugging his arm. Hastily, she ran her hands over Wuxi's body, then gave Wuxi a careful look. "It's a good thing that you're not missing an arm or a leg," Princess Zhonglu said happily. "Are you hurt? Do you have any internal injuries?" Slowly, the heavenly ghost opened its mouth, within which was a blinding green light that was spinning slowly. Xianxia had used a secret talisman to attract the heavenly ghost from the ghost realm. On the contrary, Jing Ku, who had transformed into a white beam of light, retracted his cultivation technique abruptly, covered his head with both hands, and retreated hastily. His neck was twisted in an abnormal way. The heavy impact just now had dislocated Jing Ku's neck. Flustered and exasperated, Jing Ku cursed Xianxia in a low voice, then ran back to the group of great yin cultivators behind him in a sorry state. A few tall and burly captains quickly came up to him, grabbing his head and twisting it. Chapter 365. When the ghost flame bumped into the yellow light barrier transformed from the earth element dragon scale shield, it stuck to the barrier like a rotten meat paste. Amidst sizzling noises, the yellow light barrier and the ghost flame clashed and rubbed against each other, sending up a large sheet of stinking green smoke. When the nearby great yin cultivators accidentally smelled the stench, they rolled their eyes and fell to the ground. Their bodies turned black and stinking immediately, turning into rotten corpses. Some of them were even touched by the green smoke. Their defensive magical treasures and magical clothes were all turned into scrap metals, and their bodies were tainted by the smoke, turning into rotten corpses. Suddenly, a figure dashed over from the side. Qin Weiyang grabbed Xianxia's nascent soul with one hand, and without saying a word, He shot out a stream of flame from his palm, burning the nascent soul and making it wail miserably. Yin Dan retracted the disk of heavenly Tao transmigration, gave Xianxia a cold glare, and said with a sneer, "Bring her back. Use the art of soul-searching and find out all her memories." A mouthful of blood with a faint stinking smell sprayed out from his mouth, and Wuxia was so frightened that he took a few miles back. No ordinary cultivator would take on the prime ghost flame of a heavenly ghost head-on, as it was no different from a bored and poor mortal jumping into a cesspool to take a bath. Staring at the approaching green ghost flame, Wuxia twisted his wrist, shooting out a sheet of yellow light with a faint buzzing noise and wrapping him tightly within it. Before she could finish her words, Wuxia opened his mouth and shot out a ball of earthen yellow light. It was the acquired Earth Spirit Pearl that flew whistling through the air. Together with a tremendous magnetic force that blotted the sky and blotted the earth, it ripped Xianxia's nascent divinity into pieces. "What are you talking about?" Wuxia roared angrily. "She is just a woman, and her father has been killed. What is the point of keeping her alive?" Xianxia roared furiously, constantly exerting the power of the golden talisman in her hand. Obviously, the talisman was an immortal talisman produced by an immortal. However, as Yin Dan had not hesitated to consume his prime energy to activate the disk of heavenly Tao transmigration, how could he allow her to escape with the help of a mere immortal talisman? Then, the 6 bright beams converged inwardly and rolled up. A muffled boom rang out as Xianxia's defensive golden barrier was ripped to shreds. An enormous pressure smashed onto Xianxia's body, ripping her petite body into pieces. Her nascent soul soared up into the sky in a panic. The gigantic Sky Ghost body suddenly sank. Hovering in midair, Sky Ghost was pulled down by a tremendous force and smashed heavily to the ground. Sky Ghost's body was heavy to begin with, and with the addition of the magnetic force, which was several tens of times stronger than the normal gravity, Sky Ghost's body sank several thousand feet deep into the ground. Before the Sky Ghost came back to itself, more and more complicated tides of gravity surged from the side, pulling and twisting the Sky Ghost body. On the other hand, the several dozens of dragon-scaled golden beams flew back to Wuxia feebly, swaying and swaying. The once dazzling golden light balls were now covered with a faint layer of green mist. The connection between Wuxia and the dragon scales was weakening rapidly, and soon he could no longer sense the existence of the dragon scales. Pop! Several dozens of cracking noises rang out, and the dragon scales were corroded into ashes. Only several tens of pure, innate Earth element energy essence flew back to the Earth element dragon scale shield. Yin Dan's body shuddered abruptly, while Qin Wuyong's face fell. His fingers loosened abruptly. Without the protection of Sky Ghost, Xianxia was as vulnerable as a little chick under the claws of a fierce tiger in Wuqi's hands. A large sheet of crimson flame rushed out from Mod's body as he flew above Sky Ghost. Clumps of crimson flame transformed into countless fiery dragons and plunged down from the sky, burning the Sky Ghost's body and making it crackling noises. His skin was charred and his flesh was ripped open. The others had joined in as well. With Wuxia using the magnetic force to keep the heavenly ghost at bay, the others used various spells to slowly wear down the heavenly ghost's ferocious aura and break its body. 2 hours later, Patriarch Jiangyun and the other heaven immortals, who were in secluded cultivation in Tsang Ao, Immortal Abode, arrived. Heavenly Flame? Wuxia cried out in shock. Heavenly Flame of pure yang can deal with this guy. Sensing that things were not going well, Wuxia quickly opened his eyes and opened his purple erect eye. A purple thunderbolt about 10 feet in diameter shot out soundlessly and collided with the ghost flame unleashed by the Sky Ghost. A muffled boom rang out as the thunderbolt exploded, creating a large hole several hundred feet in diameter amidst the sticky ghost flame. But The ghost flame that came after quickly filled the hole and continued to smash onto Wuqi's body. The incoming ghost flame sent a cold shiver down Wuqi's spine. The ghost flame, unleashed by the sky ghost, was a wisp of its natal ghost flame, which was condensed from the evilest and filthiest ghost energy under the heaven when it was born. For cultivators from both the immortal and Buddhist sects, this kind of ghost flame was almost a natural enemy and was best at polluting one's fleshly body and nascent divinity. When the ghost flame touched the relics of ordinary Buddhist cultivators, they would immediately fall to the ground and turn into dirt and rocks. With everyone working together, it took them 13 days of hard work before they finally turned the sky ghost into nothingness. Suddenly, Wuqi's body flashed with a bright yellow light as he roared furiously. He had brazenly exercised the acquired magnetic divine ability he obtained from Xianxia. From the surrounding mountains, a large amount of yellow earthen mist spurted out, quickly merging into Wuqi's body. A strong black light swept across the entire area. Within a radius of 30 miles around Wuqi, a tremendous gravitational force suddenly appeared out of nowhere, twisting and twisting like countless invisible serpents, turning the originally chaotic natural energies into a complete mess. Wuqi didn't dare to touch this ghost fire directly. As soon as his spiritual sense came into contact with the ghost fire, he felt a foul aura blowing on his face. It was filth that was millions of times dirtier than an old latrine pit that had been fermenting for 100,000 years. A part of his spiritual sense had already been contaminated and turned into stinking, drifting fragments. As MOD explained, he pulled out his simple and crude black sword and swung it forcefully at the heavenly ghost. Dozens of fire dragons danced and spiraled around the heavenly ghost along with the sword intent, burning it until it howled miserably and no longer had its ferocity from before. It kept spitting out green ghost fire in an attempt to turn itself around. But as soon as it flew out, it would be burned into grayish-white smoke by the dark flame and could no longer hurt anyone. Wuqi snorted coldly. Inside his dantian, his nascent soul quickly mustered its energy. Using the mystic technique of heaven-breaking sword sex unity of sword energy script to condense it into a pure, fierce, and domineering sword energy. Driven by his powerful nascent divinity, 70% of his energy was quickly condensed into energy. Wuqi spread his right hand, and suddenly 5 sword energies, each about 1 mile long, shot out from his 5 fingers. The sword energies flickered, glinting with the colors of 5 elements: red, green, black, white, and yellow. They were glinting brilliantly, making them look like real entities, and were constantly producing sonorous sword cries. Before the crowd could catch their breaths, Patriarch Jiangyun gave MOD and Sun Quan a glance and said suddenly, "I didn't expect that in just 3 years, you've already secretly transcended your heaven immortal tribulation. Fine, summon everyone, let's go to Tsang Ao, Immortal Abode, for a meeting." Only then did Yin Dan come to his senses. Clenching his jaws, he gave the tiny fluorescent specks left behind by Yu Qianxian's broken soul, who had her soul disintegrated, and cried out sternly, "My ministers, let's join hands and kill the heavenly ghost." The heavenly ghost raised its ferocious and ugly head, opened its mouth, and sprayed out another stream of ghost fire. Together with a pungent stench, the ghost fire spiraled out and collided head-on with the energy unleashed by Wuqi. The air vibrated in the void, as loud swooshing noises kept ringing out. Large patches of ghost fire turned into sticky and stinking green liquid that dripped down from the sky, while the sword energies unleashed by Wuqi were being corroded and melted inch by inch. In just 3 seconds, the sword energies unleashed by Wuqi, which were 70% of his energy, were completely corroded. He quickly ran through all the cultivation techniques he had been cultivating, and none of them could deal with the heavenly ghost. Wuqi's face darkened. With a shake of his wrist, he was about to unleash the spirit-restricting rope to bind the heavenly ghost. But the spirit-restricting rope suddenly moved, and a clear message was transmitted into his mind. Even if you kill me, I won't bind the heavenly ghost. It's too dirty, too disgusting, and even my true form will be contaminated. Unless it is an immortal item crafted by a gold immortal. Any immortal item below the realm of gold immortal will be contaminated by the heavenly ghost. The sudden attack caught the heavenly ghost off guard. Even Xianxia, who was standing on top of its head, cried out in alarm as her body was suddenly thrown up into the sky by a tremendous magnetic force that could not be resisted. Before the heavenly ghost and Xianxia could react, Wuxia shook his wrist, shooting out a golden dot of dragon scale. It flashed and disappeared in a flash, and Xianxia let out a miserable howl as the golden dot pierced through her lower abdomen and flew out from her back. Because of Xianxia's words, Mod and Sun Kuang, who were standing stiffly off to the side, struck out at the same time. Xianxia's wicked laughter rang out. Wuxia, I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Zhanglu, big sister Xianxia, will feel sorry for you today. Hee, you've destroyed the foundation of Yu Academy and killed my father. I'm going to make you pay for this. The dragon scale was looted from Waning Dragon King's mansion, and it was shed from a true dragon who had once ascended to the immortal realm. Yet, it could not resist the invasion of the heavenly ghost's filthy energy. Wuxia was struck dumb. It looked like the spirit-restricting rope was right. Any immortal item of heaven immortal grade would be contaminated by the heavenly ghost body, unless it was an immortal item of gold immortal grade. No wonder the heavenly ghost from the ghost realm was an existence that could incur the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of the men. Wuxia's heart sank slightly. He turned to give Yin Dan a look and saw Yin Dan's expression change. Mod gave Wuxia a look, nodded and said, "It is not the pure young heavenly flame, but the ink flame that Mod has comprehended after spending many years harvesting the pure yang flame from the earth's core and crafting magical treasures. It is the purest and purest yang flame, and no gentleman will be hurt by it, while demons, fiends, and ghosts will perish upon touching it." Her lower abdomen was pierced through, and her dantian was severely wounded. That caused Xianxia's cultivation base to slip away at an incredible speed. She cried out in shock, then suddenly shook her right hand and shot out a golden talisman, bringing Xianxia along as they transformed into a golden beam of light, preparing to flee. However, before she could fly more than 1,000 feet into the sky, a huge wheel that was surrounded by two spirit lights of gray and white colors appeared out of nowhere above Xianxia's head. 6 beams of spirit lights shot out from the wheel and tightly confined Xianxia. Helplessly, Wuxia stared at the approaching heavenly ghost and could only retreat under the protection of the earth element dragon scale shield. Circulating the unity of sword chi technique, the sword chi spurting out from his 5 fingers suddenly condensed inwards. The 5 sword chi quickly condensed into one, turning into a thick, pure white sword chi without any impurities. Then, Wuxia swung his arm and slashed forcefully towards the heavenly ghost, who was approaching from tens of miles away. The sword energy that was brewing on his fingertip shot out with a jarring noise, shooting straight towards the heavenly ghost's head like a flood dragon. Xianxia howled miserably. Then her nascent soul suddenly widened its eyes and cried out fiercely, "Ji Dan, how dare you kill me? Do you still remember how you escaped from death in those years? Hee, don't tell me that the reason why you clan is fighting against Great Yin is to seize the foundation of your dynasty? How dare you kill me? How dare you kill me?" Wuxia was taken aback. Then, he shook his wrist shield again, shooting out several dozens of golden dragon scales, their edges covered with a layer of cold white gleam, towards the heavenly ghost's huge body. Clang! Clang! Several dozens of tiny, transparent holes were opened up on the heavenly ghost body. However, the heavenly ghost only threw its head back and let out a strange howl, and the holes were quickly healed by a thick layer of smoke. Chapter 366. Wuxia did not attend the meeting in Xianxia, Immortal Abode. Those who went to Xianxia, Immortal Abode, to have a meeting with Patriarch Jiangyin and Xianxia were the emperors of 6 dynasties and their important ministers. They discussed for 3 days and 3 nights, and when Yin Dan and his company returned to Ji City, Wuxia gave them a glance from afar in Duke Yin Li's mansion. Yin Dan's expression was solemn, yet there was a hint of happiness in it. Obviously, the result of the discussion was not bad. On the same night, Ma Yi personally came to Duke Yin Li's mansion and summoned Wuxia into the palace to meet Yin Dan. Led by Ma Yi, Wuxia passed through layers of palaces and finally came to the thatched cottage where he and Lu Qingfeng first came to Ji City, where Yu Xian tested Lu Qingfeng's bloodline and decided to let Lu Qingfeng inherit the title of Duke Yin Lu. When he took off his shoes and entered the cottage, Wuxia saw Yin Dan sitting cross-legged on a straw hassock, and Princess Zhang Lu was sitting right next to him with her head hung low. Princess Zhang Li's eyes were a little red. Obviously, she had just been crying. Wuxia gave Princess Zhang Lu a look, then bowed to Yin Dan according to the etiquette of an emperor and a minister. After that, he sat down on a hassock right next to Yin Dan, facing Princess Zhang Lu. Hearing Wuxia's movement, Princess Zhang Lu raised her head up and twitched her lips at Wuxia, indicating that she had smiled. Wuxia looked at Princess Zhang Lu worriedly. He felt that in just 2 to 3 days, she seemed to have grown up a lot. Princess Zhang Lu, who used to be naive and a little stubborn, seemed to have grown up overnight when he saw her today, becoming mature and sensible. She still had the childishness of a young girl, but her eyes were no longer flowing with indefinite light. Instead, they had become much more resolute and strong. After taking a look at Princess Zhang Lu, Wuxia nodded slightly at Yin Dan and said, "Your Majesty, what's the matter for summoning me so late at night?" Yin Dan nodded and waved his hand. He silently walked out and stood guard in front of the grass hut. Wuxia gave the surroundings a glance with his divine will. 2,000 feet away, the sinecures and palace guards of Great Yin Dynasty had formed an impenetrable defense. Powerful defensive formations had sealed off the sky and ground, making it so that not even a fly could sneak in. Giving Wuxia a look, Yin Dan said in a deep voice, "Mo Di and Sun Kuang, 2 old misters, have successfully transcended their thunder tribulations and become heaven immortals a few months ago." Wuxia nodded and said, "Yes. If not for the help of these 2 old misters, I'm afraid father-in-law would not have been able to return from Shui Yuan planet this time." Yin Dan narrowed his eyes, lightly tapping his finger on the floor next to him. He said coolly, "Each of the 6 dynasties has 2 to 3 imperial advisors and sinecures. After cultivating the Energy Unity Technique and Tranquil Heart Sutra, and receiving the advice and guidance from the immortals from the 2 great immortal sects, they have successfully broken through the barrier in their cultivation base and transcended their thunder tribulations." After pondering for a while, Yin Dan told Wuxia the result of the meeting in Xianxia, Immortal Abode. All 6 dynasties had people who had become heaven immortals, and in total, there were tens of them. The overall strength of the 6 dynasties was no weaker than White Cloud Immortal Sect and Tranquil Vimla Sect. Patriarch Jiangyin and Patriarch Xianxia were the kind of men of virtue who only focused on cultivating in peace and were not fond of fighting. After 3 days and 3 nights of negotiation, the emperors of the 6 dynasties were still the outer sect disciples of the 2 great immortal sects, maintaining a relationship with the 2 patriarchs. However, the 2 great immortal sects would no longer restrict the people of the 6 dynasties and would allow them to do whatever they wanted. To some extent, the 6 dynasties and the 2 great immortal sects had formed an alliance. The 2 great immortal sects would not attack the people of the 6 dynasties, and the people of the 6 dynasties would not take the initiative to plot against the 2 great immortal sections. If any one of them was in danger, both sides would do their best to help. This alliance was only aimed at the 6 dynasties as a whole, and if there was an internal strife among the 6 dynasties, the two great immortal sects would not interfere. In just 3 years, the overall strength of the 6 dynasties had suddenly risen to a level where they could be mentioned in the same breath as the two great immortal sections. Therefore, the distribution of resources on Myriad Immortals' planet had to be reconsidered. The two great immortal sects would have 40% of the resources of Myriad Immortals' planet, while the 6 dynasties would each have 10%. Yin Dan said coolly. Initially, with Ing Zheng's temper, he would collude with the 6 dynasties and completely wipe out the two great immortal sections. But, putting aside how many of us would die in the process, according to Patriarch Xianxia, they are not itinerant cultivators without any background, but immortals who also have the backing of some great sect. The two great immortal sects are just the outer branches of their respective sects stationed in Liyuan Galaxy. Wuxi's heart skipped a beat. He nodded and said, "So, that's why they formed such an alliance?" Yin Dan wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead and said with a cold grin, "I can tell that Zhang Yun, Qing Xen, Qing Shun, and Qing Yi are not greedy people. They have been focusing on cultivating in seclusion, and they do not have any evil intentions. Otherwise, judging from the fact that they still have the backing of the sects behind them, they still have the ability to kill us even if they did not kill us 3 years ago." Yin Dan sneered mockingly and said, "That Ing Zheng has forgotten the pain after the scar is healed. Humph. If he wants to scheme against these immortals, he will have to see if we can swallow them. What's even more ridiculous is that, just like us, their lives are still in the hands of others, and yet they are already restless." Wuxia raised his head abruptly, a bright gleam flashing in his eyes. What did Yin Dan mean when he said their lives were still in the hands of others? Shaking his head, Yin Dan sighed and said, "Now that we have formed this alliance with the two great immortal sects, we will be safe and sound in the future. Besides, with the help of the two great immortal sects, especially the power of the sects behind them, we might be able to achieve something else." Pointing at Princess Zhonglu, Yin Dan said in a deep voice, "Just now, I told Zixian about her mother. After Zixian was born, I used an energy-seizing pill to seize all the blood essence of her mother. That is why Zixian lost her mother when she was born. She knows about this." Wuqi's throat was stuck, and he asked in a deep voice, "Did His Majesty personally give the order?" Yin Dan nodded his head. He sneered and slapped on the top of his head. A faint ghost howl rang out, and a plume of dark smoke rushed out from the top of Yin Dan's head. Amidst the dark smoke was a nascent divinity that stood 3 feet and 6 inches tall, and it was obvious that it had attained some level of maturity. Judging from the appearance of the nascent divinity, it was the nascent divinity cultivated by Yin Dan. However, the nascent divinity of any cultivator was never as mysterious as Yin Dan's. The body of the 3 feet and 6 inches tall nascent divinity was densely covered with countless pitch-black fine threads. Each of these fine threads protruded out from the inside of the nascent divinity. It was obvious that these fine threads had deeply fused with Yin Dan's nascent divinity. Wherever these fine threads intersected with each other, there were tiny black specks the size of sesame seeds. Amidst these flickering black specks, there were also countless tiny bone spikes the size of cow's hair that pierced deep into Yin Dan's nascent divinity. Wuqi sucked in a cold breath. It seemed this restrictive spell was mentioned in the Scroll of Stealing, but it was not mentioned in detail. However, the Scroll of Stealing did not mention anything about it. Obviously, the shadowy figure who inherited the Scroll of Stealing did not learn the technique related to the restriction of souls in those years. Grinning coldly, Yin Dan said, 3 days ago, the words spoken by Yu Qianqian had let me know her background. Yin Dan stared blankly at Wu Qi for a while. Then he smiled and said, "Do you know that I, Jingku, Gout, Jinli, even Mo Di, Sun Kuang, and many others have all died once? Before we died, we actually did not know anything about the Tao of cultivation. We were just ordinary mortals, fighting and killing on an ordinary continent." Pointing his right hand at the outside of the cottage, Yin Dan smiled and said, "Ing Zheng, Chu Ping, Wei Wuji, Tianwen, Zhao Sheng, and many others, all of them are the same. In those years, the 6 dynasties were fighting and killing each other, and the grudges between us were intertwined. As a result, when we met here, we immediately fought each other to the death. Laughing loudly, Yin Dan told Wuqi about what happened to them. His laughter was very hearty, but in the middle of the night, it was filled with an eerie and ghostly air. Just as Wuqi had expected, the heroes of 6 dynasties were noticed by some almighty expert before they died. Then, after they died, the almighty expert collected their souls and let them witness the various scenes after they died. After that, the almighty expert promised them that he would teach them the Tao of cultivation that would allow them to live forever, allowing them to become immortals. How many people under the heaven could bear such a great temptation? Therefore, the unknown almighty expert collected the souls of the heroes of the 6 dynasties at the end of the Warring States period and brought them to Myriad Immortals planet. Using his mighty magical power, he rebuilt their fleshly bodies and injected their souls into their new bodies, then asked them to cultivate according to the cultivation technique he obtained. Very soon, Yin Dan discovered that their souls were left with an extremely powerful restrictive spell. What was even more frightening was that this soul restrictive spell would be passed down to their next generation. Yin Qijuan, Yin Yushuan, and even Lu Qingfeng had the same restrictive spell in their souls as Yin Dan's nascent divinity. Wu Qi's body tensed up as he asked in a deep voice, "Brother Qingfeng, is it the same for him?" Yin Dan said coolly, "The imperial clan of Great Yin has a huge population. I've tried all kinds of methods, and all the generations of my descendants are trying their best to reproduce, but there is no exception. Apart from Xian, no one succeeded. Only when Xian possessed all the blood essence and bloodline of her mother did the restrictive spell break. Therefore, Xian is the only member of Great Yan's imperial clan who is not controlled by this restrictive spell." Sighing lightly, Yin Dan continued in a soft voice, "Not only Great Yin, but all the members of the imperial clan of the other 6 dynasties, including all the ministers, generals, and their descendants who came to Myriad Immortals planet together with them. No matter how many techniques they used, no matter how many generations of descendants they had, as far as I know, apart from Xian, none of the members of the imperial clan of the other 6 dynasties were spared." Wu Qi swallowed a lump in his throat and said with a wry smile, "What is that man trying to do?" Yin Dan said coolly, "That man only left us a sentence in those years. We can do whatever we want, but in the future, when he needs anything from us, we must do our best to help him once." With a self-deprecating smile, Yin Dan said in a deep voice, "Perhaps it has been over 2,000 years, and our overall strength is not enough to catch his attention. That's why he has never contacted us." Wu Qi grinned coldly and said in a cold voice, "Are you sure? What does you clan do?" Yin Dan's face fell instantly. Chapter 367. You clan. Yin Dan grinned coldly and nodded his head thoughtfully. You clan. Yin Dan pondered for a long while, then nodded his head and said, "Since the founding of Great Yin, there have always been people stirring up rebellions in the imperial court, creating all kinds of conflicts and disputes. I've killed quite a few powerful clans before. But this time, with the incident of you clan, I'm sure that someone has been stirring up trouble behind the scenes." After pondering for a while, Wu Qi asked coolly, "Are they related to that almighty expert?" Yin Dan frowned, clapped his hands, and said, "Excellent. Yes, they are related to that man." Wu Qi stared into Yin Dan's eyes and said in a deep voice, "With the overall strength of that almighty expert, if he wants to wipe out Great Yin." Without hesitation, Yin Dan said, "That man's divine abilities and magical power are simply immeasurable. If he wants to wipe out all 6 dynasties, he can do it with just a flip of his palm. In order to frighten us, before he brought our souls to Myriad Immortals planet, he once showed us a technique. With just an ordinary palm thunder, he has turned several dozens of planets of the same size as Myriad Immortals planet into nothingness. Wuxia smiled and said, so, although your clan is related to that man, they are not here to really wipe out Great Yin. Perhaps Great Yin was just a whetstone, allowing their people to come to Great Yin to train themselves. Therefore, even though we've slaughtered all the members of your clan, and even killed Yu Helling and Yu Hetien who suddenly appeared, we don't have to worry too much. Yin Dan closed his eyes and pondered for a long while, then nodded his head slowly and said, when I first met that man, I felt that his speech and behavior were rather old-fashioned, but there was also something strange about him. It seemed that he did not know much about the ways of the world. Old-fashioned, yes, old-fashioned, extremely old-fashioned, and he did not know how to be flexible, only knowing how to use force to suppress others. Wuxia said in a low voice, you lack strategy and experience. Yin Dan laughed. Yes, he lacked strategy and experience. Based on Dan's experience, he should have been born into a noble family and received an excellent education. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such earth-shattering power. However, the environment he was in was rigid and old-fashioned, 10,000 times more old-fashioned than old teacher's son. Compared to the people of the 6 countries, he lacks a kind of human vitality. Yes, he lacks vitality. He's practically a puppet refined by the Mo sect. Wuxia nodded and said, therefore, the people of Yu clan came to Great Yin. Most likely, there were more people who came from the same background as Yu clan who had come to Great Yin. In fact, there were many such people in other countries as well. Regardless of whether they won or lost, they learned a lot from scheming and scheming in the imperial court of the 6 states. Yin Dan slapped the floor excitedly. He retracted his nascent divinity, which was shrouded in dark smoke and was tightly imprisoned, and asked in a deep voice, the question is, what is his intention? Then, Yin Dan and Wuxia said at the same time, talents. He needs a great number of people who are sophisticated and proficient in strategy. Wuxia added, if the place he was born in is really that rigid and dull, then apart from possessing a cultivation base that can shake the heaven and earth, it is highly possible that apart from that, he will not be able to do anything else. Not only does he need people who are proficient in strategy, but he also needs a manager who knows how to run a business, a general who can lead an army to war, an assassin who is good at scheming and plotting, and Yin Dan nodded and said, all kinds of talents. Yin Dan gave Wuxia a praising look, then patted Wuxia's shoulder and said with a smile, you've enlightened me. For over 2,000 years, I've been pondering what he wants. But now that I think about it, what he needs are exactly the people we've selected. Even if they are not right, they are not far from it. Both men exchanged a glance, then nodded their heads at the same time. Taking a deep breath, Wuxia said in a deep voice, His Majesty summoned Wuxia to the palace in the middle of the night. What is it that he wants Wuxia to do? Yin Dan gave Wuxia a look, then pointed at Princess Zhonglu and said, Xianxia is the only member of Great Yin Imperial Clan who is not imprisoned by that restrictive spell. If something changes in the future, the lives of all the members of Great Yin Imperial Clan will be in the hands of someone else. Take good care of Xianxia, protect her, take care of her, and pass on the bloodline of Great Yin Imperial Clan to the next generation. In the future, when you and Xianxia have children, pass half of the boys to Great Yin. Yin Dan sighed lightly and said, My surname is Ji, but I feel that I've let my ancestors down. Therefore, I've been using the name of the dynasty as my surname. Xianxia's real name should be Ji Xian. In the future, half of the boys of your children should have the surname Ji. Wuxia gave Princess Zhonglu a look, then nodded lightly and said, Of course, if all of you are dead, half of my and Xianxia's sons will be passed on to Great Yin, and they will inherit the surname of Great Yin. If Great Yin is destroyed, they will rebuild Great Yin in the future. After listening to Wuxia's words, Yin Dan breathed out a long sigh of relief and said in a deep voice, That's good. As long as the bloodline of Great Yin doesn't go extinct, that's good enough. Yin Dan sighed lightly, turned to look at Princess Zhonglu, and said softly, Xianxia, the reason why I told you so many things just now is to let you understand that the death of your mother, is for the sake of Great Yin, and we have no other choice. If not because of the blood essence and bloodline of your birth mother, which had dissolved the restrictive spell on your soul, you would be in the same situation as me and your father, with your life and death being controlled by someone. Princess Zhongli gave Wuqi a look, and Wuqi nodded his head lightly. Only then did Princess Zhongli bow 3 times to Yin Dan, but she did not say a word. Yin Dan smiled bitterly and helplessly. He took a deep breath, threw his head back, breathed out a long sigh, and said, "Well, this is the end of the matter. Wuqi, you already know our background, the cause and effect of the 6 dynasties. We have also roughly understood the background of your clan and what the person behind them wants to do. But all these are just to let you know that we are being controlled by someone, and to remind you to be careful. The reason I called you here today is to ask you to protect Xianxia, and the other is." Yin Dan turned to look at Wuqi. Vaguely, there was a look of anticipation in his eyes. Wuqi was not stupid. After fusing with the soul of Lu Xiaobai, his intelligence had reached the level of a monstrous genius. Later on, he ate the heavenly wit fruit, which made his intelligence even more monstrous. Just by exchanging a glance with Yin Dan, Wuqi immediately understood what Yin Dan was trying to say. He nodded, raised a finger, and said, "If your majesty can guarantee the safety of Wuqi's people and belongings in Great Yin, then I, Wuqi, will grant your majesty's request." Yin Dan looked at Wuqi with surprise, smiled, and said, "You know what I want to say?" Wuqi nodded and said, "Roughly. The present 6 dynasties are no longer what they used to be. With the existence of heaven immortals, the 6 dynasties will no longer be restricted by the 2 immortal sections. Since the 6 dynasties have begun to infiltrate the outside world, we can foresee that in the future they will try their best to develop their own forces and territories. Even heaven immortals are rare in Liyuan Galaxy. Once the 6 dynasties launch an all-out attack, the entire Liyuan Galaxy, or even the entire minor heavenly circle realm, will fall into the hands of the 6 dynasties in less than a few hundred years." Upon hearing Wuqi's words, Yin Dan nodded his head and said, "You are right. You are right. The future is just like what you said." Wuqi sighed lightly and said, "The power of the 6 dynasties is growing stronger and stronger. That unknown big shot would definitely pay more attention to the 6 nations. Just like a pig in a barn, the owner will not pay attention to a skinny and small piglet. When the piglet grows into a fat pig that weighs several hundred kilograms, the owner will consider if it is time to kill it and eat it." Yin Dan narrowed his eyes and nodded. He waved his hand and said, "Go on." Wuqi remained silent for a while. After organizing his words, he continued, "According to His Majesty, the emperors, generals, and ministers of the 6 dynasties, as well as all the members of the imperial clan, are controlled by that expert. On top of that, there are people like you clan among the 6 dynasties. Therefore, every move of the 6 dynasties cannot be hidden from that expert. How can it be hidden from him?" Yin Dan breathed out a long sigh. As for His Majesty, General Jing Ku, Senior Modi, old Mr. Sun Quang, Wuqi said coolly, "How can His Majesty, General Jing Ku, Senior Modi, old Mr. Sun Quang? Taking Zheng, Chu Ping, Xianxia, and many others for example. Which one of them was not a famous hero under the heaven? How can they allow themselves to be played by someone like a little bug?" Wuqi took a deep breath and said hastily, "I'm afraid His Majesty wants Wuqi to find a way to remove the restrictive spell on his nascent divinity, right?" Yin Dan gazed deeply into Wuqi's eyes, nodded his head slowly, and said, "Yes, I want you to find a way to remove the restrictive spell on your nascent divinity. I don't care what happens to the other 5 dynasties. But in Great Yin Dynasty, you are the best candidate. Your temperament, character, and overall strength are excellent. Not only that, you are in love with the only princess of Great Yin Dynasty who is not affected by the restrictive spell, and your elder brother, Chengfen, is also a member of Great Yin Dynasty's imperial clan. Don't worry, Dan." With a bitter smile on his face, Wuqi said, "On top of that, I have to do my best. Not only for my elder brother, but also for Xian, for my father-in-law, for the crown prince of Great Yin, and for you." Suddenly, Yin Dan burst into a loud laughter. He nodded his head and said, "You're right, you're right. You're the best candidate because you're the son-in-law of Great Yin. Therefore, I'm not afraid that you'll use the method to remove the restrictive spell on your nascent divinity to threaten Great Yin. I'm sure Zheng and others will send someone to do the same thing. But who can they send? Who can they send?" With a bitter smile on his face, Wuqi pondered for a while and realized that Zheng and others did not have any suitable candidates to send. Should they send someone from their own imperial clan? Since the restrictive spell was placed there, it was highly possible that the person they sent would alert that almighty expert. Should they send someone unrelated to them? Could they trust those people? Would they dare to use them? Laughing, Wuqi rose to his feet and bowed a few times respectfully to Yindan. With a deep voice, he said, "I, Wuqi, have promised to carry out this task. But I hope your majesty can take good care of my elder brother Qingfen and those people around Wuqi." Waving his hand, Yindan said in an imposing manner, "Don't worry, I'll guarantee them a high official position, a generous salary, and a great wealth. It's just a matter of a word." Before Wuqi could say anything, Yindan had already pulled out a token of 9 swallows and thrown it over to Wuqi. "What other request do you have? What do you need? Great Yin Dynasty will help you with all the resources it has. Cut the crap. You should think of a suitable way to discuss this with the Patriarch of White Cloud Immortal Sect. Find a suitable excuse, and then..." Yindan raised his head and looked at the roof of the cottage, then said in a low voice, "The universe is vast, and that man might not necessarily be the strongest expert under the heaven. In this world, there will always be someone who can remove the restrictive spell on his nascent divinity. As long as Great Yin can break free from the restrictive spell, Wuqi, you'll be the greatest meritorious minister of Great Yin." Wuqi took over the token of 9 swallows, pulled Princess Zhonglu up, and walked out of the cottage without saying a word. After taking a few steps, he suddenly heard Yindan laugh and say, "Pass down my decree. I don't want to continue feigning civility with Lao AI and those people. Purge the palace, purge it completely. Investigate all the imperial eunuchs and female officials. Those who have been reborn and are not virgins will be executed." He answered, while Wuqi turned his head abruptly. Purge the palace? It looked like in order to let Wuqi handle the matter with a peace of mind, Yindan was going to start dealing with those people who did not get along with Wuqi. That was good. Chapter 368. It had been half a year since the fall of U Academy. The 6 dynasties and the 2 immortal sects lived in peace. The forces of the 6 dynasties had begun to expand outward, quietly encroaching on the planets inhabited by cultivators in Liyuan Galaxy, according to the agreed areas. Those planets that were overseen by immortal sects and had cave abodes built by heaven immortals were still in a peaceful state. However, those planets with weak overall strength like Dark Radiance Planet and Shui Yuan Planet were suddenly plunged into a great turmoil. Every day, cultivators were killed and cultivator clans were massacred. Every day, there were internal conflicts between cultivator clans, and every day, inexplicable conflicts broke out between cultivator clans. All of a sudden, Liyuan Galaxy was plunged into a complete mess, and the situation was completely out of control. 2 months ago, White Cloud Immortal Sect and Tranquil Vimla Sect had quietly made their move. Quietly, they had annexed the planets controlled by Iron Ghost, Soul Seizing Sect, and Spirit Flame Sect, and announced to the entire Liyuan Galaxy that both Immortal Sect had gained 2 new Elders of Heaven Immortal Realm. After all this was done, both Immortal Sects ceased all activities once again, and all their Elders of Heaven Immortal Realm went into secluded cultivation on Myriad Immortals Planet. Perhaps because of the cultivation techniques they practiced, no matter it was the immortals or cultivators from both secluded cultivation, they would never venture out into the outside world when they could. They were the kind of people who would never sit if they could lie down, never stand if they could sit, and never walk if they could stand. They were the orthodox cultivators of morality who wholeheartedly studied the heavenly Tao. It was because of this traditional style of the two immortal sects that the 6 dynasties and the two immortal sects could coexist peacefully. One day, Wuxia was squatting in the drill ground of Gutai dynasty's imperial city, gesticulating and teaching Li Yifeng and Xianxia the skill of sword controlling and assassination. Relying on an upper-grade flying sword in her hand, Xianxia had unleashed a 10-feet-long white beam, suppressing Li Yifeng's sword beam, which was neither gray nor white but of lower grade, and making Li Yifeng's back soaked with sweat. There were a few times when he almost raised his hands and surrendered. Clang! A loud noise rang out as Xianxia's flying sword smashed onto Li Yifeng's sword beam. The sword beam was knocked away, and its gleam dimmed as it fell to the ground. Li Yifeng spat out a mouthful of water, his knees buckling as he fell to the ground. Outside the military field, a group of eunuchs and maids rushed over, hurrying to Li Yifeng's side to please him. Li Yifeng gave a loud cry and gave the eunuchs a series of slaps, forcing them to flee far away. After that, he bowed feebly at Wuxia and said, "Master, Master, please take pity on your disciple. How about giving your disciple a high-grade flying sword? Just one, just one." Wuxia clapped his palms, rose to his feet lazily, and teased, "Why don't I give you a flying sword of lower-tier magical treasure level? Then, if he wanted the flying sword, he wouldn't want the throne. I'll give you a good flying sword, and I'll make your wife the empress of Gutai dynasty, and you'll be her concubine." Xianxia giggled, winked at Li Yifeng, and said, "My beloved concubine." Li Yifeng shuddered abruptly. Waving his hand hastily, he said, "Forget it. I'll just use this flying sword." Laughing bitterly, Li Yifeng came next to Wuxia with a pitiful look on his face and murmured in a low voice, "Honorable Master, the Gutai dynasty has been pacified. The commanders of all the armies have been replaced by my father's trusted subordinates, and all the officials have been replaced by my own men. Next month, I'll be preparing for the coronation ceremony. You." Wuxia pondered for a brief moment, then shook his head. Then, he pulled out a pile of immortal talismans, spirit pills, energy stones, flying swords, defensive outfits, and many other things, shoving them to Li Yifeng. "I'm not interested in the coronation ceremony. Take these things as a congratulatory gift. As for these 2 low-grade flying swords, I've asked a senior to craft them for you. Treat them well." Li Yifeng was overjoyed when he heard that. Without hesitation, he grabbed all the things. Wuxia gave Li Yifeng a ferocious glare and said, "You and your wife have to treat these flying swords of low-grade, magical treasure well. My sword of Greedy Wolf was only a low-grade, magical treasure in the past. Low-grade, magical treasures. You must pay attention to the principle of not showing off your wealth. Although White Cloud Planet is the territory of our sect, I can't guarantee that someone will not rob you of your magical treasures. You must be careful." Li Yifeng and Xianxia kept nodding their heads and expressing their agreement, then respectfully bowed and thanked Wuxia. Just as Wuxia was about to give them a few words of advice, a sword beam suddenly fell from the sky. An executing disciple, who was in charge of guarding the grand universal teleportation formation of White Cloud Planet, ran over in a flurry and said, "Grandmaster, Grandmaster, quick! An immortal has come to visit, saying that he is an old friend of Patriarch. Now, the only person who can make decisions in the sect is you, Grandmaster. Grandmaster, please go and welcome him at once." Wuxia was taken aback. Hastily, he gave some instructions to Li Yifeng and Xianxia, then transformed into a beam of dark light and soared into the sky. Over the past few days, everyone in White Cloud Immortal Sect had been extremely busy. Apart from Patriarch Zhang and the other elders who had cultivated to the realm of Heaven Immortal, who were staying in seclusion on Myriad Immortal's planet, all the disciples had been dispatched to subdue the planet, Great Flame Planet, which was originally controlled by Spirit Flame Sect. The planet was at least 5 times the size of White Cloud Planet, and it was inhabited by a large number of native mortals. After Spirit Flame Sect was wiped out, in order to control the mortals on the planet and prevent them from triggering any disasters of wars, many cultivators, including Xianxia, who were stationed on White Cloud Planet, had rushed to Great Flame Planet. Currently, apart from a few nascent divinity cultivators who were in secluded cultivation on White Cloud Peak and Spirit Cloud Peak, Wuxia, the executing disciple of Discipline Hall, was the one with the highest cultivation base and seniority. Therefore, this executing disciple, who was in charge of the Grand Universal Teleportation Formation, came directly to Gutai Dynasty to look for Wuxia. Bringing a beam of dark light behind him, he flew hastily to the Grand Universal Teleportation Formation, which served as the outer gate of White Cloud Immortal Sect. Wuxia gave it a glance with his eyes and saw an old man standing next to the formation. He was clad in a yellow linen shirt made from hemp, a pair of straw sandals on his feet, and holding a green wooden staff in his hand. His head was bald, and only a tuft of long hair was left behind his ears, fluttering in the wind. He was standing on top of mountain rock, looking at the surrounding scenery with great interest. The old man had a tall stature, and his back was slightly hunched. He had a kind countenance, and the aura emanating from him was righteous but not evil. Clear air could be seen rippling around him, wheeling vaguely and taking the shape of a white crane. He truly looked like an immortal, elegant, and otherworldly, which made him look like an immortal. Quietly, Wuxia landed next to the old man, cupped his fist, and said, "Senior Immortal Wuxia, executing disciple of White Cloud Immortal Sect's Discipline Hall, offers greetings." The old man spun and gave Wuxia a quick glance, then cried out in surprise, "Little guy, how old are you now? Are you 1,000 years old?" Wuxia shook his head hastily. What a joke. 1,000 years old. He was only in his early 20s this year. The old man cried out in surprise, then rushed up to Wuxia and stood less than 3 inches away from him. He gave him a thorough look, then said hesitantly, "Could it be that you're only 600 years old this year? That's really young. TSK, you're indeed young and tender." Wuxia shook his head again. 600 years old. How could he be that old? The old man gave a loud cry and took 2 steps back. Staring at Wuxia, he cried out, "What? You're not even 600 years old." A peak stage nascent soul cultivator who's not even 600 years old? What kind of spirit pills have you taken? You must be at least 300 years old. Wuxia shook his head with a hollow smile. 300 years old? Well, long distance it still had to travel. The old man took a deep breath, stared at Wuxia, laughed dryly, and said, 100 years old? You must be at least 100 years old. When I formed my nascent soul at the age of 100 years old, I was already considered one of the top geniuses in the sect. You can't be less than 100 years old, can you? Wuxia cupped his fist deeply, laughed dryly, and said, "Dear Master Immortal Wuxia, I'm 22 years old this year." The old man was struck dumb. Blinking his eyes, he quickly circled around Wuxia. He cried out in shock, 22 years old. A 22 years old peak stage nascent soul cultivator. And you're cultivating the energy unity mystic technique. If you're cultivating the energy unity mystic technique of an action, doesn't that mean you'll have a chance to form your nascent divinity? A 22 years old nascent divinity. Doesn't that mean you'll have a chance to become a gold immortal in the future? TSK, a gold immortal? Suddenly, the old man stomped his feet and cried out, "Jiangyun, you unfilial little bastard. Lao Tzu is here. Your master, Immortal Green Staff, is here. Get your ass out here and receive the guest for Lao Tzu. Damn it. It has only been 100,000 years, and you've become so ostentatious. I can't believe you've learned from those itinerant cultivators, occupying a mountain and declaring yourself as the king." A cloud towered up into the sky from White Cloud Peak. After being informed by his disciples, Patriarch Jiang Yin hurriedly broke out from Tsang Ao immortal abode and rushed out from the grand universal teleportation formation, stepping on a watery cloud and rushing towards Wuxia. From a long distance away, Patriarch Xianxia had already cried out, "Master, it is really you. I haven't seen you for 100,000 years. How are you doing? Where's Master's wife? Why haven't I seen her?" Wuxia blinked his eyes quickly. This old man, Immortal Greenstaff, was Patriarch Xianxia's master? The energy unity mystic technique of enaction of our sect? In other words, the energy unity mystic technique of White Cloud Immortal sect was just a mediocre scripture in Immortal Greenstaff sect? But this energy unity mystic technique was already a pretty good mystic technique for immortal cultivators. After MOD and Sun Kuang obtained the energy unity mystic technique, it took them 3 years of laborious cultivation to break through the heaven immortal tribulation. Judging from this, the immortal sect Immortal Greenstaff belonged to was not weak at all. Without hesitation, Wuxia cupped his hands under his sleeves and stood aside obediently. Patriarch Xianxia sprung over, dropped to his knees excitedly, and gave Immortal Greenstaff 17 to 18 kowtows. With this kowtow, Wuxia and all the other White Cloud Immortal Sect disciples on the peak had no choice but to drop to their knees and kowtow to Immortal Greenstaff like Patriarch Xianxia. Clanking and clanking filled the air, which made Immortal Greenstaff laugh out loud. He raised the green wooden staff in his hand and knocked on Patriarch Xianxia's head, making him cry out in pain. After a long while, Immortal Greenstaff finally helped Patriarch Xianxia to his feet. After that, his face turned slightly unsightly as he said resentfully, "This time, your master's wife did not come out with Lao Tzu. She had a fight with someone, and her left arm was chopped off. It took me a great effort to find some spirit herbs to reattach it. You also know that your master's wife is very fond of beauty. Someone hit her face with a starlight ball, making it look like a pockmark. She is now undergoing treatment. So how could she come out and embarrass herself?" Patriarch Xianxia was taken aback. He roared furiously, "Who is this demon? How dare he hurt my master's wife? Master you." Immortal Greenstaff waved his hand and said with a wry smile, "The reason Lao Tzu came here this time is to ask you for help." Ugh, how many disciples do you have now? How many nascent soul cultivators and nascent divinity cultivators do you have? Wuqi's ears pricked up immediately. Ask for help. It seems those things that I've discussed with Yin Dan can finally be carried out. Chapter 369. On the mountainside of White Cloud Peak, at a place several tens of feet above the ocean of clouds, a platform poked out from the cliff. A few old trees and a large patch of wisteria could be seen growing on the stone platform, a stone table, and a few stone blocks. What was even more amazing was that there were 2 springs flowing out from the cliff. The gurgling water circled around the platform, then plunged straight down through a gap in the cliff. The ocean of clouds was rocking, and strong winds were blowing, turning the rushing water into a thin layer of mist. The sunlight shone on the mist, drawing out a few hazy rainbows above the sea of clouds. A few white cranes could be seen flying between the rainbows, and occasionally their cries would ring through the clouds. Immortal Greenstaff stood on the edge of the cliff happily, glancing at the surrounding scenery. He pointed his finger and said smilingly, "Xianxia, you've done a good job. I bet you've spent a lot of effort to build this foundation, haven't you? It has been less than 100,000 years since you left Yuan Hua sect after completing your apprenticeship. Good, very good." Together with a few little Taoists, Patriarch Xianxia was busying himself off to the side. White Cloud Immortal Sect's best spirit tea, the best wine, and the best fruits were brought out like a stream of water, piling up on the stone table. Upon hearing Immortal Greenstaff's words, Patriarch Xianxia smiled and said, "If not for Master's great kindness in taking me as his disciple and teaching me a supreme magical technique, how could I be where I am today?" Immortal Greenstaff shook his head, walked back, and sat down on a stone block. Then he picked up a purple mountain fruit and took 2 bites from it. With a muffled voice, he said, "Let's not talk about this nonsense. Years ago, you asked someone to send me a letter telling me that you've laid down your foundation in White Cloud Planet, Liyuan Galaxy. I thought you just opened up a shabby cave abode of your own and cultivated there. Never did I expect that you've actually occupied such a large piece of land." Sighing, Immortal Greenstaff stomped his foot and said, "When you were forced out of Yuan Hua sect, those." It seemed like he wanted to say something, but when he saw Wuxia standing respectfully off to the side and staring at him from head to toe, Immortal Greenstaff shut his mouth and cleared his throat. "Let's talk about something serious. Choose a few dozen elites among your nascent divinity and nascent soul disciples to follow me back." This time, Yuan Hua sect had a head-on clash with them, and your master wife was nearly disfigured because of that. Patriarch Xianxia's eyes went wide as he cried out sternly, "Master, I wanted to ask you just now, who is so bold as to bully Yuan Hua sect?" While Immortal Greenstaff and Patriarch Xianxia were explaining to each other, Wuxia pricked up his ears and listened carefully. He had heard every detail of the entire incident. Wuxia nodded to himself in delight. His chance had come. Yuan Hua sect was one of the top 10 sects in Puyuo Heavenly Realm. Different from Minor Heavenly Circle Realm, Puyuo Heavenly Realm was divided into 9 grades: upper grade, upper middle grade, upper lower grade, all the way to lower grade. Minor Heavenly Circle Realm was a lower grade Heavenly Realm. No matter it was in terms of surface area, natural energy, or resources, they were all the lowest grade. On the other hand, Puyuo Heavenly Realm was a middle lower grade Heavenly Realm, and all the conditions were at least 100 times better than Minor Heavenly Circle Realm. Being ranked top 10 in Puyuo Heavenly Realm, Yuan Hua sect had 33 Heaven Immortals, and their founding ancestral master, Patriarch Yuan Hua, had a cultivation base of peak 28th tier Heaven Immortal. His overall strength was one of the strongest in Puyuo Heavenly Realm. Apart from these 33 Heaven Immortals, Patriarch Yuan Hua also had nearly 400 nascent divinity cultivators, over 3,000 nascent soul cultivators, and many more Golden Dan and Xianxia cultivators. Yuan Hua sect's overall strength was at least 100 times stronger than White Cloud Immortal sect. Just a single 28th tier Heaven Immortal, Patriarch Yuan Hua had the power to overturn the entire White Cloud Immortal sect in an instant. This time, Yuan Hua sect was facing another immortal sect ranked top 10 in Puyuo Heavenly Realm, the Huiling sect. Both sides have been fighting and killing each other for nearly 1,000 years. The reason was simple. At the border of Puyuo Heavenly Realm, at the border between the territories controlled by Yuan Hua sect and Huiling sect, a planet that contained a large amount of upper-grade energy stones was discovered. The planet was barren, and the environment was harsh. However, the energy stones it contained were of excellent quality, as they contained energy stones of all 5 elements. According to Patriarch Yuan Hua's estimation, once all the energy stones on this planet were extracted, it would allow Yuan Hua sect to have an additional 200 nascent divinity cultivators and several thousand nascent soul cultivators within 1,000 years. The prosperity of an immortal sect depended not only on the number of immortals it had, but also the number and grade of its disciples, especially the number of nascent divinity cultivators, as it directly determined the future development potential of the immortal sect. On average, under normal circumstances, without the protection of immortal pills and spirit items, 1 or 2 out of 50 nascent divinity cultivators could transcend their thunder tribulation and become heaven immortals. With an additional 200 nascent divinity cultivators, it meant that Yuan Hua sect could have an additional 4 heaven immortals in the future. On the other hand, with the addition of several thousand nascent soul cultivators, it was highly possible that the sect would have an additional 100 nascent divinity cultivators before their lifespans ran out. Therefore, both immortal sects had gone to war for the sake of this planet that contained an incredible amount of energy stone veins. Over the past 1,000 years, the two immortal sects have been fighting and killing each other. Most of their heaven immortal elders were severely wounded, and their overall strength was greatly reduced. Meanwhile, many of their nascent divinity and nascent soul cultivators were killed as well. Over the past 1,000 years, Yuan Hua sect alone had lost 300 nascent soul cultivators, and over 20 nascent divinity cultivators were forced to reincarnate. All the other nascent divinity and nascent soul cultivators were wounded as well, and their overall strength was greatly reduced. Seeing that the two immortal sects were about to suffer a great loss in the fight for the energy stone veins, the immortal monarch who ruled over Puyo heavenly realm stepped forward to mediate the dispute. Finally, they came up with a solution that would not cause any damage to both immortal sects, but could still decide the ownership of this planet. Both immortal sects swore an oath that no heaven immortal cultivators would be allowed to participate in the fight, and that both sides would pick a group of elite nascent divinity and nascent soul cultivators to have a life-and-death duel. These nascent divinity and nascent soul cultivators had to come from their respective immortal sections. They did not matter if they were the core disciples of the immortal sects or the members of the organizations established by the outer sect disciples. In short, as long as they were related to the sect, they could participate in a life-and-death duel. Shaking his head, Immortal Greenstaff breathed out a long sigh and said, "Currently, all the elite disciples in Yuan Hua sect with excellent aptitudes and overall strength are either killed or severely wounded. No matter how hard the ancestral master thought, he could not come up with any solution. Therefore, he could only seek help from you, the disciples who have just finished their apprenticeship." Twitching his lips, Immortal Greenstaff snorted coldly and said, "Jiang Yun, do you still remember those few fellow disciples who have just finished their apprenticeship with you?" Patriarch Jiang Yun rose to his feet, nodded, and said with a smile, "I remember." Shaking his head, Immortal Greenstaff sighed coldly and said, "All of them are good-for-nothings. A few of them got into a fight right after they left the sect and ended up dead. Among the remaining three, only one of them managed to transcend his thunder tribulation and become a heaven immortal. However, he is just an itinerant cultivator, and he does not even have a single disciple. I've searched for them for a long time, but they are really useless. In the end, I've come to you." Looking at Patriarch Jiang Yun with a hopeful expression, Immortal Greenstaff asked softly, "Do you have any useful disciples now?" Wuxia stuck out his chest abruptly and said in a deep voice, "Ancestral Master, I'm willing to serve the sect. Aren't they just a bunch of useless chickens and stray dogs from Wheeling sect? With the sword in my hand, I'm willing to kill every single one of them." Immortal Greenstaff kept nodding and applauding, then turned to Patriarch Jiang Yun and said with a smile, "This disciple of yours is excellent." Patriarch Jiang Yun smiled and gave Wuxia a glare. After that, he turned to Immortal Greenstaff and said, "Master, I now have over 100 nascent divinity cultivators and 1,000 nascent soul cultivators in my sect. 70% of them are my blood descendants. You can use them as you wish, Master." Immortal Greenstaff pondered for a brief moment, then nodded and said, "All right. For the duel this time, both sides have agreed to send 10 nascent divinity cultivators and 100 nascent soul cultivators." Patriarch Jiang Yun nodded hastily and said, "With just a word from Master, I can send 10 peak stage nascent divinity cultivators and 100 peak stage nascent soul cultivators to accompany the duel. On top of that, all the magical treasures and flying swords are excellent items. I dare say, without the intervention of a heaven immortal, these disciples of mine are more than enough to deal with enemies who are a few times stronger than us." Patriarch Jiang Yun was very confident. As he had also sworn an oath, he could not reveal the existence of Myriad Immortals Planet to Immortal Greenstaff. Over the past few years, relying on the abundant resources on Myriad Immortals Planet, the cultivation base of White Cloud Immortal Sect's disciples had improved at a tremendous pace. More importantly, Myriad Immortals Planet was filled with all kinds of natural treasures. As Patriarch Jiang Yun was an expert in pill concoction, All his core disciples had countless spirit pills in their hands. As a result, their ability to fight a prolonged battle and their ability to defend themselves were many times stronger than ordinary cultivators. The flying swords and magical treasures used by the disciples of White Cloud Immortal Sect had also been upgraded over the past few years. Each of them now had a few decent defensive magical treasures, all crafted with rare and precious materials found on Myriad Immortals' planet. Therefore, Patriarch Xianxia said that his disciples could fight against cultivators who were a few times stronger than them. Immortal Green Staff was very satisfied with Patriarch Xianxia's attitude. He kept nodding and praising Patriarch Xianxia, then promised, "If we can win this duel, all your disciples will have the chance to join Yuanhua sect and be taught the true Taoist scripture of unity. Even you, Xianxia, were forced to leave the sect in those years. This time, I'll go all out and accept you as my inner sect disciple, no matter how shameless I am." Patriarch Xianxia was overjoyed. Without hesitation, he dropped to his knees and kowtowed at Immortal Green Staff. Seeing Patriarch Xianxia kowtow, Wuxia had no other choice but to follow suit. He smiled bitterly in his mind, thinking that it would be a great trouble if his seniority was too low. It seemed like he would have the potential to become a kowtowing worm in the future. Immortal Green Staff helped Patriarch Xianxia to his feet, then began to talk to him about some things that happened in the past. Standing aside, Wuxia could tell that Yuanhua sect was different from White Cloud Immortal Sect. Because of Patriarch Xianxia, White Cloud Immortal Sect had a harmonious internal strife, while Yuanhua sect had a lot of internal conflicts and factions, and there were many schemes and fights between them. Wuxia nodded silently. It seemed like he would have to be extra careful when he arrived at Yuanhua sect. While he was pondering, Patriarch Xianxia turned to Wuxia and said, "Summon all your senior brothers back at once, and ask them to leave Spirit Flame sect's territory. Don't worry about them for the time being. Return to the sect now, and prepare to set off with Master." Wuxia quickly cupped his fist and bowed, then transformed into a beam of light and sped away. Chapter 370. Late at night, in Duke Yin Li's mansion in Ji City of Great Yin, Wuxia and Lu Qingfeng were lying on a wooden platform in the middle of a small lake in the backyard, quietly looking at the twinkling stars in the sky. Both of them were holding wine jars in their hands, gulping down mouthfuls of wine. Just now, Wuxia told Lu Qingfeng about some of the plans he and Yin Dan had, as well as some of the causes and consequences of the situation. Lu Qingfeng's mood was very heavy, and he kept gulping down the wine, exhaling deeply, which reeked of wine. "This is going to be a dangerous journey. You have to be extra careful." After a long while, Lu Qingfeng said with a deep voice, "Don't worry about Great Yin. I'll keep a close watch on your star-picking city. I'll take good care of the number 1 martial club under the heaven, as well as Meng Xiaobai and the others. They're also my brothers. There won't be any slip-ups." "All right," said Wuxia in a deep voice. "Take care of yourself." Throwing a small and exquisite spirit-breeding ring to Lu Qingfeng, Wuxia said, "This is a spirit-breeding ring crafted by me. The territory inside, it is a little small, about 100 acres in size. I've just recruited 100 longbowmen, and each of them has transcended their thunder tribulation and formed the Jindan. Once they form the formation, they have the ability to kill nascent soul cultivators. Take it and protect yourself." Lu Qingfeng did not hesitate. He wore the spirit-breeding ring on his finger, then pulled out a thread of natural silk from around his neck and threw it to Wuxia along with over 30 storage rings. A long thread of natural silk and over 30 glinting storage rings. Wuxia nearly burst out laughing at the sight. Since when did Lu Qingfeng learn this hobby of his? He sent his divine will into the storage rings and found that over 30 storage rings, each measuring about 1,000 feet in both width and length, were filled with countless energy stones. There were top-grade, high-grade, middle-grade, and low-grade spirit stones. There were 3 storage rings worth of low-grade spirit stones, and the rest were all middle grade and above spirit stones. Lu Chengfeng said with a smile, "I've been working as the mine's manager for the past few years, so there are always some benefits. Take these spirit stones with you. When you go out, you should always bring some good stuff with you. Besides, we're not poor people. How can you not bring more spirit stones when you go out?" Wuxia nodded. With a sweep of his divine will, he transferred all the energy stones in the ring into the black dragon spirit ring. A small black dragon's soul rushed out and swallowed all the storage rings one by one. The storage space within the black dragon spirit ring expanded once again, and the black dragon soul let out an extremely comfortable dragon roar. He patted the black dragon's soul and stuffed it back into the ring. Wuxia jumped up and said in a low voice, "I'll leave everything in the family to you, big brother." Lu Chengfeng rose to his feet and said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of everything." Nodding his head, Wuxia stepped onto a cloud and flew towards the Imperial Palace at top speed. As it was only a few miles away from the Imperial Palace, Wuxia arrived in the Imperial Palace with a flash of the cloud. Slowly, he landed on the cloud at the entrance of the secret vault. Princess Zhonglu and Ma Yi were already waiting outside the secret vault. When they saw Wuxia come down, Princess Zhonglu immediately flew to his side and hugged his arm without saying a word. Meanwhile, Ma Yi bowed respectfully to Wuxia and said in a low voice, "His Majesty said that Duke of Tianyun is free to allocate everything in the secret vault." Nodding his head, Wuxia walked to the entrance of the secret vault, fished out the token of 9 swallows given to him by Yin Dan, and inserted it into the dent right in the middle of the entrance. Streams of light flowed out from the token, spreading and spreading through the thick and heavy entrance of the secret vault. The entrance opened soundlessly, revealing a sealed space about 200 feet in both width and length. 30 sinecures of Great Yin Dynasty were stationed in this place, and underneath it was a short-distance teleportation formation. Pulling Princess Zhonglu, Wuxia walked into the teleportation formation. A few sinecures activated the formation and changed the coordinates of the teleportation formation. A blinding light flickered, and Wuxia and Princess Zhonglu felt their bodies lightened. The scene before their eyes changed, and, in the next moment, they had arrived in front of another entrance. There was no one in this place, and it was a huge cave about 1,000 feet in both width and length. Before them was a dark green door, about 100 feet in height, without any decorative patterns on it. 2 war puppets from Mo's sect, each standing 100 feet tall and having a pair of dull and lifeless eyes, and their bodies forged with metal, were standing in front of the door. Scorching airwaves that could make one suffocate were emanating from their bodies. Without any hesitation, Wuxia quickly pulled out the token of 9 swallows and showed it to the 2 puppets. Only then did he pull Princess Zhong look closer to the door, using his right hand to lightly press a few times on the door. Every time Wuxia pressed a button, a bright spot would light up on the door. Very soon, the bright spots formed the pattern of the Big Dipper. The 7 stars spun, and the door opened soundlessly, revealing the secret vault of Great Yin Dynasty behind it. This secret vault was built and expanded by Great Yin Dynasty over the last 2,000 years. It consisted of 9 floors, and each floor was about 100 miles in circumference. For the last 2,000 years, all the taxes collected by Great Yin Dynasty and the tributes from the vassal kingdoms were stored in this vault. There was one floor of the secret vault where a huge amount of food, wine, meat, and other daily necessities were stored. The amount of food stored in this 100 miles in circumference was more than enough for Great Yin Dynasty to deal with the natural and man-made disasters from a few vassal kingdoms at the same time. Apart from the first floor of the secret vault, there was also a second floor of the secret vault that stored salt and herbs. One floor of the secret vault stored gold, and the other floor stored silver. The rest of the secret vault stored various natural treasures that Great Yin Dynasty had plundered over the years, as well as various rare and precious materials that could only be used by cultivators. After entering the secret vault, Wuqi stood directly at the entrance of the secret vault, where all kinds of rare and precious metals were stored. Ripples emerged from his body as 18 celestial fiend puppets walked out from Wuqi's body while laughing in a deep voice. Their faces looked exactly the same as Wuqi's, and they all had an excited smile on their faces. Wuqi pointed at the secret vault, breathed out a long sigh, and said, "Don't save any money for Great Yin Dynasty. Devour as much as you can. Store as much as you can in your body. Try your best to refine them, and make your cultivation base improve as soon as possible. I have 2 nascent souls now, and both of them have the cultivation base of peak stage nascent soul realm. Do your best." The 18 celestial fiend puppets let out excited cries, then dashed into the secret vault while leaving after images in their wake. Very soon, noises that sounded like mice gnawing on soybeans could be heard echoing out from the secret vault. Amidst the cracking noises, the rare and precious metals that Great Yin Dynasty had stored for so many years were being consumed at an incredible speed. Paying no attention to the 18 celestial fiend puppets, Wuqi came before the entrance of the secret vault, where demon beasts' inner cores, blood essence, furs, and bones were stored. A white light flickered from the spirit breeding ring, as Goldhorn and Silverhorn rushed out while drooling. Then came Long Yuan and 10,000 longbowmen. Pointing his finger at the secret vault, Wuqi said in a deep voice, "Empty them. Swallow whatever you can now. And as for those you can't, choose those that are convenient to store and take them away. We don't know when we can come back, and it will be very difficult for us to collect so many good things when we are away from home." Goldhorn and Silverhorn let out a joyful cry, then led a group of longbowmen and rushed into the city like hungry wolves and tigers. Just as Wuqi had said, when they were away from home in the future, it would be nearly impossible for them to collect so many materials. How many materials could Wuqi collect alone, even if he worked as a miner every day? Great Yin Dynasty was an enormous dynasty, and it had over 2,000 years of savings. If Wuqi did not help him spend some, he would feel sorry for the agreement he had reached with Yindan. After that, Wuqi brought Princess Zhonglu and came to the secret vault that stored all kinds of spirit herbs. Wuqi strode into the vault and scanned the surroundings with his divine will. Regardless of the quality, he grabbed all the materials that he knew could be used in the ancient prescription and sent them into the Black Dragon spirit ring. Hastily, the Black Dragon soul sorted these herbs into different categories, neatly divided them into different storage spaces, and stored them properly. The efficiency of divine will was much faster than manual labor. In just 1 hour, Wuqi had searched through all the spirit herbs stored in this secret vault, taking away 30% of the spirit herbs. Among them, there were several million kilograms of spirit herbs that could be used to concoct the 9th grade drunken dragon incense. Wuqi had made up his mind that he would make good use of an unorthodox pill like the drunken dragon incense in the future. After he was done with all the spirit herbs, Wuqi entered another level of the vault, where all kinds of strange and rare items were stored. Even an old demon like Xiong Wanling could not identify them. Although these items were very strange, in Wuqi's eyes, their functions were very clear. There were illustrated documents of all kinds of natural treasures in Scroll of Stealing, and as long as they were valuable, nothing could hide from Wuqi. Like a mouse falling into a rice vat, Wuqi had plundered more than half of these strange and rare treasures. Except for some items that he did not really like, he had taken all the rest. After working for a whole day and night, Wuqi finally let out a clear cry. With heavy steps, the 18 celestial fiend puppets returned to Wuqi's side. Without saying a word, they fused back into Wuqi's body. Wuqi could clearly sense that these celestial fiend puppets had eaten too much. Apart from the rare metals that they could digest now, they had also opened up a rather large storage space in their bodies, storing a large amount of rare metals in it. This took up a great deal of their strength, and it made it difficult for them to move around. Led by Long Yuan, the longbowmen returned with bags of different sizes. Some of them were bleeding from their noses. In order to quickly improve their cultivation base, these big fellows had devoured some demon cores and other treasure from some powerful demon beasts, and as a result, blood was dripping from their noses. But Goldhorn and Silverhorn were in the most difficult situation. They were carried out by Long Yuan with their eyes rolled up. Two greedy pythons were coughing out mouthfuls of blood, which was filled with all kinds of strange flames and emanating surging waves of energy. Both brothers had eaten too much. When had they ever seen a storehouse filled with demon cores, blood essence, and other treasures that could greatly replenish one's energy and improve one's cultivation base? They did not care whether their bodies could withstand it, and had devoured several hundred demon cores from nascent soul demon beasts in one go. The consequence was that their bodies nearly exploded and their internal organs were nearly cooked. However, as both brothers possessed the bloodline of an ancient species, although they were about to die from overeating, their life force was extremely strong, and they were hanging on to their last breath. Wuxia felt relieved after checking their condition, and shoved them back into the spirit breeding ring. One after another, the longbow men walked back into the ring. Wuxia pondered for a brief moment, then took away a large amount of gold, silver, jewelry, grains, wine, and rice from the secret cave. Only then did he leave the secret vault with Princess Zhang look contentedly. Yin Dan and Yin Shijuan were waiting outside the secret vault. Chapter 371. The starlight was as cold as ice. Not a single light could be seen in the vast Great Yin Imperial Palace. Only the starlight that was as clear as ice sprinkled down, illuminating the surroundings. Clad in ordinary black robes, Yin Dan and Yin Shijuan stood in front of the secret vault. The night breeze brushed against their clothes, making them look like ghosts and filled with an indescribable eeriness. Seeing Wuxia and Princess Zhang look come out, Yin Dan said in a deep voice, "Be careful and prudent during this long journey." Yin Shijuan nodded and said, "This place has become a troublesome place, and it is a good opportunity for us to travel far away. But we can still help you to maintain the peace here on Myriad Immortals planet. When you are out there, there are countless mighty experts in the world. Remember to be careful and prudent when you swallow your anger." Wuxia nodded slowly. Then he fixed his eyes on Princess Zhonglu and said, "Zi Xian, especially you. You have to listen to Wuxia in everything." Princess Zhang Lu nodded silently, and her eyes turned slightly red. After a brief moment of silence, Wuxia fished out a jade slip from under his sleeve and handed it to Yin Dan. "These are some of Wuxia's men, some connections that can be used, and some temporary life-saving measures. Since we are leaving Myriad Immortals planet, these arrangements will not be of use for the time being. I'll leave them to your majesty." In the jade slip, Wuxia left behind all the passageways to his life-saving cave abodes, as well as the information about Duke of Longyang, Zhao Fqua, the 3 sinecures of Zhao State, and those who were friends or colluded with him, as well as the information about his 2 disciples from Gutai dynasty. All of them were given to Yin Dan by Wuxia. Wuxia believed that with Yin Dan's experience and knowledge, he would be able to maximize the value of these information. When he sent his divine will into the jade slip and gave it a glance, he was taken aback by what he saw. Staring at Wuxia in astonishment, he cried out, "Little brat, why did you leave behind so many secret caves for escaping? People say that a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, but you have more than 3. Laughing dryly, Wuxia pulled Princess Zhang Li's little hand and said awkwardly, "I'm afraid of death, that's all." Yin Dan shook his head, pointed his finger at Wuxia, and scolded him with a smile. He gladly memorized all the information in the jade slip, then crushed it with his palm. Without saying anything else, Wuxia pulled Princess Zhonglu and walked out of the Imperial Palace step by step. Yin Dan and Yin Shijuan followed beside them, their hands clasped behind their back as they walked step by step. Princess Zhonglu pursed her lips and leaned on Wuxia. Although her expression was still firm, her steps were a little weak. After all, she was still young, but due to various reasons, she had to leave her hometown and go to the unfathomable outer realm. Not to mention a little girl like Princess Xianxia. Even a man would not feel good when he was asked to abandon everything at home and travel to a faraway place. When they came to the entrance of the imperial palace, Yin Dan suddenly said, "Don't worry, just go and do what you need to do. You don't need to interfere in the internal affairs of Great Yin." A few months ago, when the palace was purged, all the disciples of Great Sun Sect who were hiding in the palace were killed, and all the spies from Yu Academy were wiped out as well. Great Yin will always stand behind you. No matter what help you need, Great Yin will give it our best. Wuxia frowned and asked, "Since all the disciples of Great Sun Sect who were hiding in the imperial palace were killed, where is Lao Ai?" Yin Dan shook his head and said in a deep voice, "I don't think Lao Ai is that easy to deal with." Upon hearing that, Wuxia knew immediately that Lao Ai was hiding somewhere, and that Great Yin Dynasty had not done anything to him. Nodding his head, Wuxia sighed and said, "This man is an evildoer. When you have the chance to strike ruthlessly, you must never be soft-hearted. Otherwise, the things he will do will be unbearable." Both Yin Dan and Yin Qijuan had an unsightly expression on their faces. What Wuxia said was exactly what they were thinking. Lao Ai's cultivation base was not that strong, and it was not a big deal for him to use his divine abilities and dermic powers. Even though he was backed by Su Mayer, MOD, and Sun Quang, Su Mayer dared not to do anything reckless. But Lao Ai's divine abilities and dermic powers were extremely evil, and the things he did were really unbearable. Once he messed up the Imperial Palace, even if they could kill him in the end, once his reputation spread out, Yin Dan and Yin Qijuan would not look good. With a wry smile, Yin Qijuan clenched his jaws and said, "Kill Lao Ai with all the strength of the entire dynasty. Release all the things he has done, even if it brings shame to us. I want to make sure that no one under the heaven dares to take him in. With what happened to Yingzheng's mother as an example, I want to see who among the 6 dynasties dares to take him in." Yin Dan laughed bitterly and shook his head. Then he patted on Wuqi's shoulder and said loudly, "Let's go. Go now and do what you need to do. Great Yin is here, and as long as it does not fall, you will be able to get all the support you need from Great Yin." Wuxia nodded his head heavily. He gave Yin Dan a look and thought of Yin Dan's nascent divinity, which was shrouded in a dark mist and imprisoned by countless bone spikes. Then he turned to look at Yin Qijuan. Perhaps his nascent soul was in the same state as well. Then he turned to look at Princess Xianxia, whose face was as beautiful as a blooming flower, but with a pale and unsightly face. His heart felt heavy and uncomfortable. One of the reasons why Wuxia had decided to leave with Immortal Green Staff was to find a reliable, almighty expert and release the shackles on Yin Dan and the other's nascent divinity. Another reason was that Wuxia was also imprisoned by Lady Dark Goldwater's Dark Een Soul Captivation. If he could not find an almighty expert to help him, or if Wuxia could not break through the cultivation base of Gold Immortal in just 1,000 years, his soul would perish and perish 1,000 years later. Wuxia did a quick calculation. If he stayed on Myriad Immortal's planet, the chances of him breaking through the cultivation base of Gold Immortal Realm within 1,000 years was less than 30%. Only by leaving Myriad Immortal's planet and plunging into a wider world could he find a slim chance of success. Wuxia had a strong confidence that he would not die because of the Dark Een Soul Captivation. However, he had to struggle with all his might for that slim chance of survival. Only then could he truly escape from the shadow of death. After bidding farewell to Yin Dan and Yin Qijuan, Wuxia brought Princess Xianxia and stepped onto a white cloud and flew up into the sky. As he flew up into the sky, Wuxia saw Lu Buwei standing on top of a tall building with a courtyard not far away. With his hands clasped behind his back, he was looking at them with a gloomy face. Wuxia just gave Lu Buwei a cold glance, then turned his head away and ignored him. Now, Wuxia no longer took Lu Buwei seriously. After killing a few heaven immortals on Shui Yuan planet, Wuqi's vision had become very high. So, what could Lu Buwei do to him? Don't come looking for trouble with me in the future, or I'll wipe out your entire clan. Staring at Lu Buwei, Wuqi transmitted his voice to him in a cold voice. Lu Buwei stared back at Wuqi with an unchanged expression, not showing any fear or hesitation. Wuqi grinned coldly and did not say another word. After returning to Duke Yan Li's mansion, Wuqi woke up Catfish Flood Dragon, who was sleeping soundly with her head covered, and Lord Xianxia, who was sitting cross-legged and regulating his breath. Wuqi did not know what to say to both of them. Lord Xianxia was a loyal man. When he heard that Wuqi was going to leave for Puluo Heavenly Realm, fearing that Wuqi would suffer in the outside world, he simply wanted to follow Wuqi on a journey, saying that he wanted to gain some experience. Lord Xianxia was a loyal man, as he had abandoned his territory and followed Wuqi on a long journey. Of course, it might also be because Waning Dragon King had asked him to do so. This cunning old man was not a kind man. Most likely, he had taken a fancy to Wuqi's potential and had wholeheartedly wanted his son to follow Wuqi. Perhaps he would be able to have a better and better development. As for Catfish Flood Dragon, Wuqi had no idea why she wanted to follow him. Just listen to her excuse. If I follow Wuqi and Princess Zhonglu, there will be food for me. Is that still a reasonable excuse? Does it mean that I, Wuqi, am the owner of a black inn who would sneak attack people all day long and throw them to Catfish Flood Dragon to eat? But it's not a bad thing, thought Wuqi to himself. With Catfish Flood Dragon following him, it would be very easy for him to destroy the body after he killed someone. He could just throw the body to her and let her eat it. Even the hair would be melted by her strong digestive ability, and it would save Wuqi the trouble of doing it himself. Gulp! A living person is gone just like that. How convenient is that? Without disturbing Lu Qingfeng, who was sleeping soundly after getting drunk, Wuqi and his company were teleported to Xianxia Immortal Abode through the teleportation formation in the Imperial Palace, and then arrived at White Cloud Planet through the teleportation formation constructed by White Cloud Immortal Sect. At this point in time, Patriarch Jiangyun had already selected a group of elite disciples. Together with Wuqi, Princess Zhonglu, Lord Xianxia, and Catfish Flood Dragon, there were 10 peak stage nascent divinity cultivators and 100 peak stage nascent soul disciples. He left the internal affairs of the sect to ancestral masters Xianxia and Bai Wu, and decided to personally lead the team back to Yuanhua sect with Immortal Green Staff. The trip was a major event that would decide whether Patriarch Jiangyun could be promoted as an inter-sect disciple of Yuanhua sect and also his future achievement. Therefore, he dared not to neglect it, and naturally, he had to lead the team himself. When immortal cultivators traveled, they did not have as many complicated problems as mortals. Bringing with them 110 disciples, Immortal Green Staff and Patriarch Jiangyun strode into White Cloud Immortal Sect's Grand Universal Teleportation Formation. After that, Immortal Green Staff fished out over 100 upper-grade energy stones and inserted them into the formation, then used his divine will to locate a distant destination in the formation. The destination they were heading to was the core of Minor Heavenly Circle Realm, the place where the Immortal Monarch's immortal abode was located. Traveling from Minor Heavenly Circle Realm to Puluo Heavenly Realm was a teleportation across heavenly realms. The distance was extremely far, and it would take a very long time to arrive at Puluo Heavenly Realm with an ordinary Grand Universal Teleportation Formation. Only in the immortal abode of the Immortal Monarch of each heavenly realm was a public teleportation formation that could teleport someone from one heavenly realm to another in a blink of an eye. The company stood in the teleportation formation. Looking at Xianxia and Bai Wu outside the formation, Patriarch Jiangyun said in a deep voice, "I'll leave everything in the clan to you, my wives." Xianxia and Bai Wu said together, "Rest assured, my husband, nothing will go wrong in the clan." All three ancestral masters were very confident that even though Patriarch Jiang had left, White Cloud Immortal Sect and Tranquil Vimla Sect still had tens of heaven immortals guarding them. Any power that wanted to take advantage of them would be beaten badly, and there was no need for them to worry about the clan. Immortal Greenstaff gave a few loud laughs, then waved his hand and cast out a spirit beam, activating the teleportation formation. A blinding light flashed, and the company disappeared from the teleportation formation. Wuxia felt a tremendous pressure coming at him. Without hesitation, he grabbed Princess Zhonglu and hugged her tightly. In just the time to finish a pot of tea, the company's eyes lit up and their bodies felt heavy. They had arrived at a strange place. Chapter 372. The person in charge of this place was an immortal monarch from the heaven who possessed the cultivation base of 34th tier Heaven Immortal, Immortal Lihi. Under his command were 2 immortal officials with a cultivation base of 35th tier, 8 Heaven Immortals with a cultivation base of 36th tier, and the rest of the officials were all in nascent divinity realm. Apart from them, their families and clansmen also lived here, and the total population was less than 30,000. Immortal Kuhi opened his mouth and shot out a sword beam, thrusting towards Wuqi's head. As for the density of natural energy here, it was slightly weaker than Myriad Immortal's planet, but it was not a huge difference. Although Minor Heavenly Circle Realm was a lower-tier heavenly realm, it still had a large number of energy veins, and the total amount of natural energy it produced every day was also quite high. More importantly, it was a vast place with a large number of energy veins. But, correspondingly, the population of humans and beasts here was very small. After obtaining Lady Dark Goldwater's memory, Wuxia had gained a deeper understanding of the official positions of the Celestial Court. There were 3 lotus flowers on the white jade medallion, the symbol of a 34th tier immortal official. A 34th tier immortal official, who was responsible for the management of a remote place like Minor Heavenly Circle Realm, was roughly equivalent to a village official on Earth, a deputy official of a poor village at the national level. Perhaps a blink of an eye had passed, or perhaps a few days and nights had passed. In any case, during the high-speed journey, the concept of time had been lost. Immortal Greenstaff was taken aback, then suddenly burst into laughter. "You are indeed a wild dog." The total number of energy veins in this vast minor heavenly circle realm was at least 10 times that of Myriad Immortal's planet and White Cloud planet combined. However, the population here was very small, and after careful cleansing, apart from the family members of immortal officials and minor officials like Immortal Lihi, there was not even a single demon beast in this place. As a result, the natural energy consumption was very low, and after years of accumulation, the total amount of natural energy here was about the same as that of Myriad Immortal's planet. Immortal Greenstaff smiled and was about to say something, but all of a sudden, a strong light burst out from another teleportation formation next to him, from which came a group of people. Upon seeing Immortal Greenstaff, Immortal Lihi's face was immediately filled with a big smile. Without hesitation, he came to greet them, cupped his fist, and said, "Senior Immortal, you are finally back? Smooth journey? Good journey? Are these fellow Taoists yours?" Suddenly seeing a piece of immortal stone here, Wuxia felt an itch in his heart. He wished he could snatch it away. Among the group of people, a middle-aged Taoist who was less than 5 feet tall and as skinny as firewood rolled his eyes, and a faint flame flickered in his eyes. He glanced over and suddenly burst into laughter. "Green blockhead, is your woman's face fine? TSK, is my Dharma treasure easy to enjoy?" Upon seeing the man who emerged from the teleportation formation, Immortal Greenstaff's expression flickered abruptly as he slammed the wooden staff in his hand onto the ground. The most precious thing about celestial stones was that after the celestial energy in the celestial stone was drained, as long as it was placed in a place filled with celestial energy, it would recover all of its celestial energy after a period of time. This was equivalent to a battery that could be recharged indefinitely. Although the charging time was slightly longer, its value was still there. Compared to ordinary spirit stones that would turn into useless stones after being drained, immortal stones were much more precious. A total of 180 upper-grade energy stones. 120 upper-grade energy stones were used by Wuxia and his company for the teleportation, while the other 60 were paid to Puluo Heavenly Realm as the toll fee. The few nascent divinity cultivators dared not to slight Immortal Greenstaff. They kept addressing him as Senior Immortal, respectfully asking him if he was here to pay a visit to Immortal Chuan or if he had other important matters to attend to. A portion of immortal energy was equal to the power of 10,000 portions of supreme-grade energy after being purified. Theoretically, the value of an immortal stone was equal to 10,000 supreme-grade energy stones of the same size. It was not hard to imagine how valuable an immortal stone was. Yanhe, why can I see you everywhere? Immortal Greenstaff took the initiative to provoke him. Wuqi's pupils constricted to the size of a needle tip as he stared at the immortal stone without blinking. When Wuqi and his company walked out from the teleportation formation, a young immortal clad in a purple robe was already waiting outside. He was wearing a white jade medallion on his waist, engraved with 3 vivid lotus flowers. Wisps of immortal energy were constantly coming out from the medallion and coiling around the young immortal. This immortal was none other than the immortal monarch of Minor Heavenly Circle Realm, who was in charge of this part of the starry sky, Immortal Li He. Immortal Li He nodded hastily, carefully flattering Wu Qi and his company, then invited Wu Qi and his company to follow him to a cave abode a few miles away. An extremely complicated teleportation formation was constructed here, with a total of 36 layers of formation diagrams. Embedded in the center of the formation was not an ordinary energy stone, but a pale golden immortal stone, about the size of a human head, emanating a faint immortal energy. There were 2 ways to obtain an immortal stone. One was produced in a rare energy vein, which was formed by the condensation of immortal energy. The other was produced in the best energy stone vein, where it had to be compressed and condensed for at least 1 eons before it could produce an immortal stone. Either way, the preciousness of an immortal stone was self-evident. The Minor Heavenly Circle Realm, where Wu Qi and his company were currently located, was a roughly rectangular landmass, measuring about 1 billion miles in length, 500 million miles in width, and 100 million miles in thickness. The gravity here was at least 10 times stronger than that of Myriad Immortals' planet. If an ordinary person were to come to this place abruptly, the sudden increase in gravity could easily crush him to death. Immortal Greenstaff only gave him a brief laugh, but immortally he had already answered hastily, "Don't worry, don't worry. Patriarch Jiangyun of White Cloud Immortal Sect? If I knew Patriarch Jiangyun is your disciple, I would have paid a visit to you long ago. Don't worry, from now on, the affairs of White Cloud Immortal Sect will be my own affair. Don't worry." Immortal Kuhi flew into a rage. Pointing his finger at Wu Qi, he bellowed, "Ignorant kid, you're courting death." With the huge landmass, Minor Heavenly Circle Realm, as its core, several dozens of galaxies of various sizes orbited around it in a vast void. Liyuan Galaxy was one of these galaxies, and it was the smallest and most remote one among them. Even so, Liyuan Galaxy still had several hundred planets suitable for cultivators to live on, and several dozens of immortal sects of various sizes. Nominally, all these planets and immortal sects were under the jurisdiction of Immortal Li He of Minor Heavenly Circle Realm. In front of Immortal Li He, Immortal Greenstaff could always put on the appearance of a mighty senior, but when he arrived here, he kept a much lower profile. With a smile on his face, he cupped his fist and bowed to a few nascent divinity cultivators stationed at the edge of the teleportation formation. After that, he paid the required amount of upper-grade energy stones. Energy stones were the amalgamation of natural energies. Even heaven immortals could extract energy from energy stones to improve their cultivation base. However, for existences above the realm of heaven immortals, such as gold immortals, energy stones were just like firewood on the roadside, an auxiliary consumable for them. What gold immortals needed was not energy stones, but immortal stones that were formed purely from immortal energy. Wuxia was laughing in his mind. It seemed like these immortals were the same as mortals, people who fawned on the rich and powerful. Immortal Greenstaff came from Puluo Heavenly Realm and Yuanhua sect. Therefore, immortally, he had to pay the energy stones needed for the normal maintenance of the teleportation formation with his own money, and he was an official immortal officer of the Celestial Court. Puluo Heavenly Realm was a middle lower tier Heavenly Realm, 30 times longer than Minor Heavenly Circle Realm. The person stationed here was a 25th tier Heaven Immortal officially appointed by the Celestial Court, Immortal Chuan. He had nearly 100 Heaven Immortal subordinates and over 1,000 nascent divinity officials. The density of natural energy here was comparable to that of Myriad Immortals' planet, and even slightly exceeded it. The gravity here was extremely strong as well, 15 times stronger than that of Myriad Immortals' planet. Fixing his gaze at the Immortal Stone, Wuxia pulled Princess Zhang Li's hand and followed behind Immortal Greenstaff, walking into the huge and complicated teleportation formation. Wuxia scanned the surroundings with his divine will, memorizing the key points of this teleportation formation. There was no description about this teleportation formation in the Scroll of Stealing. Obviously, the history of this teleportation formation was not as ancient as the shadowy figure who passed it to Wuxia. Therefore, it was reasonable that he did not know anything about it. Although Wuxia had countless energy stones with him, he did not have even one immortal stone. Indifferently, Immortal Greenstaff said, "This is Patriarch Xianxia, the founding ancestral master of White Cloud Immortal Sect in Liyuan Galaxy, and also the youngest disciple of Lao Tzu. All these kids are Xianxia's disciples and grand disciples. Immortal Monarch, if anything happens to them in the future, Minor Heavenly Circle Realm was one of the lower-tier heavenly realms in the universe. He had no idea how many low-tier heavenly realms there were in the universe. Among all the land masses that were shattered and drifted away from Panga continent, they were the smallest, the most dilapidated, the ones with the least resources and the thinnest natural energy. Suddenly, the pressure from all directions came pressing at them. Wuxia could not help but let out a muffled snort. A stream of energy burst out of his body, transforming into a light barrier that shielded him and Princess Zhonglu. The light barrier kept shaking and fluctuating, and there were a few times when it was nearly crushed by the pressure. Wuxia glanced around and found that everyone had unleashed their magical treasures to protect themselves, especially Catfish Flood Dragon. She had unleashed the custom-made hammer and hovered above her head, shrouded in a pitch-black watery light. It looked like she was the most relaxed and carefree person. Immortal Greenstaff gave a cold snort, then abruptly unleashed a large sheet of green light from the wooden staff in his hand. Immortal Greenstaff answered indifferently, then tilted his head up and said, "Adjust the teleportation formation to Puluo Heaven. We need to get back as soon as possible." All of a sudden, a bright light shone before their eyes, and their bodies suddenly sank. Wuxia and his company had arrived in a beautiful landscape. They were surrounded by mountains, and amidst the mountains was a lush green lake. There was an island in the lake, and the teleportation formation Wuxia and his company were in was built right on this island. Wuxia rolled his eyes, pointing his finger at Taoist Kahi as he scolded jokingly. "Where did this wild dog come from? Is it trying to bite people?" But as Immortal Li He and Immortal Greenstaff were here, Wuxia dared not to attack them recklessly. Because of his relationship with Immortal Greenstaff, Immortal Li He dared not say another word. Very attentively, he invited the company into the teleportation formation. After that, he did not ask Immortal Green Staff for the usual toll. Instead, he fished out a large number of upper-grade energy stones from his own pocket and embedded them into the formation. After that, he bowed to Immortal Green Staff smilingly and took his leave, then activated the formation. There were countless energy veins on Myriad Immortals' planet, but the only place with immortal energy was Xianxia Immortal Abode. On top of that, Xianxia Immortal Abode was not an innate energy vein, but an immortal energy that was forcibly condensed and transformed into natural energy by someone using the energy condensing and immortal ascension ball. Therefore, it did not produce any immortal stones. Chapter 373. As the sword beam approached, a cold breeze shot out in all directions. Immortal Kuhi's flying sword was a lower-grade immortal item of pretty good quality. It had a red hue, but was emanating a faint cold breeze. Vaguely, there was a foot-long flood dragon twisting and turning amidst the sword beam. Obviously, the item spirit in the sword was the soul of a flood dragon. Showing no sign of weakness, Wuxia met the attack head-on. With a flick of his left wrist, 3 golden dragon scales shot out and smashed onto Immortal Kuhi's immortal sword. Flying swords were known for their sharpness, not their weight. Each of Wuxia's golden dragon scales weighed at least 50,000 kilograms, and they were extremely sharp. Driven by the magnetic force, they flew at an incredible speed. 3 loud booms rang out as the dragon scales were knocked back. Wuxia felt a tremendous counterforce coming at him, making him feel a warm sensation in his chest as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Immortal Kuhi, on the other hand, let out a wild cry as his face turned pale with fright. His body trembled 3 times, and the sword beam was knocked far away by the golden dragon scales that weighed as heavy as a mountain. A trickle of blood slowly rolled down from his nostrils, but he quickly wiped it off with his sleeve. Immortal Green Staff was so happy that he was dancing and laughing out loud. Pointing his finger at Immortal Kuhi, he said, "Kuhi, Kuhi, you are a heaven immortal, but your sword beam was knocked off course by my grand disciple. You are bleeding from the nose because of my grand disciple. If this were to spread out, are you going to hang yourself, slit your throat, eat poison, or jump into the river? If you don't kill yourself, how can Huiling's sect continue to exist in Puluo heavenly realm?" Immortal Kuhi stared blankly at Wuxia, then suddenly coughed out a mouthful of blood. He was caught unprepared by Wuxia's earth element dragon scale shield, and never thought that Wuxia would have such an extraordinary treasure with him. Therefore, Immortal Kuhi had suffered a little loss. The innate earth element energy essence was extremely heavy, and its nature was the most condensed. As it was controlled by Wuxia and smashed onto the sword beam, the item spirit in the flying sword was shaken violently. As a result, Immortal Kuhi was slightly affected, and a trickle of blood trickled out from his nostrils. The injury was not a big deal, but Immortal Green Staff's words were sharp. As a heaven immortal, he was wounded by a young lad with a cultivation base of peak stage nascent soul realm. More importantly, this young lad was Immortal Green Staff's grand disciple. Immortal Kuhi howled in exasperation, coughing out a mouthful of blood as he took a step forward abruptly. A large sheet of pale red cold air sprayed out from his body as he leaped towards Wuxia with an evil gleam in his eyes. He roared angrily, "Brat, I'm going to grind your bones into ashes, dismember your body into 1,000 pieces, and collect your soul. I'll make you wail in pain day and night, unable to reincarnate." Immortal Green Staff took a step to the side and stood in front of Immortal Kuhi, trying to touch Lao Tzu's grand disciple. Lao Tzu is not dead yet. A bright green light shone from the wooden staff in his hand as Immortal Green Staff casually threw it out. Abruptly, the staff transformed into a green beam of light and flew up into the sky. In just a blink of an eye, a huge tree with luxuriant branches and leaves, standing 1,000 feet tall and requiring a few people to wrap their arms around it, emerged in midair. As Old Man Greenstaff began to recite an incantation under his breath, the branches of the tree began to sway. Abruptly, countless leaves as sharp as blades spun and flew down from the branches, thrusting towards Immortal Kuhi. The leaves were like blades, slicing through the air and producing a crisp hissing noise. There was a rune blinking on each green leaf. With his eyesight, Wuxia could clearly see that these runes were the Talisman of Sharpness, one of the immortal characters. With the help of these runes, although the leaves were formed from the wood element energies, their sharpness was comparable to ordinary sharp weapons. Staring at the leaves that were falling from the sky, Immortal Kuhi did not have the time to strike. He gave a furious howl as the flying sword flew up once again, transforming into a long beam of light and shooting towards the leaves. Off to the side, Wuxia kept shaking his head. It was easy to tell who was stronger between Immortal Kuhi and Immortal Greenstaff with just a single glance. Immortal Greenstaff was using the spirit-gathering illusory technique, which was an ultimate technique of immortal magic. On the other hand, Immortal Kuhi was using a sword beam to fight against the enemy. Judging from the level of his sword control, he was at the level of an earth immortal of nascent soul realm. Although Immortal Kuhi had the cultivation base of a heaven immortal, his attainment in magic and divine abilities was really weak. As expected, the sword beam could only block off half of the leaves. When the leaves and the sword beam collided, a deafening boom rang out like a thunderstorm. The sword beam trembled violently, and the sky was filled with green specks of light that drifted in the air after being crushed by the leaves. On the other hand, the other half of the leaves spun and thrust towards Immortal Kuhi while emanating an eerie cold air. Immortal Kuhi tilted his head up, clenched his jaws, and said, "Greenwood, this is all you have." With a cold snort, a red gleam flickered in his eyes. A glinting handkerchief embroidered with the pattern of the 8 trigrams emerged from the top of his head, unleashing a large sheet of cloud that wrapped around his body. Streams of cloud were as clear as flowing water, with countless wisps of mist rising from them. When the leaves fell on the cloud, they could only penetrate 2 to 3 inches deep into the cloud before they were shredded by the flowing cloud and mist. Laughing complacently, Immortal Kuhi said arrogantly, "This is the defensive immortal treasure I just found last month, the Cloud Radiance handkerchief. Greenwood, I used to be afraid of you, but with this defensive immortal treasure, I like to see what you can do to me now." Staring at the arrogant and complacent Immortal Kuhi, Wuxia stealthily pulled out a white immortal talisman. Before he could unleash the talisman, Patriarch Xianxia had already stealthily shoved a white talisman into Wuxia's hand and said, "The talisman you have is not powerful enough. This is an upper-grade immortal talisman that I've meticulously crafted using many precious materials this year. It was crafted by me and your master's wives, and its power is at least 3 times stronger than that one. Use this talisman and teach him a good lesson." With an evil smile on his face, Patriarch Xianxia turned away. Wuxia took over the immortal talisman with a strange smile, then slowly took 2 steps forward. Laughing, Wuxia cried out fiercely, "Immortal Kuhi, aren't you just relying on an immortal treasure to protect yourself? Don't even ask my ancestral patriarch to do it himself, as even I, Wuxia, can deal with you easily. Look at my immortal talisman." With a wave of his hand, Wuxia injected a stream of energy into the immortal talisman, exerting all its power with all his might. Abruptly, the immortal talisman crafted by Patriarch Xianxia, Immortal Xianxia, and Immortal by Wu transformed into a ball of immortal light the size of a water tank. Countless tiny wisps of cloud shot out from it, blotting out the sky as they shot forward at top speed. A loud boom rang out as the countless wisps of cloud collided with Immortal Kuhi's defensive cloud light handkerchief. The handkerchief immediately rippled violently. Obviously, it had suffered a tremendous impact. Immortal Ku, he was so angry that he began to curse and roar furiously. Are all of you dead men? He has his disciples to help him in a fight, but what about you? The dozens of nascent divinity and nascent soul cultivators following behind Immortal Ku, he were struck with a sudden realization. But Patriarch Xianxia took a step forward without saying a word, unleashing an immortal pressure. In an instant, all the dozens of cultivators behind Immortal Ku, he were frozen on the spot, and none of them could move anymore. When it came to a fight between Heaven Immortals, whichever side had an extra Heaven Immortal would have an absolute strategic advantage. It was the case for Patriarch Xianxia today. Princess Zhang Lu smiled faintly. An auspicious green light was spinning gently between her palms, and the wood element energies within 1,000 miles suddenly began to fluctuate violently. Following Princess Zhang Li's will, an enormous amount of wood element energies kept pouring into the huge tree hovering above Immortal Greenstaff's head. In just a blink of an eye, the tree had grown to a towering tree that stood 10,000 feet tall, and its power had increased by more than 10 times. Immortal Greenstaff was taken aback, and then he cried out in wild joy, "Kahi, you deserve the bad luck today." On the other side, Immortal Kahi cursed at the top of his voice. "Damn it! How did your cultivation base suddenly increase so much? This doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense." Before his voice could fade away, the huge tree shook violently. Countless green leaves spun down from the sky and gathered into a palm-sized leaf in midair, spinning gracefully as it drifted down from the sky. The trajectory of the leaf was extremely mysterious. Although Immortal Kuhi's flying sword had been spinning and slashing 39 times in a row, he could not even touch the edge of the leaf. The leaf gently landed on Immortal Kuhi's body. The defensive strength of the 8 trigrams Cloud Radiance handkerchief, which had been weakened by more than half by Wuxia's immortal talisman, was pierced through by the leaf. Amidst a frightening tearing noise, the leaf swept past Immortal Kuhi's left shoulder, forcefully chopping off half of his shoulder and one of his arms. Golden immortal blood splashed and splattered in all directions. Immortal Kuhi howled with pain as he took a few steps back in a sorry state. Before the power of the immortal talisman in Wuxi's hand could be fully unleashed, a large sheet of cloud shot out like a great tidal wave and smashed viciously onto Immortal Kuhi's body. Struck by the rapidly flowing cloud, countless bloody wounds suddenly opened up all over his body. Golden blood sprayed out from the wounds and splashed onto the faces of all the cultivators behind him. In just a blink of an eye, Immortal Kuhi had been badly beaten by the cloud, and nearly all the muscles on the front of his body had been shattered. Seeing that Immortal Kuhi's immortal body was about to be destroyed by the power of the immortal talisman, he let out a miserable howl. Abruptly, a jade pendant hanging on his waist broke apart, unleashing a light barrier that tightly enveloped him. The defensive mechanism in the jade pendant was very strong. No matter how hard the cloud crashed and slammed, it could only produce a few ripples and could not break through the light barrier. Finally, the power of the immortal talisman began to slowly dissipate. Wuxia shook the completely dimmed immortal talisman, then slowly took a few steps back. Immortal Greenstaff let out a wild laugh. He took 2 steps forward, pointed his finger at Immortal Kuhi, whose body was badly mutilated and his face was completely disfigured, and bellowed, "Kuhi, what else do you have to say today? Do you still have the face to live after being beaten to such a state by a disciple of Lao Tzu?" Immortal Kuhi howled viciously. "Greenwood, you violated the decree of the immortal monarch and tried to kill me here. You're going to have to face the lawsuit." Immortal Greenstaff, who was feeling extremely pleased when he saw his enemy severely wounded, was taken aback. He pointed at Immortal Kuhi and bellowed, "I try to kill you." Standing aside, Wuxia grinned coldly and said, "Sure enough, a shameless man is invincible. Old fogey Kui, it was you who attacked me first, and in the end, you were severely wounded by my ancestral master with just a single strike. You're really good at distorting the truth. TSK. So all the cultivation of your generation has been focused on your tongue? No wonder your divine abilities and dermic spells are just mediocre." Catfish Flood Dragon murmured under her breath. "All the cultivation is focused on the tongue? I bet this tongue is very chewy." Wuchi's words made Immortal Kuhi jump and scream in anger. All of a sudden, an enormous immortal pressure came falling down from the sky. An old man clad in a purple immortal robe, his body glinting brilliantly, and a green jade medallion with 3 green lotus flowers hanging from his waist, slowly drifted down from the sky. Immortal Greenstaff quickly put away his wooden staff, cupped his fist, and bowed to the old man. "Greetings, Immortal Chuan." Immortal Ku, he had already cried out at the top of his voice. "Immortal Chuan, please help us. Yuan Hua sect has violated your decree and killed us." Immortal Chuan cleared his throat and nodded his head lightly. Chapter 374. Immortal Chuan looked at Immortal Greenstaff, who stood respectfully off to his side and did not say a word, then turned to look at Immortal Kahi, whose face was swollen and body was covered in blood. He cleared his throat lightly, then pressed his right hand on his chest and said, "Fellow immortals, I believe you all know the rules and regulations of the Celestial Court. Outside the jurisdiction of the Celestial Court, you can fight to the death, and the Celestial Court will not be able to intervene." After a brief pause, Immortal Chuan tilted his head up, sighed, and said, "But in the jurisdiction of the Celestial Court, in this heavenly realm, anyone who dares to initiate a fight will be severely punished by the rules and regulations of the Celestial Court. If not, how will the Celestial Court keep its face? How will the dignity of all the Imperial Emperors be kept?" Pointing his finger at the sky, Immortal Chuan said in a deep voice with a solemn expression, "Not only the dignity and face of all the Imperial Emperors, but also the face of those Imperial Emperors." Immortal Greenstaff said respectfully, "Immortal Monarch, please make a clear investigation. Yuan Hua sect is not the one who initiated the fight." Meanwhile, Immortal Kahi stomped his feet and roared, "Could it be that I, a severely wounded man, initiated the fight? You have 2 heaven immortals." Immortal Chuan clasped his hands behind his back, frowning thoughtfully. He looked at Immortal Greenstaff, then at Immortal Kahi, but did not say a word. A bright gleam flickered in his eyes, and no one could tell what was on his mind. Wuchi narrowed his eyes and looked at Immortal Chuan. This man's expression and expression were very familiar to him. In those years, when Liu Xiaobai offered bribes to the officials of various dynasties, they all had the same expression. Immortal Chuan remained silent for a full 15 minutes. Suddenly, Wuchi walked out, bowed respectfully at Immortal Chuan, and said, "Immortal Monarch, may I be so bold as to provide you with the evidence regarding this matter? Also, Immortal Monarch, please question the few immortal officials present here. They can testify that it was Immortal Kuhi from Huiling's sect who first attacked the disciples of Yuan Hua sect, forcing our masters to fight back." Covering his hands with his sleeves, Wuchi handed over a storage bag to Immortal Chuan. The storage bag had a storage space the size of a room. There were several metal chests inside, all of which were densely packed with spirit stones of various colors. The number of spirit stones in these chests, if converted to low-grade spirit stones, was a whopping 2 million. Immortal Chuan gave Wuchi a surprised look, then nodded at Immortal Greenstaff with a faint smile and said, "Fellow Immortal Greenstaff, if you have time in the future, do come to Puluo Heavenly Realm more often." Without batting an eyelid, Immortal Chuan rolled up his sleeve and took the storage bag from Wuchi's hand. He nodded to Wuchi with a smile and said, "This little guy is smart and quick-witted. He's a promising talent. What is going on today?" Who was the one who attacked first? You must explain everything in detail. Immortal Chuan glared at the few nascent divinity realm immortal officials standing at the side. The few nascent divinity cultivators dared not to show any neglect. Without hesitation, they stepped forward and dropped to their knees, telling him everything that happened just now. However, after some embellishments, the words Wuxia used to curse immortal could have been changed into something insignificant. On the other hand, the few immortal officials emphasized on the fact that immortal could he had unleashed a sword beam to kill Wuxia the moment they met. One of the nascent divinity cultivators with a handsome face said with a righteous tone, "Immortal monarch, this immortal Kuhi is a brutal man. He did not abide by the rules of the celestial court and killed someone in public. This is a serious crime." Wuxia bowed deeply to Immortal Chuan and said softly, "Immortal monarch, you are a wise man. The truth is right here." Immortal Chuan gave Wuxia an appreciative look, clasped his hands behind his back, and said with a cold grin, "Kuhi, what else do you have to say?" Before the dumbfounded immortal Kuhi could say anything to defend himself, Immortal Chuan sneered and said, "Killing someone without teaching is a form of torture, and I can't do that. As for your punishment today, I'll let you know the reason behind it. Are you dissatisfied with me by killing someone in public in Puluo Heavenly Realm? Are you dissatisfied with the rules of the Celestial Court? Are you dissatisfied with the immortal monarchs? Or are you dissatisfied with the immortal monarchs who made the rules of the Celestial Court?" Immortal Chuan's tone was extremely heavy. The few dissatisfactions he mentioned made Immortal Kuhi's face turn deathly pale. He staggered a few steps back, his body drenched in sweat, and dared not to defend himself. But Immortal Chuan would never let him go. Suddenly, he pulled out a silver whip from his hand and gave it a powerful strike, knocking Immortal Kuhi to the ground. There was a thin layer of flame coiling around the silver whip. Wuxia recognized the flame. It was the white yuan suppressing dark heavenly flame, which had an extremely high temperature from the nine heavens. It was an upper-grade flame of pure yang and could easily melt any lower-grade immortal item. Although it was an acquired flame, its power was incredible. A heavenly flame like this could only be controlled by a high-tier heaven immortal. Yet, Immortal Chuan's whip actually had a very powerful item like the white yuan suppressing dark heavenly flame on it. It was obvious that this immortal item was crafted by a high-tier heaven immortal and given to Immortal Chuan. According to Lady Dark Goldwater's memory, every immortal monarch who presided over a heavenly realm would be rewarded by the celestial court with a powerful immortal item, which served as their immortal treasure. Immortal Chuan's immortal item should be the reward he obtained from the celestial court. It was extremely difficult for an itinerant immortal to obtain an immortal item that he could use as he pleased. But although these heaven immortals who joined the celestial court were bound by the rules of the celestial court, the benefits they received were very real. As soon as the whip lashed out, Immortal Kuhi let out a miserable howl. Suddenly, a large sheet of white heavenly flame burst out from his body, causing his skin and flesh to sizzle and emit sizzling noises. Then a dozen blood-colored crystal pearls shot out from his body. As the heavenly flame burned his body, it burned his blood essence and caused them to spray out, turning them into blood crystals and falling to the ground. Wuxia counted and found that there were a total of 16 blood crystals on the ground. Each blood crystal was about the accumulation of 100 years cultivation base of a heaven immortal. With just one whip, Immortal Chuan had stripped away the energy essence and magic power that Immortal Ku he had accumulated through 1,600 years of laborious cultivation. He was already severely wounded, and now he was taught a heavy lesson by Immortal Chuan's whip, which had severely damaged his vitality. Even if all 16 blood crystals on the ground were returned to him, because of the loss caused by absorbing the blood crystals, he would probably lose 1,000 years cultivation base. With a cultivation base of 1,000 years, Immortal Kuhi was struggling and convulsing on the ground with a faint flame emanating from his body, crying and yelling, but no one knew what he was talking about. The disciples of Huiling's sect standing behind him either covered their faces and dared not to look at him, or were staring at Wu Qi with hatred in their eyes, as if they were trying to remember his visage deep in their hearts. Wu Qi gave these disciples a cold smile, then turned to Immortal Chuan, cupped his fist, and said, "Immortal Monarch, you are fair, strict, and impartial. Juniors have great admiration for you." Immortal Chuan pursed his lips into a faint smile and said coolly, "This is what I should do. As the immortal official who is in charge of Puyo Heavenly Realm, it is natural for me to uphold the justice and justice of Puyo Heavenly Realm. Greenstaff, I suppose you're the one who brought these disciples here to participate in the match? They're all good seedlings, and this little fellow is the best. What is his name?" Wu Qi smiled and took a step back. Immortal Greenstaff cupped his fist and said, "As you can see, Immortal Monarch, these disciples are the disciples that Greenstaff's last disciple had taken in when he established his own sect. This little fellow's name is Wu Qi, and he is the smartest among all of them." Immortal Chuan kept nodding his head. Smilingly, he gave Wu Qi a look, then said, "Good, good, good. I have high hopes for this little fellow. In the future, he will surely be a pillar of support for Yuanhua sect. Greenstaff, you may leave now if you have something to attend to. People of Huiling's sect, you may leave now. If you dare to offend the rules of the Celestial Court again, don't blame me for being merciless." Waving his hand, Immortal Chuan signaled everyone to leave. As if they had just lost their parents, the people of Huiling's sect carried the dying immortal Kuhi in their arms and dashed into the teleportation formation, returning to the mountain gate of Huiling's sect. Wu Qi and the others bowed respectfully at Immortal Chuan as well, then walked into another teleportation formation. The formation flickered with a blinding light, and the company was quickly teleported back to Yuanhua sect's headquarters, Green Cliff Planet. Immortal Greenstaff gave Wu Qi a slap on the back of his head and said with a low voice, "Little boy, you do have some good eyesight. Immortal Chuan likes all kinds of energy stones and precious treasures the most. How many things did you give him in that storage bag just now?" Wu Qi told him the number of energy stones in the storage bag. After that, he smiled and said, "These are the things Master told me before I came here. He asked me to bring them with me at all times so that I can use them when I am in urgent need. Considering how Immortal Chuan behaved just now, I think I can give it a try." Immortal Greenstaff nodded happily, then turned to Patriarch Jiangyun and said, "You do have the mood to do that. TSK, 2 million lower-grade energy stones. No wonder Immortal Kuhi was whipped. Now, it is not an injustice. Little fellow, you do have a good eyesight, and you can even lower yourself to bribe Immortal Chuan in front of him. This is not something I can do." After talking and laughing for a while, Immortal Greenstaff brought the company out of the teleportation formation. The teleportation formation was located in a valley surrounded by tall green mountains that looked like a screen. The circular valley measured about 100 miles in diameter. Apart from the tens of teleportation formations of various sizes, it was surrounded by countless exotic flowers and plants. At the foot of the mountains were palaces and pavilions of various colors, while streams were flowing. It was a very beautiful scenery. Upon seeing Immortal Greenstaff walk out of the formation, all the executing disciples around the formation cupped their fists and bowed. Some addressed him as Uncle Master, some as Uncle Master, and many others as Uncle Master come a Grand Uncle Master, and so on. Just from the way they addressed him, one could tell that there were quite a number of disciples in Yuanhua sect. It was a clear indication of their seniority. Immortal Greenstaff nodded at those executing disciples smilingly, then led the company toward a tall building on the eastern side of the valley. After walking for over 20 miles, Immortal Greenstaff explained to Wu Qi and the company that this place was the teleportation point that Yuanhua sect specialized in. Some of the palaces and pavilions nearby were the residences of the executing disciples of Yuanhua sect, while some were inns, shops, and even taverns and brothels. The place they were heading to was the Internal Affairs Palace of Yuanhua sect. Wuxia and the company had to register their identities there and get a waist medallion before they could enter the hinterland of Yuanhua sect. Wuxia and the company nodded and answered, then followed behind Immortal Greenstaff. However, just as they arrived at the small square in front of the entrance of the Internal Affairs Palace, an old Taoist with a face as dark as ink, a long beard, clad in a black Taoist robe with coiling dragons on it, a tall jade crown on his head, and a long sword carried on his back, was seen walking out from the square, together with a group of over 100 people. When Immortal Greenstaff and the old Taoist met face to face, his expression immediately changed. When the old Taoist saw Immortal Greenstaff, he suddenly grinned coldly and said, "Greenstaff, what are these idlers around you doing?" Immortal Greenstaff cried out coldly, "Wan, do you think you can control me? MM?" A gray-haired old Taoist standing next to Taoist, Wan glared at him, then took a step forward and unleashed a powerful immortal pressure. Patriarch Xianxia sneered. Not to be outdone, he stepped forward and unleashed an immortal pressure that rolled out like a heavenly river. When both immortal pressures collided with each other, Chi-Chi gave a muffled snort as blood sprayed out from his 7 apertures. Surprisingly, Patriarch Xianxia and the gray-haired old Taoist had clashed head-on without holding back. Chapter 375. By Conqueror. Clenching his jaws, Patriarch Xianxia stared at the white-haired Taoist as a white sword beam shot out from the top of his head. The immortal pressures collided with each other, both combatants using their prime cultivation bases. Originally, Patriarch Xianxia was only one step away from the 35th tier Heaven Immortal Realm, as he had obtained many benefits in Myriad Immortals Planet, and was nourished by the immortal energy in Tsang Ao, Immortal Abode. More than half of his body had reached the 35th tier, and his cultivation base had improved significantly. But the old Taoist he addressed, as by Conqueror, was a solid 36th tier Heaven Immortal. Therefore, when their immortal pressures collided, by Conqueror naturally suffered a great loss. Blood was oozing out of Patriarch Xianxia's 7 apertures, but not much. Only a few drops of blood were dripping down. But Taoist White Sparrow was the unlucky one. His 7 apertures were like a faucet that was broken, with blood constantly dripping down. His eyes were blinking, his ears were ringing, and his immortal soul was shaken so badly that he nearly fainted on the ground. Taoist White Sparrow was severely wounded by the strike, while Patriarch Xianxia only suffered a slight shock. Unwilling to give up, he unleashed his sword beam and was about to attack Taoist White Sparrow with all his might. Taoist Wan could not help but cry out angrily when he saw Patriarch Xianxia's mighty and aggressive attack. "Xianxia, how dare you attack someone here?" He pointed his finger out, and a beam of green light shot out. Taoist Wan had also unleashed his sword beam and charged toward Patriarch Xianxia. The distance between them was less than 300 feet. 2 sword beams of green and white colors quickly tangled with each other, like 2 great pythons in heat. It was as if 2 serpents in heat were twisting and wriggling in the air. 200s of feet long beams of sword light were clanging in the air, and the bright light was so bright that it made people's eyes hurt. Not long after that, a miserable wail rang out. Taoist Wan let out a muffled snort and took tens of steps back hastily. His face turned deathly pale. Patriarch Xianxia snorted coldly and waved his hand toward the sword beam. A white immortal sword, less than 6 inches long, fell into his hand. There were specks of white gleams flashing on the surface of the sword beam, and the sword was leaping and flying like a living being. The flying sword was not damaged at all and was still shining brightly. The azure sword light fell heavily to the ground. It was a strange flying sword that was about 9 inches long and shaped like an azure bird. There were 2 azure sword wings on the blade, and it had an elegant and simple design. However, The blade of the flying sword was densely packed with sawtooth-like notches. It was obvious that the flying sword had been damaged and could not be used. Wuxia lowered his head and sneered. There were 120 innate grand white, spatial breaching pearls on Patriarch Xianxia's flying sword. Although it wasn't a fully formed treasure, its power was still extraordinary. With the support of the 120 pearls, the power of Patriarch Xianxia's immortal sword had greatly improved. At the very least, it had reached the standard of a high-grade immortal artifact. Although Taoist Immortal Wan's flying sword was not bad, it was still a lower-grade immortal sword. How could it withstand the attack of the innate metal element energy at such a close distance? Patriarch Xianxia gave a long laugh as he opened his mouth and swallowed the flying sword. After that, he cupped his fist and said to Taoist Immortal Wan, "Thank you for the guidance, Uncle Master." Immortal Greenstaff laughed, nodded at Taoist Immortal Wan, who had an unsightly expression, and said, "Senior brother, you have crossed the line by attacking a junior with your sword. Hee, not only did you attack me with your sword, you even lost to Jiangyan. Perhaps you have taken in too many concubines recently and have lost your energy?" Both Taoist Immortal Wan and Immortal Greenstaff were elders of Yuan Hua sect, possessing the cultivation base of 32nd tier heaven immortals. However, both of them never got along well, and even their disciples often had conflicts with each other. However, due to the rules of Yuan Hua sect, they dare not to have a real conflict. But today, his flying sword was destroyed by Patriarch Jiangyun, a junior. Taoist Immortal Wan's face turned unsightly, as if his entire family had just been killed. He was so angry that his body was trembling slightly. Upon hearing Immortal Greenstaff's mocking words, Taoist Immortal Wan's eyes turned bloodshot with anger. He gave Immortal Greenstaff a fierce look and said coldly, "Good, very good." With a wave of his sleeve, Taoist Immortal Wan grabbed Taoist White Sparrow, who was still in a coma, then transformed into a beam of green light and brought all the cultivators behind him as they sped away into the distance. Immortal Greenstaff roared with laughter. While he was about to say something, Wuxia had already sprung away from the scene. Grabbing the green bird-shaped flying sword that Taoist Immortal Wan threw to the ground, Wuxia shoved it into the Black Dragon Spirit Ring, then turned to the dumbfounded Immortal Greenstaff and said with a smile, "Even if this sword is broken, I can still recycle some of its materials. I'm very poor, so I'll take advantage of this broken flying sword." No matter it was the Earth Element Dragon Scale Shield or the Celestial Fiend puppets, they could evolve by absorbing various materials. With this lower-grade immortal item, Wuxia was confident that he could enhance the power of all the miscellaneous items he had. Even though what he did just now seemed like he was picking up some junk, he could not care less about that now. Shaking his head, Immortal Greenstaff smiled and said, "Don't worry. Your Uncle Master Immortal Wan is very generous. A mere flying sword is nothing to me." Grinning coldly, Immortal Greenstaff raised his head to look at the sky and said in a low voice, "Jiangyun, explain some things to these boys later. Don't let them be schemed against in our own sect, or else it will be too shameful." Patriarch Jiangyun wiped off the blood on his face and answered respectfully. After that, he nodded at Wuxia with a gratified expression. With some materials and effort, Taoist Immortal Wan's green flying sword could be repaired. But now that it was snatched away by Wuxia, no matter how thick-skinned Taoist Immortal Wan was, he would never ask Wuxia for it. Patriarch Jiangyun was very pleased to be able to destroy an immortal item that belonged to Taoist Immortal Wan. Immortal Greenstaff held his head high and brought Wuxia and company into the Internal Affairs Palace. His face was now glowing, and his spirit seemed to have improved greatly. A few young Taoists clad in white Taoist robes hurriedly came to greet them, bowing at Immortal Greenstaff as he said, "Great Uncle Master, please forgive us for not welcoming you earlier. May I know what Great Uncle Master has brought us here?" Immortal Greenstaff snorted coldly, glaring at these executing disciples, and said, "What is Immortal Wan doing here just now?" One of the young Taoists answered hastily, "Great Uncle Master Immortal Wan has brought Uncle Master White Sparrow, who finished his apprenticeship 100,000 years ago, back to the sect. He also brought over 100 disciples of Uncle Master White Sparrow, saying that they're going to represent our sect in the match against Huiling's sect." Immortal Greenstaff sneered, then turned to look at Patriarch Jiang Yun and said, "Jiang Yun, it looks like our children have a competitor." Patriarch Jiang Yun smiled and said confidently, "I won't let them take away this opportunity." Patriarch Jiang Yun was very confident. "Do you think Taoist White Sparrow can find a priceless planet that was sealed off 2 eons ago? Do you think you can find so many excellent spirit pills and magical items to reward your disciples?" Myriad Immortals Planet was the source of Patriarch Jiang Yun's confidence. Suddenly, Patriarch Jiang Yun's faint voice transmission rang out in Wuqi's ears. "Remember this, my disciples. Immortal Wan is your ancestral master's enemy. White Sparrow is your master's sworn enemy. It was because of him that I left Yuan Hua sect many years ago. Back then, I chopped off one of his arms with a single sword strike, and the enmity between us is very deep. You have to be very careful in everything you do. If you have any conflict with his disciples, show no mercy." Wuqi nodded at Patriarch Jiang Yun, then turned to give Princess Zhang Lu a look. In the end, both Princess Zhang Lu and Catfish Flooddragon did not take Patriarch Jiang Yun's words seriously. With great interest, Princess Zhang Lu glanced at the solemn interior of the Internal Affairs Palace, which was decorated in a very different style from the Imperial Palace of Great Yin Dynasty. As for Catfish Flooddragon, she fixed her eyes on the few young Taoists in white robes, and saliva was seen coming out from the corner of her mouth. Led by the few young Taoists, Wu Qi and his company slowly came to a halt in the depths of the Internal Affairs Palace. Here, each of them registered their name and cultivation base, then received a few sets of the standard Taoist robes of Yuan Hua sect and a waist medallion made of white jade. The method of immortals was different from that of mortals. The few executing disciples of Internal Affairs Palace ran their palms across these waist medallions, and immediately the names of Wu Qi and his company appeared on them, as well as their status in Yuan Hua sect, Greenwood Peak, outer sect disciple. On the other hand, the name medallion of Patriarch Jiang Yun was written on it, Greenwood Peak, outer sect disciple, Jiang Yun. On the back of the medallion, there was an extra label written with striking golden characters, 36th tier, Heaven Immortal, outer sect elder. After everything was done, the executing disciples of Internal Affairs Palace brought in 111 thumb-sized, dark jade slips. They were the most commonly used soul jade slips by the immortal sections. By sending a thread of divine will into the jade slips would ring loudly if the disciple was injured. If the disciple died, the jade slips would crack, and if the disciple's soul was destroyed, the jade slips would shatter into pieces. This was the ultimate method used by the immortal sects to keep track of the disciple's condition, so that they could send reinforcements or seek revenge in case of emergency. White Cloud Immortal Sect did not possess a strong overall strength, and was considered as an overlord in Liyuan Galaxy. Therefore, they did not prepare soul jade slips. On the other hand, Yuan Hua Sect possessed a formidable overall strength, and they were located in Puluo Heavenly Realm, a place where immortal sects stood in great numbers and powerful experts emerged in large numbers. Therefore, they had to prepare soul jade slips properly. Otherwise, if a large number of their disciples were killed outside, and the sect did not receive any news about it, it would be a great threat to the foundation and legacy of an immortal sect. This was also the first time Wu Qi saw a soul jade slip. The crafting of this kind of jade slip required a rather rare material called Earth Core Water Abyss Black Jade. Apart from crafting soul jade slips, it was also an excellent material for crafting some strange magical treasures of the Ghost Dao. In the Scroll of Stealing, it was listed as an 8th tier natural treasure. After sending a thread of divine will into the soul jade slip, the executing disciple of Internal Affairs Palace quickly carved Wuxi's name and background on it. After that, someone would send the soul jade slip back to the sect, storing it in a special soul palace. When everything was done, Immortal Greenstaff brought Wuxi and the company out of the Internal Affairs Palace. He smiled and said, "Come, let's go to Greenwood Peak and have a rest first." Over the years, I've concocted several thousand vats of green bamboo wine, and a few of them have been stored for over 10,000 years. Today, I'll dig them out and have a good drink. 10,000 years old spirit wine? Wuchi's eyes lit up. The wine concocted by immortal cultivators always had the magical effect of improving one's cultivation base and magical power. Needless to say, the effect of 10,000 years old spirit wine was no small matter. The company walked out of the Internal Affairs Palace excitedly. But before they could soar into the sky, a beam of white light had already landed before them. A middle-aged man dressed like a scholar appeared before them with a gloomy face. Upon seeing them, he immediately scolded them. "Greenstaff, are you the one who hurt your junior nephew White Sparrow for no reason? Bullying the weak? You're really something." You're tuning in to the Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.